lifetime's worth of cultivation. Except for his deeper inner strength, his body remained unchanged. Jiang Che, you will die a horrible death. Kang Meng trembled, his eyes full of resentment. After a lifetime of cultivation, he had become nothing but a stepping stone for someone else. Many have said that, but they're all dead now and you won't be an exception. Jiang Che sneered and finished Kang Meng off. Ding, the host has killed an important plot character, Kang Meng, and is rewarded with 20,000 villain points. So many points. Jiang Che was surprised at the generous reward for killing Kang Meng. Master, what should we do with him? Uncle Fu asked respectfully, referring to the unconscious Yang Wei lying on the ground. Take him back. He still has his uses, Jiang Che said, taking out a bag of corpse-dissolving powder from the system space and using it on Kang Meng's body. Understood, young master. Uncle Fu responded, slinging Yang Wei over his shoulder and following Jiang Che back to the house. In the living room of Crouching Dragon Villa, Qing stood at the entrance, looking into the distance with a worried expression. She had heard the sounds of fighting earlier and knew her master had gone after the enemy. It had been almost 3 hours since then. Despite her confidence in Jiang Che's strength, she couldn't help but worry. Young master, you're back. Seeing Jiang Che returning, Qing's eyes lit up. She ran into his arms. Feeling Qing's more charming presence, Jiang Che felt relieved. The more than 2 months of hard work had paid off as her change was very obvious. Young master, are you hurt? Qing asked, her soft hands searching Jiang Che for injuries. Who do you think I am? How could I be hurt? Stop worrying, I'm fine. Jiang Che said, putting Qing back on the ground. He then asked Uncle Fu to throw Yang Wei onto the floor. This is a gift for you. Before, Jiang Che had taught Qing the Star Devourer technique. Although Yang Wei had strong cultivation, it was useless to Jiang Che. It was better for Qing to absorb his inner strength. This Qing looked at Yang Wei, confused. Master, what use do I have for this guy? What is your current cultivation level? Use the Star Devourer technique I taught you to absorb his inner strength, and you can break through to the innate realm in one go, Jiang Che said seriously. Although the Star Devourer technique was useless for him, it was very beneficial for Qing, who was only at the late stage of dark energy. After the system's improvements, the technique had no side effects. It was the perfect method for killing and plundering. But is it really okay? Qing hesitated, her kind heart conflicted. The opportunity to break through to innate realm was tempting, but she couldn't bear to harm an unrelated person. Seeing Qing's hesitation, Jiang Che knew exactly what she was thinking. Don't worry about it. This guy is the enemy who tried to assassinate me just now. Didn't you always say you wanted to protect me? How can you do that if you're not strong? Is he the enemy who tried to assassinate the young master? Qing's face immediately turned serious. The enemy of her young master was her enemy, and she would never allow anyone to harm him. Without waiting for further instructions, Qing returned to the living room, put on a pair of white gloves, and began to frantically absorb Yang Wei's internal force. Jiang Che stood beside her, silently protecting Qing in case of any emergencies. Yang Wei remained unconscious, unaware that his cultivation was being drained. After more than 2 hours, Qing finally absorbed all of Yang Wei's internal energy, leaving him even paler than before. Master, I think I'm about to break through. Feeling the surging internal force within her, Qing said excitedly. She had a strong premonition that she would reach the innate realm, just as Jiang Che had predicted. Find a quiet place to break through, Jiang Che said with a smile, feeling relieved that his little maid would soon be a master of the innate realm. Qing responded, trotting back to the living room and into her bedroom. Jiang Che slapped Yang Wei's swollen face again. Feeling the severe pain, Yang Wei quickly opened his eyes, stunned to find his cultivation gone. What's going on? Where is my cultivation? No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't sense any inner force in his body. Yang Wei raised his head and saw Jiang Che standing in front of him, looking at him with a playful expression. Jiang Che, did you take my cultivation? Yang Wei yelled angrily, his face twisted in rage. It wasn't enough for this B****starred to castrate him, now he had lost his cultivation too. Yes, I did. Jiang Che nodded and admitted it openly as there was no reason to hide it now. I'll kill you. Yang Wei went crazy, struggling to get up despite the pain, and tried to attack Jiang Che. Jiang Che lifted Yang Wei off the ground like a little chick. Your cultivation is gone. Stop pretending to be tough. He then threw Yang Wei to the ground and waved his palm, sending him to reunite with Kang Meng. Yang Wei didn't have time to say a word before he died. Ding, congratulations to the host for killing Yang Wei, the son of luck. You were rewarded with a mysterious treasure chest ×1. Ding, it has been detected that the protagonist has died. The system will now search for the plot of the next book for the host. Does the host accept? Accept it. Jiang Che lit a cigarette and said while cleaning up the aftermath. Ding, instilling the plot. A few minutes later, Jiang Che snuffed out the cigarette and frowned. Return of the King of Killers, I return to China to be a landlord. This book tells the story of Chu Tian, the #1 killer, who returns to China, buys an apartment next to Linjiang University, and uses low rent to attract all kinds of beauties. The story unfolds as he interacts with them. After accepting the plot, Jiang Che knew that Ji Menglin was currently living in Chu Tian's apartment. However, they hadn't met yet, and Ji Menglin had just moved in. In the near future, Ji Menglin would be injured during a mission and meet Chu Tian, starting their story. It's kind of interesting, Jiang Che thought. He hadn't seen his patient for a while and wondered if the other party's misogyny was cured. It was time to visit her. System, open the mysterious treasure chest. Ding, opening the mysterious treasure chest. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining a villain value of 10,000. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the martial skill, 9 Heaven's Sword Art, ×1. What is 9 Heaven's Sword Art? Jiang Che was stunned and asked in amazement. He hadn't expected to get a martial art book instead of an inner strength technique. 9 Heaven's Sword Art, rank unknown, a swordsmanship practiced by ancient warriors, capable of moving mountains and reclaiming seas when mastered. Move mountains and reclaim seas. Jiang Che took a deep breath, shocked by the powerful description. All except the indoctrination, Jiang Che said in his mind. Ding, instilling. More than an hour later, Jiang Che opened his eyes, feeling the many moves and techniques of the sword art. He nodded with satisfaction. The 9 Heaven Sword Art is divided into 9 styles. Although he understood all the principles, he could only use the first 4 styles due to his current cultivation. Even so, it was incredibly powerful. Jiang Che thought that having only inner strength without martial arts felt a bit lacking. Now, with this new technique, he had a trump card. Although using the 9 Heaven Sword Art consumed a lot of internal strength, the limitless pure yang technique continuously provided internal force, making it very beneficial for him. System, open the properties panel. Host, Jiang Che. Identity, young master of the Jiang family. Cultivation, peak of transformation. Villain points, 48,000. Techniques, limitless pure yang technique, mysterious heavenly scripture, star devourer technique, heavenly insight technique. Martial arts, 9 Heaven Sword Art. Possessions, death talisman, human infant burp bag ×1100, marrow cleansing pill ×9, good luck charm ×3, nourishing pill ×9, sky poison pill ×10, 10,000 year mountain snow lotus. Skills, God level disguise, ghost gate 13 needles, God level cooking. Master, I have broken through to the innate realm. After consolidating her cultivation, Qing excitedly ran to the living room to share the good news with Jiang Che. Her face was full of excitement, knowing she now had the confidence to stand by the young master. Early innate, Jiang Che asked curiously. That's right, and I have to thank the young master for teaching me this miraculous technique. Qing nodded, looking at Jiang Che gratefully. She never thought her young master would be so kind, teaching her such an amazing practice. The Star Devourer technique was truly extraordinary. Although he couldn't use it to improve quickly, Shen Qingqiu and others could benefit from it. He wouldn't favor one over the other since they were all his women. Once he meets another protagonist, he would extract the villain's value from him and let them drain the last bit of the protagonist's value. Thinking this, Jiang Che looked forward to meeting Chu Tian. After all, Chu Tian had a cultivation at the mid-stage of transformation. The next day, at the Shen family villa. Are you leaving already? Why not stay for a few more days? Lin Wanshi looked at Lin Wanru and tried to persuade her to stay. The two sisters only saw each other a few times a year. She had hoped to spend more time together, but Lin Wanru was leaving so soon. Something happened at home, I need to go back as soon as possible. Lin Wanru glanced at Lin Nan and made up an excuse. She really didn't know what trouble her son would get into if they stayed in Linjiang City any longer. Noticing his mother's strange look, Lin Nan frowned but remained silent. He had wanted to leave for a while and didn't feel the need to explain himself. All right, but remember to visit me when you have time. Lin Wanxi sighed and didn't press further, letting Lin Wanru and her son leave. Linjiang City and Tianai City were close, so she could visit her anytime. After Lin Wanru and her son left the Shen family villa, Lin Wanxi also returned inside. In the living room of Crouching Dragon Villa, Jiang Che sat on the sofa, bored, thinking about how to deal with Chu Tian. As he pondered, the ringing phone interrupted his thoughts. Seeing an unfamiliar number, he answered it without hesitation, suspecting it was his bodyguard. "Young master, the Lin Nan you asked us to monitor is leaving Linjiang City today. Where is he now?" Jiang Che raised his brows curiously. "Heading towards Linjiang International Airport. Should we stop him?" the bodyguard asked respectfully. "Stop him and bring him to me. Don't accidentally hurt the driver or Lin Wanru," Jiang Che instructed. Considering Shen Qingqiu's relationship, he didn't want to harm them, just Lin Nan. "Understood, young master." On a small road leading to Linjiang International Airport, the Shen family's driver was driving a Maybach slowly. Lin Nan sat in the front seat, occasionally glancing out the window, feeling uneasy. The Maybach was cruising smoothly when a few unmarked Bentleys suddenly blocked their way. Several men in black sunglasses stepped out. The driver was stunned and about to reverse when more Bentleys blocked them from behind. More men in black approached them. Seeing this, Lin Nan frowned. He didn't need to guess, these men must have been sent by Jiang Che, but Jiang Che daring to stop him in broad daylight was unexpected. "Xiao Nan, are these your enemies?" Lin Wanru looked nervously at the approaching men, her fingers tightly clasped together. "Mom, don't worry. They're just a bunch of scumbags." Lin Nan smiled contemptuously and got out of the car. With his peak dark energy cultivation, he wasn't afraid of a few bodyguards. "Be careful," Lin Wanru said. Despite her son's recent troubles, she couldn't stay angry at him forever. "Did Jiang Che send you?" Lin Nan glanced at the men in black, frowning. He could sense their terrifying auras, indicating they were not ordinary people. "If you know what's good for you, don't resist. You can avoid some pain," one of the men in black said coldly, ignoring Lin Nan's question. "You really think I'm an easy target?" Angry at their dismissive attitude, Lin Nan charged at the man, aiming a punch at his face. The man caught Lin Nan's fist effortlessly and slapped him to the ground. Lin Nan, covering his swollen cheek, looked at the man in black in shock. This guy's cultivation was higher than his. "Take him down," the leader instructed his men. Jiang Che had said not to kill, but anything else was allowed. The men eagerly approached Lin Nan. Although they were only at the early innate stage, it was enough to handle Lin Nan. "Ah, stop hitting!" Lin Nan's screams echoed down the road, sounding desperate. The leader glanced at the Maybach. The driver was terrified, and Lin Wanru was not much better, but she got out of the car and faced them angrily. "You'll regret this. My Lin family won't let this go, and my sister, the Shen family's wife, will not ignore this." Despite her nerves, Lin Wanru tried to remain calm, hoping her family's influence would deter them. "Enough noise!" The leader frowned, slapped her, and forced a small pill into her mouth. The pill would make her forget the day's events, a precaution from Jiang Che due to her connection to Shen Qingqiu. After dealing with Lin Wanru, they did the same to the driver, then threw Lin Nan into their car and drove off. In the basement of Crouching Dragon Villa, the bodyguards tied the unconscious Lin Nan to a chair and doused him with cold water. Soaked, Lin Nan coughed and quickly woke up. "Jiang Che, it's you." Seeing Jiang Che sitting across from him, Lin Nan's eyes filled with anger, his teeth clenched. Jiang Che waved his hand, signaling the bodyguards to leave. He then approached Lin Nan and looked down at him. "Are you surprised, reborn Lin Nan?" Jiang Che patted Lin Nan on the cheek, revealing his biggest secret with a gentle smile. "You, how did you know?" Lin Nan looked at Jiang Che in fear, unable to comprehend how his secret was discovered. Was Jiang Che also reborn? "That's not your concern. The time is up. It's time to send you on your way." Jiang Che picked up a pistol, loaded it, and fired 3 shots into Lin Nan's heart. Blood quickly stained Lin Nan's chest, and he died. Ding, the host has killed Lin Nan, the son of luck, and is rewarded with a mysterious treasure chest. X1. Open the mysterious treasure chest. Ding, opening the mysterious treasure chest. Congratulations to the host for receiving 10,000 villain points. Jiang Che nodded with satisfaction. The reward was decent, at least it wasn't another useless pill. After disposing of Lin Nan's body, Jiang Che went straight back to the house to sleep. It was late, and he planned to visit his patient again tomorrow. The next morning, after breakfast, Jiang Che drove his Bugatti towards Chu Tian's apartment, intending to visit Ji Menglin. It had been a while since they last met, and he was curious about her condition. As a responsible doctor, he felt obligated to check on her. In the Tianyuan community opposite Linjiang University, Jiang Che parked his car and walked towards Chu Tian's apartment, where he remembered Ji Menglin stayed. At this time, Ji Menglin wasn't home, she had gone out for a mission. Jiang Che, not one for formalities, picked the lock and made himself comfortable on the living room sofa, waiting for her return. Ji Menglin, carrying fresh fruits and vegetables, hummed a little tune as she returned to her apartment. Seeing the door ajar, she was puzzled. She clearly remembered locking it when she left. Could it be a burglary? With this thought, Ji Menglin pushed the door open, ready to confront the intruder. But she was stunned to see Jiang Che sitting on her sofa. What the heck, how did this B***** get here? Reflexively, she called out, "Dad." Realizing what she said, she quickly covered her mouth, glaring at Jiang Che. She had been forced to call him that during her time at Crouching Dragon Villa, and it had become a reflex. "It seems Miss Ji, your condition hasn't improved much." Jiang Che smiled playfully. It seemed his treatment was somewhat effective, at least she behaved better around him. "What are you doing here?" Ji Menglin stepped back, her face cold. She didn't trust Jiang Che's intentions. "Nothing much, just checking if your misogyny has improved, Miss Ji. As your doctor, I must be responsible for your well-being, right?" Jiang Che smiled lightly, as if he was genuinely concerned for her. "I don't need your responsibility, you can leave now," Ji Menglin snorted, issuing an expulsion order. She feared that if he stayed, she might lose control and try to teach him a lesson, despite knowing she wasn't his match. "Miss Ji, there's no need to explain. I know you're still not cured. Let daddy cough, let this genius doctor treat you again. After all, you are my first patient and hold a special place in my heart. I have a duty to cure you completely." Jiang Che walked over to Ji Menglin, closed the door with his foot, and took out the medical equipment he had prepared. "You don't mess around." Ji Menglin looked at Jiang Che with fear. His methods had truly scared her. Just as she was about to flee, Jiang Che quickly struck an acupuncture point, rendering her immobile. "You B****, I'll kill you. Miss Ji, how do you feel? Do you still hate men a lot?" Jiang Che raised an eyebrow, looking at the disheveled Ji Menglin. The treatment didn't seem as effective this time, she still glared at him with murderous intent. But Jiang Che understood that more than a month without treatment could lead to relapse. "Are you done?" Ji Menglin gritted her teeth, not understanding why he kept targeting her. Was it because she tried to assassinate him? She had already paid the price for that. "I won't give up until you are fully stabilized," Jiang Che said sternly, his face serious. "Thank you. No need to thank me, it's my duty." Jiang Che shook his head and continued. "Come home with me now. It's very inconvenient to treat you here." "What are you dreaming about?" Ji Menglin glared coldly at Jiang Che. Was he daydreaming? Go home with him? Not in a million years. "Sorry, you have no choice." Jiang Che smiled, grabbing Ji Menglin's hand and pulling her outside. "Let go." Ji Menglin struggled, but Jiang Che's grip was too strong, and her martial arts were sealed. She had no choice but to let him lead her outside. Arriving downstairs, Jiang Che noticed Ji Menglin still struggling. "Miss Ji, do you want to make a fool of yourself in public?" Jiang Che shook his medical equipment, the threat clear. Ji Menglin's face turned red with anger, but she stopped struggling. She couldn't risk Jiang Che making a scene, and so she let Jiang Che lead her to his Bugatti. "Get in, and don't try any tricks," Jiang Che ordered, and Ji Menglin obediently got into the car. It wasn't wise to oppose him now. She decided to follow him for now and look for a chance to escape later. Ding, I detected the presence of the protagonist nearby. The system has listed the protagonist's information for the host. Would the host like to check? As Jiang Che was about to get into the car, a system prompt sounded in his mind, protagonist information check. Jiang Che thought it must be Chu Tian. While communicating with the system, he looked around, searching for Chu Tian. Soon, he spotted a plain-looking young man. Jiang Che was certain it was Chu Tian. Don't ask how, the protagonist just has that aura. Protagonist, Chu Tian. Cultivation, mid-stage transformation. Identity, the number 1 killer on the killer list. Luck points, 12,000. Skills, advanced assassination, advanced firearms proficiency. Only 12,000 luck. That's lower than Yang Wei's. But Jiang Che quickly realized why. Yang Wei's plot involved him taking on the underworld, while Chu Tian stayed in Jiangzhou. Sensing someone watching him, Chu Tian turned and saw Jiang Che smiling at him. Though they had never met, Chu Tian felt uneasy. It wasn't until Jiang Che drove away that Chu Tian's unease dissipated. "What's wrong with me?" Chu Tian muttered, trying to shake off the feeling. He took out a small flyer and started posting it around the streets. Cheap rent, 200 yuan a month, free water and electricity, for college students only. Looking at the flyer, Chu Tian nodded in satisfaction. Although it said only college students, he would block any male applicants. This was just to avoid suspicion. If he advertised for female students only, it would be too obvious. After posting all the flyers, Chu Tian hummed a little tune and walked back to his apartment, looking forward to meeting the first beauty to respond. At Crouching Dragon Villa, after parking the car, Jiang Che firmly escorted Ji Menglin into the living room. She didn't resist, or perhaps she didn't dare to. "Master, why is this sister here again in the living room?" Qing looked at Ji Menglin with some confusion. Wasn't this the young master's previous patient? Could she have relapsed? She will be staying here for a while. Her condition has flared up again, and I need to treat her. Jiang Che glanced at Ji Menglin and said lightly. Until he dealt with Chu Tian, Jiang Che had no plans to let her go due to the many uncertainties in the plot. Ding, the host has disrupted the encounter between Ji Menglin and Chu Tian, altered the plot, and earned 2,000 villain points. You'll stay with me for the next few days, and I'll treat you whenever I'm free. Qing, show her around the villa, explain where she can and cannot go, and go over the Jiang family rules with her. With that, Jiang Che got up and left, planning to have Chu Tian's apartment demolished. Ji Menglin's cultivation had been sealed by Jiang Che, so he wasn't worried about her harming Qing. Okay, young master. As Jiang Che's figure disappeared from sight, Qing turned to Ji Menglin with curiosity. Sister, do you have some kind of illness? I'm not sick, Ji Menglin replied, exasperated. Jiang Che was making up stories, there was nothing wrong with her. Then why did my young master say you were sick? Qing asked, puzzled, her eyes full of confusion. He's a quack, Ji Menglin said disdainfully, regretting ever provoking Jiang Che. Now she couldn't even run away. Qing nodded thoughtfully but said no more. The Jiang family doesn't have many rules, except you must wear silk stockings when seeing the young master. What did you say? Ji Menglin was stunned, looking at Qing in disbelief. Was this the so-called rule? The young master prefers this. You'll be part of our family soon, so naturally, you should cater to his preferences. Qing smiled, already considering Ji Menglin as part of the family. Besides Shen Qingqiu and Zhou Lingxi, she hadn't seen any other woman Jiang Che brought home. Moreover, she had heard from the young master that both Shen Qingqiu and Zhou Lingxi were his women. Qing had no jealousy in her heart, she knew her place. Everything she had was given by Jiang Che. Having more sisters wasn't a bad thing, sometimes Jiang Che was too overwhelming. Who is your family? I was kidnapped by Jiang Che, Ji Menglin emphasized. Okay, I know. Let's get you changed. Qing didn't argue further, taking Ji Menglin's arm and leading her upstairs. In a bedroom on the second floor. You want me to wear this? Ji Menglin's mouth twitched as she looked at the various stockings and short skirts Qing had pulled from the closet. She was a dignified female assassin, a master, how could she wear such clothes? If you don't, be prepared for the young master's treatment. Qing kindly reminded her. She had noticed that Ji Menglin wasn't actually sick. She was probably forced into treatment by Jiang Che, just like herself, under the guise of promoting blood circulation and removing stasis. HMPH, I won't wear it. Ji Menglin snorted coldly and turned away. She'd rather be treated by Jiang Che than wear such clothes. After all, Jiang Che's treatments did make her feel something different, but her conservative nature made wearing these clothes unbearable. Seeing Ji Menglin's reaction, Qing shook her head but said nothing more. She had once resisted too, but eventually gave in. Ji Menglin's resistance was only a matter of time. After she stayed at the Jiang family for a week, she'd wear it herself without Jiang Che needing to say a word. After all, it did feel nice when the young master activated blood and removed stasis. Blushing at the thought, Qing quickly shook her head to clear her mind. Okay, I won't force you. Let me show you around the villa. Qing said, walking out of the bedroom with her legs wrapped in white silk. Ji Menglin hesitated but followed, thinking it wise to familiarize herself with the villa in case she needed to escape. After leaving Crouching Dragon Villa, Jiang Che drove towards the Jiang family compound. When he got there, only his mother was there. It was Sunday, and she was enjoying a rare break, discussing interesting things over tea with her friends in the garden. "Mom, I'm back," Jiang Che announced as he approached after the servant informed her of his arrival. "Why are you here?" Su Shanshan looked at Jiang Che, confused. Her son usually didn't come home unless something was wrong. What had he done this time? "I missed you, so I came to see you," Jiang Che said with a smile, sitting across from her. "Just tell me what you need. If I can't solve it, I'll get your father." She rolled her eyes at him. "I need your help with something, mother," Jiang Che said after a moment. Although he was the young master and future heir of the Jiang family, he had no real power yet. To demolish Chu Tian's apartment, he needed his mother's help. Su Shanshan sipped her tea and waited for him to continue. "I need a demolition order for a piece of land I've set my eyes on." "Where exactly?" she frowned, puzzled by Jiang Che's sudden interest in such a project. Demolition is a significant undertaking, usually necessary for major developments or because the building is too old to be safe. "An apartment in Tianyuan community opposite of Linjiang University," Jiang Che replied. "Why not demolish the entire Tianyuan community?" she asked, even more perplexed. If Jiang Che insisted on this, it would make more sense to demolish the entire community, despite the higher cost. But demolishing just one apartment is more complicated. We have to check if there are other buildings around, whether it's in an open area, and so on. There's no need for that. Just demolish the apartment, and I'm not going to pay any compensation, Jiang Che explained with a smile. Understanding his mother's concerns, he had already inspected the surroundings of Chu Tian's apartment. It was in a remote corner of the community, very old, without an elevator, and no other nearby floors. The original owner couldn't sell or rent it due to its location, so Chu Tian bought it to attract girls quickly. "You won't pay any compensation?" Su Shanshan asked, frowning. She was puzzled by her son's intentions. "Of course not. I have a plan," Jiang Che said, smiling. He wasn't foolish enough to give Chu Tian money. He intended to bribe a few authoritative experts to declare Chu Tian's apartment an illegal structure, then have it demolished. "This will be a bit tricky. Give me 3 days. I'll get you all the necessary procedures for the demolition," Su Shanshan said after sipping her tea. This wasn't a trivial matter, but it wasn't difficult for the Jiang family. The procedure was just a bit complex and needed a few days to handle. She didn't ask why Jiang Che wanted this done or what his plan was. He had the money, so she let him do as he pleased. After discussing the details with his mother, Jiang Che left and headed home. "Shanshan, I didn't expect your son to be so grown up and handsome," a lady in a cheongsam remarked after Jiang Che left. Her words were full of admiration. Jiang Dao was known as a handsome man in Linjiang City, but Jiang Che was even more striking. With his sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes, his face was like a jade crown, and he carried a high aura. He possessed both a scholarly air and an indifferent demeanor, blending seamlessly. "Growing up like this, I can't imagine how many girls will fall for him in the future," the lady said, shaking her head as if feeling sorry for the girls who would fall victim to Jiang Che's charms. "Do you fancy my son?" Su Shanshan asked playfully, pride evident in her eyes. When others praised her son, she felt a sense of pride. "If you don't mind, it's not impossible," the lady replied, smiling. At Crouching Dragon Villa, in the living room, "Sister Menglin, can you cook?" Ah Ching asked Ji Menglin curiously. After their recent conversation, the two had become closer, and Ah Ching had learned her name. "I know a little," Ji Menglin replied. During her 3 years abroad, there were times when she had to cook for herself during missions. Her cooking wasn't great, but it was edible. "Well, you'll need to learn to cook better. The young master likes women who can cook." Ji Menglin frowned but didn't argue. She was stuck here because of Jiang Che, so she had to adapt, even if it meant doing things she didn't like. As the two were talking, Jiang Che walked into the living room. "Master, you're back," Ah Ching said joyfully when she saw him. "Yes," Jiang Che responded with a smile, then turned to Ji Menglin. "Have you been told about the Jiang family rules? Do you know what to do in the future?" Ji Menglin murmured reluctantly. She didn't want to experience Jiang Che's treatment again. It was a strange mix of pain and something else she couldn't quite identify. "Come and massage my shoulders," Jiang Che said as he sat on the sofa, picked up the newspaper, and waited for Ji Menglin to start. After a moment of hesitation, Ji Menglin grudgingly walked behind Jiang Che and began massaging his shoulders. Although her movements were a bit clumsy and she struggled to get the pressure right, Jiang Che found the experience oddly stimulating. Left side needs more pressure, right side, a bit stronger, yes, that's it. Seeing Jiang Che enjoy the massage made Ji Menglin grit her teeth in anger, recalling all the things this B***** had done to her. She wished she could strangle him on the spot, but without her cultivation, it was impossible. Jiang Che noticed Ji Menglin's undisguised killing intent but didn't care. He was confident in his ability to handle her, and he intended to break her will slowly over time. "Master, lunch is ready. Would you like to eat now?" Ah Ching asked with a smile as the maids brought a variety of dishes to the dining table. "Let's eat," Jiang Che said, standing up and walking to the dining table. "Come here and massage and wash my feet," he said to Ji Menglin after lunch, waving her over. "Jiang Che, don't push your luck," Ji Menglin snapped. "I never agreed to your requests when I came here." "Why, you don't want to?" Jiang Che asked calmly, shaking a medical device in his hand. The implication was clear: if she refused, he would treat her again. "Young master, you're so bad," Ah Ching muttered, blushing at the sight of the device. "You're shameless," Ji Menglin said through gritted teeth, glaring at Jiang Che. If looks could kill, Jiang Che would have died 100 times over. She was a dignified master and a renowned female assassin, reduced to washing someone's feet. It was humiliating. Jiang Che remained silent, standing up and walking towards her. "You don't come any closer," Ji Menglin said, panicking. "Fine, I'll wash your feet." "Then why are you still standing there? Go get the water," Jiang Che said playfully. He wanted to break her arrogance, step by step. Ji Menglin gave him a furious look but turned to get the water. "Master, does Sister Menglin have a grudge against you?" Ah Ching asked curiously once Ji Menglin left. "It's a minor grudge," Jiang Che shrugged. He didn't want Ah Ching to know about Ji Menglin's attempted assassination. He planned to bring Ji Menglin under his control for future use. Ah Ching nodded thoughtfully but asked no more questions. Ji Menglin soon returned with a basin of hot water. Hesitantly, she placed Jiang Che's feet in the water and began to massage them with her soft hands. Despite her unwillingness, she did her best. Jiang Che watched her with a strange expression, wondering if she was physically compliant but not mentally. "Apply more pressure," he instructed. Blushing, Ji Menglin complied, feeling extremely embarrassed. She had never done this for anyone, let alone a man she despised. "Not bad, keep it up," Jiang Che said, content. After washing his feet, Jiang Che lit a cigarette, looking satisfied. Although Ji Menglin's skills were not yet up to par, he appreciated her effort. He decided to have some top-notch pedicure technicians teach her. He took out his phone and called Ah Long. "Which pedicure shop do you frequent?" he asked. "Bring me a few top technicians, the kind that provide excellent service." "What, formal or informal?" Ah Long asked. "Do you think I need informal?" Jiang Che replied. An hour later, 2 technicians with toolboxes, led by servants, entered the living room. The 2 technicians looked at Jiang Che nervously. They had never served such a young man before and were worried about making a mistake and offending him. "You don't need to be nervous. I called you here to teach this woman," Jiang Che said, pointing to Ji Menglin, who was standing to the side. "Show her all your skills, like how to give a satisfying foot massage and how to make customers fully enjoy it. Teach her well." Relieved, the 2 technicians nodded. These tasks were simple for them since they had undergone professional training. "Young Master Jiang, we need a separate room to guide this young lady," one of the technicians said hesitantly. Teaching all their professional skills in front of Jiang Che made them uncomfortable. Jiang Che glanced at her and, without much thought, asked Ah Ching to take the 3 of them to an upstairs guest room. Ji Menglin was naturally filled with resentment. She was reluctant to learn how to give foot massages, but under Jiang Che's threatening gaze, she obediently followed the technicians upstairs. In a room on the 2nd floor, Ah Ching did not leave immediately after bringing them in. She was curious about what the technicians would teach Ji Menglin and thought she might learn something useful. "Miss, please lie down on the bed, and I'll demonstrate," one technician said respectfully to Ji Menglin. She sensed that Ji Menglin had a special relationship with Jiang Che and didn't want to offend her. Ji Menglin hesitated but, recalling Jiang Che's threatening look, lay down on the bed obediently, allowing the technician to start the foot massage. "Miss, how does this feel? Is the pressure all right?" It's okay, it's quite comfortable, Ji Menglin admitted, blushing slightly. She could now understand why some men liked going to pedicure shops, it was quite enjoyable. This is the Teibai acupoint. Gently pressing this point can give great pleasure, the technician explained while massaging Ji Menglin's feet. She took her job seriously, as promised by Jiang Che. Teibai acupoint is the sole of the foot and is associated with the spleen meridian, specifically spleen 3 sp3. It is believed to help with various digestive issues and to strengthen the spleen and stomach. Miss, your skin is very well maintained, the technician remarked, admiring Ji Menglin's soft, white feet. She wasn't just flattering, she had never seen such beautiful feet before. Ji Menglin blushed even more, her feet shyly pulling away. Ah Ching watched intently, secretly noting down the techniques and knowledge the technician shared. The four women stayed in the room all afternoon as the technicians imparted all their knowledge to Ji Menglin. It wasn't just about foot massages, they also covered how to please guests in other ways. Ji Menglin's face turned red with embarrassment as she listened. She thought she was open-minded, but these women spoke even more freely than she expected, truly professionals. Young Master Jiang, I have taught this young lady everything, the technician said respectfully when they came downstairs, hoping to get credit. Did you learn everything? Jiang Che asked Ji Menglin lightly. Yes, I learned, Ji Menglin replied reluctantly, nodding. Good job. The two of you can go to Along for 30,000 yuan, Jiang Che said, smiling at Ji Menglin's response. Thank you, young Master Jiang. The two technicians were excited. They didn't expect to earn so much money so easily. All right, you can leave now, Jiang Che said, dismissing them. After they left, Jiang Che waved Ji Menglin over. When Ji Menglin approached, Jiang Che pulled her into his arms. She trembled, struggling to break free, but Jiang Che held her tightly, raising her chin to look at her delicate face with a playful smile. Are you afraid of me? Ji Menglin's eyelashes trembled slightly. She first nodded, then shook her head stubbornly. How could I be afraid of you, you scumbag? Oh, really? Jiang Che grinned, pulling out a medical device from the system space and shaking it in his hand. What do you want to do? Don't mess around. Ji Menglin looked at Jiang Che with fear, feeling a chill run down her spine. She had developed a fear of that device. Call me daddy, otherwise, I'll have to treat you. You're dreaming. Ji Menglin spat, gritting her teeth. She knew Jiang Che was trying to humiliate her. No, then I'm sorry. Jiang Che frowned. You be ****, I'm not sick. Ji Menglin struggled to climb out of Jiang Che's arms, her face red with anger. Recalling the strange feeling that ran through her body during Jiang Che's treatments, she felt conflicted. She realized she wasn't as resistant as she had initially been and even felt some anticipation. Jiang Che noticed the subtle change in her eyes and smiled. The treatment plan for Ji Menglin's misogyny was finally showing results. All right, we'll stop here for now. Since you did well today, this genius doctor has decided not to treat you for the next 2 days. Ji Menglin sighed with relief, glad to be spared from Jiang Che's torture. But his next words made her heart sink. However, I'll still be observing you. If your condition seems to recur, I'll treat you again. The next 2 days were leisurely for Jiang Che. He spent his time teasing Ah Ching or treating Ji Menglin. 3 days later, 2 women in OL outfits came to see Jiang Che. Young Master Jiang, here are the documents the chairman asked me to deliver, one of them said respectfully, handing the papers to Jiang Che. He glanced at the documents. It was the demolition order he needed. His mother had handled it quickly. You can leave now, Jiang Che said. Yes, young Master Jiang, the 2 women replied, leaving promptly. Outside the gate of Crouching Dragon Villa, one of the women sighed melancholically. Xiao Yu, what's wrong? Her companion asked, puzzled. It's a pity. I finally met young Master Jiang, but I didn't leave any impression on him, Xiao Yu said regretfully. She had fought hard for the chance to deliver these documents, hoping to catch Jiang Che's eye, but he didn't even look at her. Are you daydreaming? Who is young Master Jiang? Do you think he hasn't seen more beautiful women than you? Her companion replied, mercilessly dashing her hopes. Xiao Yu said nothing, just sighed, feeling melancholic. After receiving the demolition order from his mother, Jiang Che immediately set out with a few bodyguards. He planned to bribe a few authoritative experts and then directly demolish Chu Tian's apartment. As long as he labeled Chu Tian's apartment as an illegal construction, he wouldn't need to pay for the demolition, effectively cutting off his connection with the female students of Linjiang University. In a cafe, Jiang Che handed a bank card to a middle-aged man and smiled, Secretary Liu, here is 1 million yuan. According to our agreement, you must find a way to classify that apartment as an illegal building. But if someone investigates this, it will be very difficult to handle, Lu Qingsong said hesitantly, not daring to take Jiang Che's bank card. Although the million was very tempting, he valued his position more. He had worked conscientiously for many years without major mistakes, and he saw potential for future advancement. Compared to his future, the million seemed insignificant. You don't have to worry about that. No one will check it. Even if someone does, I can help you settle it so you won't be implicated, Jiang Che assured with a smile. These were trivial matters that his father could handle, ensuring no one would dare investigate. Then I'll rely on you, young Master Jiang, Lu Qingsong said, accepting the bank card. He understood that the person in front of him had significant influence and had no reason to harm someone like him. If anything, this was an opportunity to build a connection with Jiang Che. Can we go now? Jiang Che asked, glancing at his watch. It was already 11 o'clock. He wanted this matter resolved as soon as possible to avoid any complications. Of course, young Master Jiang. Please wait a moment, Lu Qingsong said, making a phone call. Such tasks required significant manpower, and he couldn't do it alone. After the call, Lu Qingsong followed Jiang Che out of the cafe, got into a Bentley, and headed straight to Tianyuan Community opposite Linjiang University. At Tianyuan Community, in front of Chu Tian's apartment, Jiang Che sat on a chair brought by his bodyguard, while Along held a parasol for him. Your people haven't arrived yet? Jiang Che asked Lu Qingsong lightly. They should be here soon. It takes some time to gather the materials, Lu Qingsong replied uncertainly. As they spoke, a group of technicians wearing helmets approached. Secretary Liu, what's going on? One of the leading technicians asked suspiciously. They hadn't received any information about developments or demolitions in Tianyuan Community. After my investigation, I found that this apartment is an illegal and high-risk building. I called you to reconfirm it, Lu Qingsong explained, giving a subtle signal to the technician to follow his lead. The technician, experienced and perceptive, understood Lu Qingsong's hint. Got it, Secretary Liu. We'll thoroughly survey the geology and structure of this apartment, the technician said, understanding that he had to fabricate evidence to support the illegal construction claim. Young Master Jiang, it will take a while for them to finish the survey. Why don't you find a place to rest for a while? Lu Qingsong said to Jiang Che with a pleasing smile on his face. No, I'll just wait here. Jiang Che shook his head and directly rejected the other party's proposal. If he is or gone now, how can he watch Chu Tian's good show? Lu Qingsong didn't argue and stood by, observing the technicians. Chu Tian, humming a tune, walked towards the apartment with a beautiful girl named Li Junjun, a student at Linjiang University. He was in a good mood, having finally found his first tenant. But as he approached his apartment, he noticed people measuring downstairs and became puzzled. What are you doing? Chu Tian asked a technician, annoyed. Who are you, and why do you care? The technician retorted, irritated by the interruption. I'm the owner of this apartment. You're snooping around without my permission. What's going on? Chu Tian demanded. You're the owner, the technician replied indifferently, knowing the apartment wasn't actually illegal. He had to turn the false claim into reality, likely because Chu Tian had offended Lu Qingsong. Go ask our leader over there, the technician pointed to Jiang Che and Lu Qingsong. Chu Tian, recognizing Jiang Che, felt a surge of hostility. What are you doing here with these guys at my apartment? He demanded. You're the owner? Jiang Che asked, feigning surprise. Yes, I am. You need to leave. Sorry, that's not possible. We've classified your apartment as an illegal and high-risk building based on our survey and feedback from nearby residents. We're confirming this now, and if verified, we'll demolish it, Jiang Che said with a shrug. Illegal high risk? I wasn't informed of any of this, Chu Tian protested. Do you have evidence? A demolition order? This is illegal. Jiang Che handed him the demolition order, smirking. Brother, I can only blame you for being unlucky. You just bought this apartment recently, right? Unfortunately, as long as the investigation is determined to be illegal, your apartment will have to be demolished. Chu Tian was stunned. His apartment, essential for his plans to attract female tenants, was at risk. Without it, how could he pursue his goals? Jiang Che's regretful words were a facade. His eyes gleamed with satisfaction, enjoying the unfolding drama. Chu Tian's face turned a deep shade of blue as he heard Jiang Che's words, his eyes brimming with anger. He had never provoked this guy, so why was Jiang Che targeting him for no reason? Zhang Xiao, why are you here? Chu Tian was about to question Jiang Che when Li Junjun interrupted, looking at Jiang Che excitedly with an abnormal flush on her face. I don't know if I have mentioned it before, but the use of Xiao in Chinese people's name signifies a certain level of respect and acknowledgement of the person's background and position. Do you know me? Jiang Che asked, glancing at her. He was certain he had never met this woman before, but if she knew his name, she must have heard of him. Of course, I know you, Zhang Xiao. I am your little wife. No, I'm your little fangirl. It's hard to find anyone at Linjiang University who doesn't know you, Li Junjun said, blushing. Seeing her unattainable male god in person made her heartbeat quicken with excitement. She hoped to leave a good impression and looked forward to future encounters. You're a student at Linjiang University? Jiang Che asked, slightly surprised. No wonder she knew him, his reputation as the school heartthrob was well known. Yes, my name is Li Junjun, and I'm a sophomore in the Department of Computer Science. How did you meet this guy? Jiang Che asked, even though he already knew. He wanted to hear it from her directly, as Li Junjun was the first heroine Chu Tian picked up in his script. I just came to see the apartment with him. He said the rent here is only 200 a month, Li Junjun answered truthfully. Then you've been deceived by him. This house might be cheap, but it's an illegal structure, posing a life-threatening risk. And for 200 yuan a month, don't you suspect something's off? Jiang Che said, subtly exposing Chu Tian's scheme. This Li Junjun thought seriously about it. She hadn't considered it before, but now it seemed suspicious. If the rent was so low, the place should have been rented out long ago. Why was it still available? Moreover, Chu Tian had been giving her odd looks along the way. Why had she followed him so blindly? She now realized Chu Tian might be trying to deceive her, a naive college student, and force her into something. She remembered seeing similar news stories recently and felt grateful for Jiang Che's warning. Without it, she might have fallen for Chu Tian's trap. Thank you, Senior Jiang, for reminding me. Otherwise, I might have ended up in trouble today, Li Junjun said sincerely, distancing herself from Chu Tian and looking at him warily. Her heart filled with disgust for Chu Tian, who now seemed deceitful despite his appearance. Li Junjun, listen to me. That's not what I meant, Chu Tian said, bewildered. Although his intentions were somewhat dubious, how could Jiang Che know his thoughts, and why did Li Junjun believe Jiang Che so easily? No need to explain, you old lecher, Li Junjun retorted with disgust. You should leave now and stay away from people like him in the future, Jiang Che kindly advised, maintaining his pristine image. He had come to deal with Chu Tian, not to see Li Junjun complain. Senior Jiang, can we add each other on WeChat? Li Junjun looked at Jiang Che expectantly, her eyes filled with hope. No problem, I'll scan your code. Senior Jiang, I'm a sophomore in the Computer Science Department, Class 3. Remember to come and hang out with me when you have time. After adding Jiang Che's contact information, Li Junjun left directly. She wasn't foolish and clearly understood the implication behind Jiang Che's words. Continuing to pester him would only make him dislike her. Besides, today wasn't a waste since she managed to get the contact information of her idol. Ding, the host has cut off Chu Tian's romantic interest, altering the plot, and earning 2,000 villain points. Chu Tian watched in bewilderment as Li Junjun walked away. Damn it, the prey he just found ran away like that. Realizing that Jiang Che was behind all this, Chu Tian's expression turned gloomy. Who are you? Why are you targeting me? He could tell now that this guy was clearly after him, but since returning to China, he had kept a low profile and didn't recall offending anyone like this. Targeting you? Sir, you must be quite self-important. What makes you think someone like you is worth my effort? We're just doing routine business. If your house is illegally built, it needs to be demolished. And about that woman just now, isn't that what you had in mind? I've seen plenty of scum like you in society, Jiang Che sneered, looking at Chu Tian disdainfully. In the book The King of Killers, I returned to China to be a landlord. Chu Tian was not a good person. He belonged to the early urban fiction category, where the protagonist is both good and evil, essentially lacking morals. Some of his actions were so repulsive that even Jiang Che, a villain, couldn't agree with them, especially since he didn't have a habit of sleeping with 50-year-old women. You listening to Jiang Che's mocking words, Chu Tian clenched his fists, his chest heaving with anger. Right now, he just wanted to kill this guy who was ruining his plans, but obviously, he couldn't do that. This was Jojo, where killing meant paying with your life, and he had no background connections since returning to the country, unless he wanted to stop living in Jojo. Leader, the survey of this community is complete. We can confirm that this is an illegal building and has exceeded its service life. The lead technician returned to Jiang Che and the others. He glanced at Chu Tian, whose face had turned ashen. He knew this guy was the owner of the apartment. Even though he had set up Chu Tian, he felt no guilt. After all, this is a world where it's either eat or be eaten. Moreover, he had done such things before and had no psychological burden about it. Good job. Since it's confirmed, let's schedule a time to demolish it directly. Jiang Che praised lightly, left the demolition order, and got up to leave. There was no need to worry about the remaining matters, as Lu Qingsong's people would handle them. His goal had been achieved. Jiang Che didn't pay further attention to Chu Tian. Keeping this guy around could still earn him some villain points, so he didn't plan to kill him just yet. Pack up your things and leave now. We'll be here to demolish the place tomorrow. Although there won't be any demolition compensation, we will still give you some compensation. Lu Qingsong glanced at Chu Tian, gave some instructions, and left. Of course, the compensation was only a verbal promise. He would drag it out, and eventually, there would be no need to pay. Chu Tian watched gloomily as the group left, not stopping them. He wasn't the type to act recklessly. An individual's power is limited, and he couldn't fight these related departments. And that young man was clearly targeting him, but Chu Tian couldn't remember offending such a person. The apartment couldn't be saved, and his plan to woo women had to be put on hold. The immediate priority was to find out who this man was and why he was targeting him. No matter who you are, I'll make you pay. The next day, the demolition plan proceeded as normal, and Chu Tian's apartment was flattened without any incident. Ding, the host designed the flattening of Chu Tian's apartment, altering the plot, and earning 4,000 villain points. Ding, Chu Tian's luck minus 4,000, rewarded 8,000 villain points. Seeing the villain points rewarded by the system, Jiang Che fell into deep thought. He didn't expect that just flattening Chu Tian's apartment would earn him so many rewards. However, he could understand. After all, in the original story, the plot began in this apartment. Losing this apartment meant Chu Tian lost all his romantic encounters with the female leads. You called me here for something, young Master Along entered the living room and asked respectfully. Go monitor this person named Chu Tian. Be careful, this guy is an assassin with strong anti-surveillance skills. Jiang Che said solemnly. Send a few meticulous brothers to keep an eye on him and report to me anytime. Understood, young master. Along responded, bowed, and left. He was already quite adept at handling such tasks. After Along left, Jiang Che communicated with the system in his mind. System, open the attribute panel. Host, Jiang Che. Identity, young master of the Jiang family. Cultivation level, peak transformation. Villain points, 72,000. Cultivation techniques, limitless pure yang, mysterious heavenly scripture, star devourer technique, heavenly insight technique. Martial skills, 9 heaven sword art. Possessions, death substitution talisman, human infant burp bag times 1100, marrow cleansing pill times 9, good luck talisman times 3, nourishing essence pill times 9, sky poison pill times 10, ice mountain snow lotus. Skills, God level disguise, ghost gate 13 needles, God level culinary skill. Seeing the remaining villain points, Jiang Che felt it was time to level up. After all, the world was far from simple. Only by becoming powerful himself would he not fear anyone. Thinking this, Jiang Che left the living room and found a quiet place to break through. System, I want to enhance my cultivation. Ding, deducting 50,000 villain points, upgrading, mysterious heavenly scripture. This cultivation enhancement lasted for over 10 hours. When Jiang Che opened his eyes again, the moon was already high in the sky. The night in Linjiang City was slightly cold, but Jiang Che felt nothing. Jiang Che slowly exhaled a breath of impure air and opened his eyes leisurely. After breaking through to the unity of man and heaven realm, he clearly felt some changes in his body. The internal energy in his body seemed purer, and he had a different understanding of the world. Moreover, after reaching the unity of man and heaven realm, his lifespan would increase to 200 years. It wouldn't be surprising if he lived to be 200. The lifespan of the shattering void realm is 300 years. This is why so many people throughout history have pursued martial arts, not only to strengthen their bodies but also to extend their lives. As for the realms beyond Shattering Void, Jiang Che didn't know. With his abundant internal energy as a support, Jiang Che could already walk in the air. In martial arts, each step is a level. Now, Jiang Che no longer feared ordinary weapons and even some small heavy weapons, like rocket launchers. Looking up at the bright moon in the sky, Jiang Che turned and went back to the living room. "Young master, you've broken through again in the living room." Seeing Jiang Che return, Qing's face lit up with joy and she asked excitedly. She noticed that the young master's temperament had changed again. Previously, he was calm and detached. Now, he seemed like an immortal descending to earth, with an ethereal aura. "That's right." Jiang Che nodded with a smile, his good mood evident from his recent breakthrough. "So, young master, you are now a warrior of the unity of man and heaven realm." Qing looked at Jiang Che with admiration. She had heard Jiang Che explain the levels of martial arts cultivation. Previously, the young master was at the peak of the transformation realm. Breaking through again meant he was now in the unity of man and heaven realm. This was a height many people could not reach in their lifetime, yet the young master had achieved it at the age of 20, truly unprecedented and unparalleled. Compared to the young master, Qing is really not good enough. Why belittle yourself? I have been cultivating longer than you, and you are already a little expert at the innate realm. That's not bad. Jiang Che shook his head. His rapid advancement was mainly thanks to the system. Qing had just started on the path of martial arts and, with his help, had reached the innate realm, which was already impressive. The next morning, in a private room of a restaurant, Chu Tian and a young man sat facing each other. "Do you know this person?" Chu Tian handed a photo of Jiang Che, taken from surveillance, to Lu Hao and asked with a frown. Lu Hao was one of the few friends he had before going abroad. They had been classmates from elementary to high school, with nearly 10 years of friendship. Lu Hao was also the second generation of a small family in Linjiang City, so he might know Jiang Che. "I know him, he is the young master of the Jiang family in Linjiang City." "What's up, brother Tian? Why are you looking for him?" Lu Hao confirmed after a glance at the photo and then looked at Chu Tian with some confusion. After all, young Master Jiang was quite famous in their circle. He was warm, gentle, and easygoing, never putting on airs. Lu Hao had a good impression of Jiang Che, even though Jiang Che didn't know him. He also knew that his brother had done well abroad in recent years. Could it be that he had connected with young Master Jiang? If so, he would really be hitting the jackpot. Although Jiang Che was easy to talk to, his background commanded respect, and no one dared to underestimate him. "How does the Jiang family compare to your Lu family? This guy is my enemy. My apartment was demolished because of him," Chu Tian said coldly, his eyes filled with undisguised killing intent when he mentioned Jiang Che. If it weren't for this B***** interfering, he would have been enjoying a blissful life by now. "Your enemy?" Lu Hao was stunned and a bit bewildered. Damn, this guy had the guts to provoke such a big shot. Although Jiang Che was good-natured, no one ever dared to offend him. Lu Hao thought Chu Tian must have done something to anger Jiang Che, leading to his retaliation. After all, Jiang Che had no reason to target Chu Tian without cause. To Jiang Che, Chu Tian was no more than an ant. "What did you do to anger young Master Jiang? Is there no room for maneuver? Why don't you personally apologize to him?" Lu Hao advised kindly. Offending someone of Jiang Che's status would definitely not end well. "Why, is the Jiang family that powerful?" Seeing Lu Hao's expression, Chu Tian frowned and asked in confusion. He hadn't paid attention to the local noble families in Linjiang City, so he didn't know the Jiang family's significance. "Very powerful." Lu Hao nodded solemnly and continued. "The Jiang family is the #1 family in Linjiang City and has considerable influence in the entire Jiang province. Brother Tian, you should quickly go and apologize to young Master Jiang. Otherwise, it will be difficult to survive in Linjiang City." Even if Jiang Che didn't intend to pursue Chu Tian further, as soon as word got out, countless people eager to curry favor with the Jiang family would cause trouble for Chu Tian. "Apologize to him? How is that possible?" Chu Tian refused without hesitation. "He was the victim here, wasn't he? My house was flattened for no reason, and now I have to apologize." But Lu Hao wanted to persuade Chu Tian further, but he was interrupted before he could finish. "You don't need to persuade me. I will never apologize to him, and I'm not afraid of his revenge," Chu Tian sneered. As the #1 assassin on the killer list and a master of transformation, he naturally didn't take Jiang Che, a rich second generation, seriously. After all, no matter how powerful Jiang Che was, he was just an ordinary person. Even if Jiang Che had immense influence, Chu Tian felt no fear. Moreover, he hadn't provoked Jiang Che at all. Jiang Che had demolished his apartment without a word. Did he think the king of assassins had no temper? If guns were accessible in Jojo, he would have already given Jiang Che a few bullets. All right then, but brother Tian, you should still be careful. Jiang Che is not a simple person. Seeing Chu Tian's strong attitude, Lu Hao didn't say more. Chu Tian had been back for a while, and Lu Hao had heard about his experiences abroad over the past 2 years. He knew that his brother was no longer the same. Now, he was truly capable. Crouching Dragon Villa. Why are you behaving so well today? Looking at Ji Menglin in a maid outfit with black knee-high socks, Jiang Che asked playfully. Ji Menglin had a great figure, about 1.7 meters tall. This maid outfit looked tight on her, giving her a contrasting beauty. Isn't it because you made me wear this? Ji Menglin rolled her eyes at Jiang Che and said unhappily. If it weren't for Jiang Che threatening her with treatment, she wouldn't be wearing such clothes. Perhaps she hadn't even realized that she had started to subconsciously follow Jiang Che's orders. Not bad, it looks quite good. You should wear this at home from now on. Jiang Che glanced at Ji Menglin's absolute territory and praised without hesitation. HMPH, count yourself lucky. Noticing Jiang Che's undisguised gaze, Ji Menglin's face turned slightly red, and she cursed him inwardly as a big pervert. Jiang Che wanted to tease her a bit more, but then he heard his phone ring. Jiang Che glanced at his phone. The caller ID was Good Daughter. Without hesitation, he answered the call. This was the note he gave to Zhang Yuner. Last time at the Zhang family, Zhang Yuner prepared a surprise for him, and he casually mentioned it. Since then, the little girl had been calling him that. Usually, when chatting on the phone, Zhang Yuner always called him Daddy. Brother, are you home now? Are you busy? Do you miss me? As soon as the call connected, Zhang Yuner's excited voice came through. Not busy, what's up? Jiang Che glanced at Ji Menglin and answered casually. Treating Ji Menglin's androphobia wasn't an urgent matter, it could be done anytime. Can you accompany me to a classmate gathering? Zhang Yuner said coquettishly, her tone full of expectation. Well, hearing Zhang Yuner's request, Jiang Che pondered. He didn't want to go to such gatherings. After all, Zhang Yuner's classmates were a bunch of freshmen, immature kids. He had no interest in drinking and eating with them. But such occasions might attract a protagonist. After all, Zhang Yuner's beauty would naturally draw their attention. Daddy, didn't you promise to spend time with me whenever you have time? Now you don't even want to accompany me to a classmate gathering. On the other end of the phone, Zhang Yuner said in a sweet voice, sounding a bit aggrieved, as if she would cry if Jiang Che refused. All right. Hearing Zhang Yuner's cute pleading, Jiang Che agreed against his better judgment. He was a gentleman and not because of Zhang Yuner's sweet voice. Hee, then hurry up and pick me up, brother. I'll be waiting at home. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Che noticed Ji Menglin looking at him with disdain. Even with his thick skin, Jiang Che couldn't help but blush and felt a bit embarrassed. Although he did not turn on the speakerphone, Ji Menglin, as an expert at the innate realm, had extraordinary hearing and naturally heard what Zhang Yuner said. You really are a genuine scumbag. You have my senior sister, such a peerless beauty, as your fiancée, and you still mess with my junior sister. Ji Menglin looked at Jiang Che with contempt and said somewhat sarcastically. She had naturally recognized that the woman's voice just now was that of her junior sister, Zhang Yuner. She really didn't expect that this B***-starred Jiang Che would also get involved with her junior sister. Wasn't he afraid that her senior sister would break his legs if she found out? She knew very well what kind of person her senior sister was. There was no way she would tolerate such a thing happening. If Jiang Che knew what she was thinking, he would definitely scoff. Before his cultivation level improved, he might have feared Shen Qingqiu a little. But now that he was 3 small realms higher than Shen Qingqiu, Jiang Che naturally wasn't afraid of her finding out. When the time comes, if he couldn't handle it, he would just lay it all out. If Shen Qingqiu doesn't agree, he would just punish her until she does. After all, she wouldn't be able to handle his demon-subduing sword technique alone. By finding her a few more junior sisters, he was actually thinking of her well-being. His strength in bed. If y'all didn't get that. Less than Hermitian conjugate matrix. Thinking this way, the guilt that had just arisen in Jiang Che's heart immediately dissipated. Besides, not letting others benefit from his perfection, and conveniently letting her junior sisters benefit, wasn't such a bad idea. You don't need to worry about me and Qingqiu. But if your androphobia shows signs of relapse, I can still help you with the treatment. Jiang Che glanced at Ji Menglin. Why was this woman being so sarcastic? Could it be that she was jealous of him being intimate with another woman? HMPH. Ji Menglin snorted coldly and wisely said no more. She knew that Jiang Che always meant what he said. She didn't want to be treated by this start again. Jiang Che didn't entangle with Ji Menglin any longer. He went to the garage, drove a Maserati, and headed straight for the Jiang family's residence. B-starred, old scumbag, may you die a horrible death. Watching Jiang Che's departing figure, Ji Menglin cursed under her breath, looking like a wronged wife. She didn't know why, but knowing about Jiang Che and Jiang Yun'er's relationship made her inexplicably upset. Menglin's sister, what's wrong with you? Ah Ching walked over from the side and asked curiously, seeing Ji Menglin's distressed look. She didn't understand why Ji Menglin was so angry. She had been watering the flowers in the garden and didn't know what had happened. Your young master is an old scumbag. Ah Ching, don't be fooled by his appearance. Ji Menglin recounted what she had just witnessed to Ah Ching, her tone heavy. During her time at Crouching Dragon Villa, she had gotten along well with Ah Ching, and their relationship was very good. She didn't want this obedient little sister to be completely deceived by Jiang Che, the old scumbag. Hearing Ji Menglin's words, Ah Ching couldn't help but laugh. Seeing Ji Menglin's behavior, wasn't it just jealousy? She knew that her young master was a playboy, but she didn't want to interfere. As long as she had a place in the young master's heart, that was enough. Besides, she didn't know how many times she had played house with the young master. Wasn't it too late to talk about this now? Menglin's sister, are you jealous? Ah Ching asked mischievously, her eyes twinkling. It seemed that the young master's treatment of Ji Menglin hadn't been in vain. How could I be jealous of that old scumbag? Ji Menglin said disdainfully. She wouldn't even look at someone like Jiang Che. Ah Ching covered her mouth and laughed. The young master might not understand a girl's feelings, but she could see through them. Perhaps Ji Menglin realized it herself but just didn't want to admit it. Jiang family mansion, inside Jiang Yun'er's room. What should I wear? Does brother like JK or Lolita? Looking at the various little dresses in the closet, Jiang Yun'er was full of hesitation. Although she liked all these clothes, she had to wear them one by one for Jiang Che to see, right? Forget it, I'll wear this one. After some hesitation, Jiang Yun'er picked up a JK short skirt and a pair of white over-the-knee socks. She hadn't forgotten Jiang Che's house rules and always listened to him. After dressing up, Jiang Yun'er put on her little leather shoes, bounced downstairs, and waited in the living room for Jiang Che to arrive. Dressed so beautifully, are you going to meet your little lover? Seeing Jiang Yun'er's outfit, Yang's mother teased her from the living room while watching TV. She probably guessed what her daughter was thinking, that she was going to see Jiang Che. Yes, Mom, Dad, brother Xiao Che will come to pick me up soon and accompany me to a classmate gathering. Jiang Yun'er said with a smile, correcting herself quickly after realizing her slip. It's summer vacation now, so you can relax a bit. Yang's mother smiled kindly. She had heard Jiang Yun'er mention a classmate gathering tonight. At first, she was worried that Jiang Yun'er might get drunk or be in danger if she went out alone. Although she knew her daughter knew martial arts and was not an ordinary person, as Jiang Yun'er's mother, she couldn't help but worry. But since Yun'er called Jiang Che, she felt relieved. Even if Yun'er got drunk, she wasn't worried anymore. Hee, brother is here. Mom, I'm going now. Seeing the message pop up on her phone, Jiang Yun'er said goodbye to her mother and ran happily towards the gate, looking extremely excited. Sai Jiang Tungji stood on the second-floor corridor, sighing continuously, his face full of complex emotions. Brother. Jiang Che parked the Maserati at the Jiang family's gate and leaned against the car hood, waiting for Jiang Yun'er. From afar, he saw her waving at him. You look very pretty today. Seeing Jiang Yun'er's outfit, Jiang Che didn't hesitate to praise her. The white-haired loli in a JK short skirt with twin ponytails. Jiang Che couldn't help but marvel at how well this little girl could dress up. Hee, as long as brother likes it. Jiang Yun'er said with a smile, feeling delighted at Jiang Che's compliment. Get in the car. Jiang Che opened the passenger door for Jiang Yun'er. After she got in, he also got into the driver's seat, stepped on the gas pedal, and headed straight for Junyu Hotel. Jiang Yuner had previously told him that their classmate gathering would be at Junyu Hotel. Sitting in the passenger seat, Jiang Yuner stared at Jiang Che's handsome profile. After a few days of not seeing him, she felt he looked even more handsome than before. Suddenly, her bright eyes sparkled, and a mischievous smile appeared on her lips as she thought of something. She took off her little leather shoes and placed her white silk-wrapped feet on the front board of the passenger seat. While waiting at a red light, Jiang Che turned his head and saw her actions, feeling somewhat puzzled. Suppressing some thoughts, he took a deep breath and asked, "What are you doing?" "Nothing, just thought it's more comfortable this way," Jiang Yuner said innocently, her big eyes filled with pure light, seemingly not understanding why Jiang Che was asking. Jiang Che wanted to say something else, but his thoughts were interrupted by the honking of the car behind. Seeing the green light, Jiang Che stepped on the gas pedal without thinking further. At Junyu Hotel, in the parking lot, Jiang Che and Jiang Yuner got out of the car one after the other. Looking at Jiang Yuner's smiling face, Jiang Che frowned, feeling that this little girl had done it on purpose. "Did you do that on purpose in the car just now?" "Do what on purpose?" Jiang Yuner looked at Jiang Che with an innocent expression, her big eyes full of naivety. "You're still pretending." Jiang Che rubbed Jiang Yuner's head, feeling a bit annoyed. Jiang Yuner knew some of his preferences, so she must have done it on purpose. After a few days of not seeing her, this little girl had become even more mischievous, daring to tease him like that. "Hee, don't be angry, brother," Jiang Yuner said with a smile, standing on her tiptoes to whisper in Jiang Che's ear. But with Jiang Che being 1.85 meters tall, he was too high for her, who was just over 1.5 meters tall. Jiang Yuner pouted, feeling a bit resentful. "Brother, lower your head, I have something to tell you." When Jiang Che lowered his head, a smile finally appeared on the little girl's face as she whispered in Jiang Che's ear, "Daddy, don't be angry, I'll prepare a surprise for you next time." Jiang Che felt a tingling sensation in his ear, making his heart tremble. This little girl was really too good at this. "Brother, let's go, the gathering is about to start." Jiang Yuner's face also turned slightly red. Saying such things made her feel extremely shy, but it was also a bit exciting. "You said it." Jiang Che raised an eyebrow, said no more, and held Jiang Yuner's soft hand as they walked towards the hotel. On the 6th floor of Junyu Hotel, Jiang Che walked in holding Jiang Yuner's hand. The hall on the 6th floor had been booked by one of Jiang Yuner's wealthy classmates, and now it was filled with young freshmen. Seeing Jiang Yuner holding a man's hand, everyone looked at them curiously and started whispering. "Do you know who that person is with Jiang Yuner?" "No idea, maybe her new boyfriend." "Didn't expect such a cute little loli to have a boyfriend." Sigh. "What a pity." The boys looked disappointed, sighing continuously. After all, who wouldn't want such a cute little loli as a girlfriend? They might have had a chance before, but now Jiang Yuner was taken. Listening to her classmates' discussions, Jiang Yuner proudly lifted her head and took Jiang Che's arm. The surrounding boys, seeing this, felt their hearts shatter and glared at Jiang Che with murderous eyes. Jiang Che remained indifferent, not bothered to argue with this group of kids. "Yuner, aren't you going to introduce your boyfriend?" A heavily made-up woman looked at Jiang Yuner teasingly. Wang Kai also glanced at Jiang Che curiously. He was one of Jiang Yuner's many suitors. He had organized this class gathering, hoping to confess to Jiang Yuner, but it seemed he had no chance now. He could see that the man beside Jiang Yuner was from an extraordinary background. The limited edition Patek Philippe watch on his wrist was something his father couldn't get despite many connections. "This is my boyfriend, Jiang Che, from the Jiang family in Linjiang City. He's also a student at Linjiang University," Jiang Yuner said proudly. With Jiang Che's status, she felt proud to mention it. "Jiang Che, nice name. Which Jiang family is that? I've never heard of it." "Wait, Jiang Che. Isn't he the school prince of Linjiang University? My god, I finally get to meet you." The surrounding girls were excited after hearing Jiang Yuner's introduction. Jiang Che was quite famous at Linjiang University. Every student had heard of him. With his good family background, looks, and academic performance, he was the dream boyfriend of countless female students. They didn't expect to meet their dream guy today. Seeing the girl's eyes light up at Jiang Che, Jiang Yuner suddenly regretted it. She shouldn't have revealed Jiang Che's identity, now she was attracting more rivals. Wang Kai was dumbfounded hearing Jiang Yuner's introduction. He never imagined she had found this big shot as her boyfriend. Others might not know how terrifying Jiang Che's background was, but as the eldest son of the Wang family, he knew. You are young Master Jiang. Wang Kai walked up to Jiang Che cautiously, afraid of saying something wrong and offending him. I am Jiang Che, and you are. Jiang Che nodded, looking at Wang Kai with some confusion. I'm Wang Kai, the eldest son of the Wang family, a freshman at Linjiang University. I've heard a lot about you, young Master Jiang. You're truly outstanding. Meeting you in person, I can see that the praises are true. You're the most handsome man I've ever seen. Wang Kai flattered Jiang Che with a sycophantic smile. Jiang Yuner looked at Wang Kai with disdain, thinking he was just a bootlicker. Nice to meet you. Jiang Che smiled. He didn't mind Wang Kai's attitude, it was better to be friendly. Didn't expect Miss Jiang to find such an outstanding boyfriend. She's really lucky. Wang Kai said with some envy. Any thoughts he had about pursuing Jiang Yuner vanished. He wouldn't dare to covet Jiang Che's woman. That would be digging his own grave. Luckily, he hadn't done anything too bold. Otherwise, he might not have survived today. Thinking about it, Wang Kai's back was drenched in cold sweat. What do you mean by that? Wang Kai. Jiang Yuner frowned, displeased with his words. Nothing. I just meant that you and young Master Jiang are a perfect match. Wang Kai said awkwardly, realizing he had forgotten Jiang Yuner was still there in his eagerness to please Jiang Che. You're good at talking. Jiang Yuner snorted but didn't argue further. She grabbed Jiang Che's arm and sat down with him. Young Master Jiang, I propose a toast to you. Wang Kai raised his glass, stood up, and toasted Jiang Che, then drank the wine in one gulp. Jiang Che remained seated, taking a symbolic sip. He didn't need to show respect to Wang Kai. Seeing Jiang Che's attitude, Wang Kai wasn't offended. He knew Jiang Che had the right to be arrogant, given his background. Young Master Jiang, let me toast to you as well. Seeing Wang Kai's respect for Jiang Che, the others realized his identity was not simple and started to toast him. Jiang Che accepted all the toasts. With his high alcohol tolerance, he wasn't worried about getting drunk. Thus, the class gathering turned into a session of everyone trying to please Jiang Che. Only one young man sat silently in the corner, his expression somewhat gloomy. Lu Mingde looked gloomily at Jiang Che, who was surrounded by people, his expression dark. He was originally just an unknown poor student. One day, he awakened a system and planned to use this opportunity to confess to the goddess he admired. However, he never expected Jiang Che to come out of nowhere and ruin his plans. The system he awakened was called the Godly Tycoon system. As long as he signed in daily, he could receive varying degrees of rewards. Completing tasks issued by the system also earned him rewards. Conversely, failing to complete them resulted in punishments. Today, the system issued him a task to win over Jiang Yuner. If he succeeded, he would receive a villa in the city center. If he failed, he would lose a certain ability permanently. He originally thought that by flaunting his Lamborghini, Jiang Yuner would be in his grasp, assuming she was just an ordinary student from a regular family. But with Jiang Che's unexpected appearance, everything became uncertain. If he couldn't win over Jiang Yuner, the system would turn him into a eunuch, which he absolutely did not want. So, Lu Mingde felt deep hostility towards Jiang Che. He didn't care about Jiang Che's so-called status as a young master. Now that he had the system, he was the chosen one. Are you Yuner's boyfriend? Lu Mingde walked up to Jiang Che, his expression dark, and asked in a hoarse voice. Lu Mingde, shut up! Who gave you the right to call me by my name? Before Jiang Che could respond, Jiang Yuner spoke. She looked at Lu Mingde angrily, her face full of disgust. She was no stranger to this creep who frequently sent her love letters. She usually ignored him, but his persistence only intensified. This B** star dared to call her by her name, risking Jiang Che's misunderstanding. Ding, a protagonist aura has been detected nearby. The system has automatically listed the protagonist's information. Would the host like to view it? View it. Protagonist, Lu Mingde. Cultivation level, none. Luck, 3000. Golden Finger, Godly Tycoon System. Skills, Basic Combat Techniques. A mere ordinary person without any cultivation dared to be so arrogant. Looking at the information listed by the system, Jiang Che felt a bit speechless. This Lu Mingde was indeed a fool. He must have just acquired the system and couldn't wait to show off. However, this guy was showing off to the wrong person, and it was a path to self-destruction. Jiang Che had been disappointed at not encountering any protagonists, but now one had foolishly delivered himself. Your name is Lu Mingde. That's right. I advise you to leave Yuner immediately, or you'll regret it. Lu Mingde said viciously, looking at Jiang Che with malice. Wang Kai looked at Lu Mingde with a strange expression. He was sure this guy was out of his mind to dare say such things to Jiang Che. He probably wouldn't see the sun tomorrow. Thinking of this, Wang Kai couldn't help but look at Lu Mingde with pity. He had to admit, this guy was really brave. Was this what they called having nothing to lose? Are you threatening me? Jiang Che's expression became odd. He was always the one threatening protagonists, but today he was being threatened by an ordinary person with no cultivation. You can think of it that way. Either way, leave Yuner immediately, Lu Mingde said arrogantly, not putting Jiang Che in his eyes at all. In his mind, this so-called young master was just slightly better looking and possibly not even as wealthy as himself. Jiang Yuner, who claimed not to be materialistic, had chosen such a boyfriend. Wasn't she just like all other women, easily swayed by money? Thinking of this made Lu Mingde feel irritated. He had thought Jiang Yuner was different from other women, but it turned out she was the same, a gold digger. Very well. It's been a while since I've seen someone so arrogant. Jiang Che looked at Lu Mingde with some admiration. He understood why this protagonist was so full of himself. A poor loser who suddenly gained the godly tycoon system would naturally want to punch rich kids and gather beauties, reaching the pinnacle of life. Such protagonists generally had a certain resentment towards the rich, believing their poverty was due to the excessive wealth of capitalists. But Jiang Che was not an idiot rich second generation. Since this guy dared to threaten him, he had to be ready to face the consequences. At this moment, a waiter walked in from the hall and respectfully asked, "Excuse me, is the Lamborghini parked at the hotel's entrance yours?" Hearing the waiter's question, everyone looked towards Jiang Che and Wang Kai, as they were the wealthiest among them. Wang Kai glanced at Jiang Che. Although he was the eldest son of the Wang family, they were just a small family. With many family members and a small company, he only drove an Audi A6. It's not mine, Jiang Che shrugged. Parking a car at the hotel entrance and blocking pedestrians was not something he would do. Only a nouveau riche like Lu Mingde would do such a thing, eager to show off his Lamborghini. That car is mine. Here are the keys, park it in the lot. Amidst his classmates' confused looks, Lu Mingde stood up and handed the keys to the waiter. Okay, sir. The waiter was stunned, clearly not expecting the plainly dressed Lu Mingde to own such a luxury car. It showed that appearances could be deceiving, and some people like to play the fool. As the waiter left to park the car, the classmates looked at Lu Mingde with strange expressions. They all knew him as a famous poor student in the class. How could he suddenly afford a luxury car? Had he rented it just to show off, or was he a hidden rich second generation playing the fool? Feeling the shocked gazes of his classmates, Lu Mingde felt elated and satisfied. Now he understood why some people loved to show off, it felt incredibly good. Lu Mingde, where did you get the money for a luxury car? One of the female students couldn't hold back her curiosity and asked. I know some stock trading tricks, made a few million easily. Lu Mingde said casually. He couldn't exactly say his Lamborghini was a system reward. After saying this, he glanced at Jiang Yuner, hoping to attract her attention. Wasn't she into money? He could make millions in a few days. Wasn't that impressive enough? Unfortunately, Jiang Yuner never looked his way, busy serving Jiang Che food, as if nothing had happened. Seeing this, Lu Mingde gritted his teeth in anger, feeling a burning rage. That's amazing. Do you have a girlfriend? Hearing Lu Mingde's words, several girls' eyes lit up, and they eagerly asked. Not yet. Do you need one? One of the girls, ignoring the strange looks from others, flirted openly with Lu Mingde. I do. Lu Mingde, unfamiliar with such advances, swallowed hard and replied. How about I be your girlfriend? The girl batted her eyes seductively at Lu Mingde. Okay. Shall we go? Jiang Che, tired of Lu Mingde's show-off, turned to Jiang Yuner and asked. Lu Mingde was doomed, but not here. Once he leaves the hotel tonight, he will meet the Grim Reaper to escort him to hell. Okay. Jiang Yuner responded obediently, understanding that Jiang Che disliked the flattery around him. She wouldn't force him to do anything he disliked and agreed without hesitation. Jiang Che took Jiang Yuner's soft hand and walked towards the elevator, as if leading his daughter. Take care, young master. Jiang Wang Kai called out respectfully to Jiang Che's back and left with some classmates. He wasn't interested in watching Lu Mingda's show off. Seeing Zhang Yuner leave, Lu Mingda panicked. He hadn't forgotten the system's task, with a 3-day time limit. If he couldn't win over Zhang Yuner in 3 days, he would become a eunuch. As he was about to leave, a senior sister blocked his way. Is my body not as good as hers? Why are you chasing her? The senior sister looked at Lu Mingda with a loving expression. Everyone knew she was only after his money. The surrounding girls envied her boldness, as they wouldn't dare openly offer themselves. Though Lu Mingda wasn't handsome, he had money. Of course not, senior sister, your figure is much better. Lu Mingda swallowed and said, knowing that Zhang Yuner's figure was no match for the beautiful senior sister in front of him. HMPH, at least you know how to talk. Hearing Lu Mingda's words, the woman felt delighted. Senior sister, let's exchange contact information first, and we can talk more later. Lu Mingda smiled and said. He couldn't let the opportunity slip, but now wasn't the time for flirting. After exchanging contact information with the woman, Lu Mingda quickly left. In the parking lot of Junyu Hotel, seeing Jiang Che and Zhang Yuner get into a Maserati, Lu Mingda didn't hesitate and followed them in his Lamborghini. We're home. At the gate of the Jiang family's mansion, Jiang Che stopped the Maserati and looked at Zhang Yuner in the passenger seat with a smile. Thank you, brother, for bringing me home. Zhang Yuner smiled sweetly, leaned over to Jiang Che, kissed his cheek, and then got out of the car. Brother, remember to come and play with me when you have time. I'll have a surprise for you. After saying this, Zhang Yuner's face turned extremely red. Although the night concealed it, Jiang Che couldn't see it, but she still felt shy and quickly walked away on her short legs. This little girl. Jiang Che touched his cheek, still carrying the scent of the young girl, and shook his head with a smile. Jiang Che found himself liking this little girl more and more. She had him completely figured out. Through the rearview mirror, he saw the Lamborghini approaching his position, and a cold smile appeared on his lips. He had planned to settle the score with Lu Mingda after bringing Zhang Yuner home, but since Lu Mingda had come to him, he wouldn't hold back. Lu Mingda was confused as he watched Zhang Yuner walk into the magnificent mansion. He didn't know Zhang Yuner's family background and assumed it was Jiang Che's mansion. Thinking of his unattainable goddess being so proactive with another man, Lu Mingda's face darkened. That detestable rich second generation must have forced Zhang Yuner. As for why Jiang Che didn't go inside, he must have noticed him and was waiting to threaten him, telling him to stay away from Zhang Yuner. After figuring this out, Lu Mingda got out of his car and walked towards Jiang Che. With the system, he believed he was the world's chosen one. How could he fear a mere rich kid? Jiang Che, I advise you to stay away from Yuner. She's not someone you deserve, Lu Mingda said arrogantly, looking down on Jiang Che. Lu Mingda naturally had his confidence. No one but himself, with the system, deserved Zhang Yuner. And you think you deserve her? Hearing Lu Mingda's words, Jiang Che almost burst out laughing. This ridiculous protagonist was rare. Indeed, these godly tycoon protagonists were brainless. With the demeanor of a nouveau riche, having money didn't change his inherent inferiority complex. Did he really think having a system made him invincible? Previous protagonists at least checked Jiang Che's background before causing trouble. This brainless one was a first. What are you laughing at? Seeing the mocking smile on Jiang Che's face, Lu Mingda felt a surge of anger. It was as if Jiang Che never took him seriously, treating him like a clown. I'm laughing at you, kid. Some people in this world are beyond your reach. Didn't you check my background before coming here? Jiang Che looked at Lu Mingda disdainfully, extending his hand towards him. Lu Mingda was pulled towards him, unable to resist. Lu Mingda, who was less than 1.7 meters tall and not very good looking, was no match for Jiang Che. Witchcraft? You know witchcraft? Lu Mingda looked at Jiang Che in terror, cold sweat dripping from his forehead, his voice trembling. He had never seen such a method. He was sure this guy knew some witchcraft. Witchcraft? Jiang Che looked at Lu Mingda as if he were an idiot. This guy had a system and didn't know about martial arts. But thinking about it, Jiang Che understood. Godly tycoon systems usually only rewarded money-related things and never touched the realm of martial arts. Please let me go. I won't bother Zhang Yuner again, I promise, just let me go, Lu Mingda pleaded in fear, realizing Jiang Che wasn't an ordinary person, which explained why Wang Kai grovelled before him. He didn't care about system tasks anymore. His life was more important. Even if the system turned him into a eunuch, he could live a wealthy life. His life had just started improving, he didn't want to die now. Let you go, it's too late. From the moment you threatened me, you should have known your fate. I'm the one who threatens others, not the other way around. In Linjiang City, you're the first, so you should just die, Jiang Che sneered, tightening his grip on Lu Mingda's neck. No, at first, Lu Mingda struggled and spoke, but soon his face turned red, and he slumped, dead. Ding, the host has killed the chosen one, Lu Mingda, rewarded with a mystery box ×1. Hearing the system prompt, Jiang Che tossed Lu Mingda's body to the ground, looking disdainful. What a weakling, truly boring. Lu Mingda was the weakest protagonist he had ever encountered, bar none. Even Shen Qingqiu's cousin, Lin Nan, was a peak dark energy expert. This guy had no cultivation but dared to cause trouble, truly brainless. System, open the mystery box. Ding, the mystery box is opening. Congratulations, host, for obtaining 5,000 villain points. Not bad. Jiang Che nodded in satisfaction, at least it wasn't some useless pill. Taking out corpse-dissolving powder from the system space, Jiang Che scattered it over Lu Mingda's body, turning it to dust. Once the body had completely dissipated into the air, Jiang Che got into his Maserati and headed home. As for the Lamborghini parked in the middle of the road, he didn't plan to deal with it. The money Lu Mingda had was ill-gotten anyway, and someone would naturally handle his aftermath. The next morning, Jiang Che lazily got up from bed. After having breakfast, he went out directly. He drove a Bugatti Veyron towards Lin Xian's Lin Group. He hadn't forgotten what she promised him. It had been a long time, and he hadn't gone to see her, almost forgetting about it. Now that he remembered, he couldn't delay any longer, otherwise, if he forgot again, it would be troublesome. At the Lin Group building, after parking his car, Jiang Che headed straight to the 16th floor, to Lin Xian's CEO office. Jiang Che had been to Lin's a few times before, and the employees knew him. Along the way, many greeted him, aware of his special relationship with their CEO. Hello, young Master Jiang. To maintain his public persona, Jiang Che smiled back at everyone, looking very approachable. Young Master Jiang is so handsome. Our CEO Lin is really lucky. If I had such a handsome and rich boyfriend, I wouldn't care how many women he kept outside. One female employee said with a love-struck expression, her eyes dreamy as she watched Jiang Che leave. You little tramp, always dreaming of such things. Do you think young Master Jiang would even look at you? Another female employee said disdainfully, giving her a look. It wasn't even dark yet, and she was already dreaming. Can't I even dream? The love-struck girl retorted, feeling unhappy. Although she knew it was unrealistic, it didn't stop her from dreaming. On the 16th floor, inside the CEO office, Jiang Che didn't even knock, directly pushing the door open and walking in. He saw Lin Xian, who was busy handling documents. Disturbed from her work, Lin Xian frowned, looking very displeased. Didn't this guy know to knock before entering? Lin Xian was about to reprimand her employee but froze when she saw it was Jiang Che. What brings you here? I missed you, so I came to see you. Jiang Che pulled over a chair, sat opposite Lin Xian, and said gently. He couldn't say he came to make her fulfill her promise, could he? HMPH, men's words are always lies. Lin Xian snorted coldly, her tone unfriendly, but she showed a bright smile. Although she knew Jiang Che liked to sweet-talk her, she couldn't resist enjoying it. And after not seeing him for a while, she did miss him a bit. What are you busy with? Jiang Che asked curiously, seeing the pile of documents on her desk. Recently, Lin's received an order from a company from Modu, asking us to deliver a drug within a specified time. I'm weighing the pros and cons, hesitating whether to sign this contract. Lin Xian sighed. Signing the contract might earn some money, but only barely covering labor costs due to the low profit and high effort. However, if they didn't sign, the Modu company might not approach Lin's again. Since this company needed long-term orders, and Lin's wasn't the only pharmaceutical company, Lin Xian was very hesitant. I'm here today for something. Hearing Lin Xian's words, Jiang Che found it interesting and changed the topic directly. Go ahead, what is it? Lin Xian glanced at Jiang Che, knowing he wouldn't visit her without a reason. He was always one to come only when there was a need. Do you remember the promise you made to me at the banquet last time? Jiang Che glanced at Lin Xian's black silk-clad legs, casually asking. What promise did I make? Lin Xian was stunned but quickly realized what Jiang Che was implying, her creamy face blushing attractively. Well, I remember. Lin Xian stammered, her voice as soft as a mosquito's, lowering her head shyly. She didn't expect Jiang Che to remember such a casual promise for so long. She didn't know that it was an obsession for Jiang Che, and he wouldn't give up until his goal was achieved. Good, as long as you remember. You can fulfill your promise now. Jiang Che laughed dryly, looking at Lin Xian with anticipation. Blushing, Lin Xian didn't refuse. She took off her peep-toe high heels, revealing her black silk-clad feet. Why do you have such strange preferences? Lin Xian looked at Jiang Che with confusion, bewildered by his peculiar tastes. But she wasn't one to break a promise. Since she agreed, she would fulfill it. Hiss. You wouldn't understand. Jiang Che took a deep breath, not answering her question. How could he explain this? Everyone had different preferences, so it was normal to have unique interests. Looking at Jiang Che, who didn't want to dwell on the topic, Lin Xian didn't ask further and continued with her task. You feeling Jiang Che's reaction, Lin Xian blushed even more, feeling extremely shy. She never expected that such a thing could trigger such a reaction in him. Why did that Modu company want to cooperate with your Lin family? Jiang Che frowned, changing the topic, sensing Lin Xian's shyness. Finally getting a chance to make Lin Xian fulfill her promise, he wasn't about to let her off easily. Opportunities like this didn't come often. I'm not sure. That company specifically called for us for cooperation. And their young master will visit Linjiang City in a few days for an inspection. Lin Xian shook her head, not fully understanding the situation. The young master, is it a man or a woman? Jiang Che caught the key detail and asked eagerly. He sensed something unusual about this situation. Lin Corporation had no previous cooperation with them, so why would they suddenly seek Lin's out specifically? It's a man. Why? Lin Xian looked at Jiang Che, puzzled by his sudden question. Nothing, I think I understand. Jiang Che pondered for a moment, figuring out some details. Since it was a man, seeking cooperation with Lin's and having Lin Xian sign the contract instead of Lin Kanghai, it was clearly aimed at Lin Xian. This guy was likely a protagonist, but Jiang Che didn't know what kind yet. Continue, don't forget your main task. Noticing Lin Xian had stopped, Jiang Che kindly reminded her. Lin Xian glared at Jiang Che coquettishly but didn't say more. Are you satisfied now? Lin Xian glared at Jiang Che, speaking somewhat angrily. This dog of a man, always finding new ways to bully her. I'm satisfied. Jiang Che nodded contentedly. He had to admit that Lin Xian had a certain talent in this aspect. Although she didn't have much experience, she had a keen willingness to learn, which was commendable. How about we go have lunch together? Jiang Che glanced at his watch, feeling very relaxed and at ease. Wait a moment, I'll go change my clothes. Lin Xian walked barefoot to the bedroom at the corner of her office. It was her resting place whenever she got tired of working, where she kept some of her clothes. If it weren't for this bedroom, she wouldn't have agreed to Jiang Che's unreasonable request. A few minutes later, Lin Xian came out of the bedroom, dressed in a fresh outfit. Let's go, let's have lunch. Jiang Che took Lin Xian's soft hand and led her out of the office. Lin Xian let Jiang Che hold her hand without any struggle. She had grown accustomed to this intimacy and no longer resisted it as she did before. Jiang Che took Lin Xian out of Lin's building, got into his Bugatti, and drove straight to a nearby Michelin restaurant. After lunch, Jiang Che accompanied Lin Xian for some shopping before taking her back to Lin's group before heading home. By the pool at Crouching Dragon Villa, Jiang Che laid leisurely on a lounge chair, basking in the sun with a look of contentment. Ji Menglin stood obediently behind him, massaging his shoulders. After continuous treatment, Jiang Che clearly felt that Ji Menglin's androphobia had significantly improved. Now, she massaged his shoulders and washed his feet with much more compliance, without the resistant expression she used to have. Perhaps Ji Menglin herself hadn't even noticed these subtle changes. Your home isn't in Linjiang City? Jiang Che suddenly asked out of nowhere. He remembered that in Divine Doctor Descends the Mountain, my 7 senior sisters are peerless beauties. Ji Menglin's background wasn't detailed, she was always alone. I don't have a home. My foster parents were killed. Ji Menglin was silent for a long time before speaking. Since she could remember, she never felt she had a home. She was adopted by a couple at a young age. Later, that couple was killed by their enemies. She was 15 then, and her master happened to come down the mountain, saw her talent, and took her back to Fengming Mountain, where she stayed for 5 years. At 20, after avenging her foster parents, she went abroad and became an assassin. She spent 3 years abroad as an assassin and only recently returned to the country. I'm sorry for bringing up something that upsets you. Jiang Che touched his nose, feeling a bit helpless. He was just curious and didn't expect her childhood to be so tragic. Although Ji Menglin didn't go into details, her tone and expressions conveyed a lot. No wonder she became an assassin abroad for 3 years. Probably because of her dark experiences growing up, she had a strong aversion to certain things. He also knew that Ji Menglin only killed those who were corrupt and harmed ordinary people. She wouldn't take orders just based on revenge, she had principles. Having experienced darkness from a young age, she didn't want others to face similar fates. Although she lived in darkness, her heart yearned for light. She did what she could within her power, helping as much as she could. Unfortunate people spend their lives healing from their childhoods, and Ji Menglin was clearly one of the unfortunate ones. From now on, you can consider this place your home, Jiang Che said in an unusually gentle tone to Ji Menglin, without his usual overbearing demeanor. After all, this woman was already his, and her androphobia was nearly cured. There was no need to always be harsh. Although he was ruthless, he knew how to differentiate between people. He was ruthless to his enemies but saw no need to be harsh with his own. Ji Menglin looked deeply at Jiang Che, realizing that this young master wasn't as bad as she had thought. He could be domineering, but his gentleness was also very charming. Can you always talk to me in this gentle tone? Ji Menglin found herself liking Jiang Che's gentle side. That depends on your behavior. If you behave well, of course, I can. Jiang Che shrugged. Ji Menglin said no more. Without waiting for Jiang Che's orders, she began massaging his shoulders again, her feelings towards him subtly changing. Not bad, you're improving. Jiang Che praised her appropriately. After professional training, Ji Menglin's massage techniques had noticeably improved. Amidst the endless sandstorms, watching you leave. Just as Jiang Che was enjoying life, his phone on the table rang. Seeing the caller ID is all long, Jiang Che answered without hesitation. Young master, Chu Tian, whom you asked us to monitor, has made a move. Along's respectful voice came through the phone. Oh, what's he up to? Jiang Che asked curiously. Chu Tian's apartment had been flattened by his orders, throwing the plot into chaos. He didn't know what Chu Tian was planning next. He's been getting close to Lu Hao from the Lu family in Linjiang City. It seems like they're plotting something. Lu Hao hearing this, Jiang Che fell into thought. He had some impression of this person. In The King of Assassins Returns to be a Landlord, Lu Hao was a recurring supporting character. He was very close to Chu Tian, essentially acting as Chu Tian's lackey. In the middle of the story, when Chu Tian started his own company and built his own power, Lu Hao was indispensable. Of course, since he wasn't the protagonist, he didn't end well. Jiang Che thought Chu Tian would come for revenge, giving him a chance to kill him. But after several days without seeing Chu Tian, he received Along's report instead. Keep monitoring him. Report to me immediately if Chu Tian makes any major moves. Jiang Che ordered and then hung up the phone. Who is Chu Tian? Your enemy? Ji Menglin asked suddenly, seemingly out of curiosity. Jiang Che hadn't avoided her during the call, so she heard everything. Yes, he's my enemy. Jiang Che glanced at her and nodded. Ji Menglin didn't ask further. She obediently continued to massage Jiang Che's shoulders. In a private room of a restaurant, Lu Hao and Chu Tian sat facing each other. Brother Tian, I really can't get my hands on a sniper rifle. Lu Hao sighed and said with a bitter smile. For the past couple of days, under Chu Tian's orders, he had been looking for a way to get a gun. But Jojo was different from abroad, with strict gun control laws. It wasn't something he could just obtain. If it can't be done, then forget it. Chu Tian frowned and said. Initially, to be on the safe side, he wanted to get a gun before seeking revenge on Jiang Che. Since it was impossible to get one, he had no choice but to give up on that plan. He had been waiting for Lu Hao's news these past few days. Since he couldn't get a sniper rifle, he decided to storm Jiang Che's crouching dragon villa alone. After all, he had a mid-stage transformation cultivation level. This was his greatest confidence, so he wouldn't fear a mere rich young master. I'm sorry, Brother Tian. Lu Hao said guiltily. Failing to get the sniper rifle as expected by Chu Tian made him feel remorseful. It's not your fault, there's no need to feel guilty. Chu Tian shook his head and then got up to leave. I have some things to prepare for tonight. Lu Hao watched Chu Tian's departing figure without stopping him. After drinking a cup of hot tea, he also left. At 10 o'clock in the evening, Chu Tian, dressed in night gear, sneaked to the entrance of Crouching Dragon Villa. Lying on the wall, Chu Tian observed the security's shift change timing and took advantage of the shift change to sneak into the villa. Thinking he was being stealthy, Chu Tian was soon discovered by Fu Bo, who was strolling in the garden. "So you came after all." Seeing Chu Tian in his night gear, Fu Bo stroked his beard and smiled. Jiang Che had told him that someone might try to sneak in late at night in the coming days, so he should keep an eye out. He didn't expect to encounter the person Jiang Che mentioned just 2 days into his patrols. Chu Tian looked warily at Fu Bo, who had silently appeared before him. The fact that the old man could appear without him noticing meant his cultivation was higher, and Chu Tian felt an unprecedented sense of oppression from him. Realizing he had fallen into Jiang Che's trap, Chu Tian cursed inwardly and decided to escape. Although he couldn't gauge the old man's cultivation, it was evidently above his own, making it impossible to win. Knowing when to retreat was wise, he wasn't foolish enough to fight a losing battle. "Since you're here, don't think about leaving." Seeing Chu Tian about to escape, Fu Bo sneered. In a swift movement, he appeared before Chu Tian, raised his palm, and struck Chu Tian's chest hard. The whole sequence happened in an instant, and before Chu Tian could react, he was sent flying, crashing into an ancient tree in the distance. The commotion naturally alerted the patrolling security guards, who rushed over. "Fu Bo, what happened?" the lead guard asked curiously, seeing Fu Bo out in the courtyard at this hour. "Someone tried to assassinate the young master." Fu Bo looked at the direction where Chu Tian had fallen and said calmly. He didn't blame the guards, knowing their cultivation was only at the innate level, making it impossible for them to detect Chu Tian. The guards were stunned and followed Fu Bo's gaze, seeing Chu Tian struggling to get up from the ground. Chu Tian, enduring the pain, wiped the blood from his mouth and looked at Fu Bo with dread. This old man's cultivation was indeed terrifying. One palm strike had severely injured him. Without hesitation, Chu Tian leapt onto a tree, trying to escape. This was a hopeless battle. Staying meant certain defeat. With limited cultivation, no matter how much he resisted, he couldn't win. Still trying to run, Fu Bo sneered, leaping from the ground and appearing next to Chu Tian in the blink of an eye. Grabbing Chu Tian by the collar, he slammed him to the ground. Boom! With a loud crash, a human-shaped pit about a meter deep appeared in the courtyard. Chu Tian lay unconscious at the bottom, his fate uncertain. The guards swallowed hard, looking at Fu Bo in disbelief. They had no idea Fu Bo was a martial arts master and had always thought he was just an ordinary person. Who would have thought this old man was hiding such prowess? A hidden master indeed. "Fu Bo, how should we deal with him? Should we inform the young master?" One guard, suppressing his shock, approached Fu Bo and asked. "Take him to the basement and tie him up. We'll inform the young master tomorrow." Fu Bo glanced at Chu Tian and ordered. Chu Tian was severely injured and couldn't cause any trouble. They would deal with him once Jiang Che woke up. It was already late, and Fu Bo didn't want to disturb Jiang Che's cultivation. "Understood." The guards, hearing this, dragged Chu Tian out of the pit like a dead dog and took him to the basement. Fu Bo also returned to his room to rest. The next day, early morning, in the living room of Crouching Dragon Villa. "Young master, that Chu Tian has already been locked up by me," Fu Bo respectfully said to Jiang Che, who was drinking tea. "He came last night?" Jiang Che asked, somewhat surprised. "Last night, he accidentally played a big game with Ah Ching and felt a bit tired, so he slept deeply and didn't notice what happened last night. Yes, he is now locked in the basement." Fu Bo nodded and said, "I'll go take a look." Jiang Che stood up and walked towards the basement. He had only speculated that Chu Tian might come, but he didn't expect he actually did. Since he was in such a hurry to seek death, Jiang Che naturally had to fulfill his small wish. In the dark and damp basement, Chu Tian slowly opened his eyes, feeling pain all over his body, and couldn't help but take a deep breath. Recalling the events of last night in his mind, his eyes were full of anger. He didn't expect Jiang Che to be hiding so deeply. This time he was really careless. He never thought the other party would have such a highly skilled expert by his side. Chu Tian looked around at the surroundings and involuntarily frowned. He found himself tied to a chair, and all his cultivation had been sealed. Chu Tian's face was somewhat gloomy, as this situation was very unfavorable for him. He could say he had no way out now, and could only be manipulated like a puppet on strings. Jiang Che opened the basement door and walked in from outside, with Fubo following behind him. Mr. Chu, you are indeed reckless. Didn't you investigate my situation before coming? Jiang Che glanced disdainfully at Chu Tian, asking playfully. Compared to Yi Tian, this guy was far worse. At least Yi Tian would probe his strength before attempting an assassination, but this guy just charged in blindly. Kill me if you want, I'm at your mercy. This time, I admit defeat. Chu Tian snorted coldly, looking as if he had accepted his fate. Countless times during missions he had been in dangerous situations, he was used to it, living a life on the edge every day, he had long put life and death aside. Do you think I don't dare to kill you? Jiang Che's face was full of a bloodthirsty smile. He picked up a handgun from the table, loaded it, and pressed it against Chu Tian's forehead. Mr. Chu, I'm not joking. If I say I'll kill you, I will definitely kill you. Jiang Che sneered. Chu Tian was definitely going to die, but not now, as he still had some value left. Fu Bo, watch him carefully, don't let him commit suicide. Jiang Che gave an order, then turned and walked out of the basement door. He planned to find Zhang Yuner and make sure she squeezed out the last bit of value from Chu Tian. Yes, young master. At the Zhang family, in Zhang Yuner's room. Upon learning that Jiang Che was coming, Zhang Yuner immediately changed into a black and white JK short skirt, wore white over-the-knee socks, and tied her hair into high ponytails. Her fair, jade-like face was full of joy. Big brother hasn't come to see me for 3 days. This time he came because Zhang Yuner's little head was full of wild thoughts, her face blushing with a drunk-like redness. She was shy yet full of anticipation. After all, she had already accepted her role as Jiang Che's woman. It seems those movies I've watched are finally useful. Jiang Che walked unimpeded into Zhang Yuner's room, as the Zhang family members all knew him and did not stop him. What are you thinking? So lost in thought. As soon as he opened the door, he saw the little girl Zhang Yuner staring blankly at the ceiling, with drool at the corner of her mouth, looking silly. Jiang Che shook his head with a smile, the silly girl didn't even notice his arrival. Ah, big brother, you're here. Seeing Jiang Che, Zhang Yuner finally came to her senses, wiping the drool from her mouth, looking extremely shy. After all, what she was thinking just now was too embarrassing. Big brother, did you come to see me because you missed me? Shall we start here or maybe we should go out? My parents are home. Zhang Yuner chattered on, saying a bunch of things in one breath. After saying all this, Zhang Yuner's little head lowered deeply, her fair, tender hands nervously clasped together. What are you thinking? I came to talk about serious matters. Jiang Che walked to her side, flicked her little head, and said with a laugh. He didn't expect the little girl to think like this. Was he being too hasty? Although Jiang Che was also looking forward to it, now was clearly not the time for such things. Ah, so it's serious business. Zhang Yuner was stunned, her face becoming even more embarrassed. How shameful! How could she have such wild thoughts? She wondered if her brother would look down on her because of this, which would be a bit of a loss. People online say that men always like the new and tire of the old, and don't cherish what they have. Although she was a bit afraid, Zhang Yuner believed her brother was not that kind of person. Remember this cultivation method's root. Jiang Che took out the star-devouring technique from the system space and handed it to Zhang Yuner, speaking indulgently. Brother, what kind of cultivation method is this? Zhang Yuner first flipped through the method casually, then raised her milky white face, asking with some confusion. This is called the star-devouring technique. It can absorb others' internal energy for your own use, and has no side effects. This hearing Jiang Che's words, Zhang Yuner's bright eyes were filled with shock. When she was on the mountain, she had heard her master mention such a technique, but had never seen it. She didn't expect such a method to actually exist in this world, and it appeared in Jiang Che's hands. If this method were placed in the outside world, it would undoubtedly cause a huge storm, with major martial arts families fighting to the death over it. After all, the value of this method was too tempting, no martial artist could refuse it. Without having to cultivate themselves, they could absorb others' internal energy for their own use, and with no side effects. Just this point alone made it irresistible to many. Unexpectedly, Jiang Che directly gave it to her, which made Zhang Yuner feel deeply moved. She looked at Jiang Che with tearful eyes, her voice soft and tender as she spoke. Brother, why are you so good to me? You said you wanted to be my little wife, how could I not treat you well? Jiang Che patted the little girl's head, smiling indulgently. Since the little girl was so eager, Jiang Che naturally wouldn't be stingy. Moreover, the star-devouring technique was useless to him, so it was better to give it to Zhang Yuner. Zhang Yuner didn't say anything more. She jumped 3 feet high, into Jiang Che's arms, and kissed him on the cheek. "Thank you, big brother. I like you the most," Zhang Yuner said with a smile, her little head burrowing in Jiang Che's arms, looking extremely happy. "Alright, you first memorize these mantras and mental methods, then I'll take you to improve your cultivation." Jiang Che gently took the little girl out of his embrace and said with a smile. Now was clearly not the time to be sentimental. "Okay." Zhang Yuner nodded her small head vigorously, picked up the star-devouring technique, and started reading, her eyes very focused, silently reciting the mental methods in her heart. Jiang Che walked to the window, opened it, lit a cigarette, and slowly smoked, not disturbing Zhang Yuner. "Big brother, I've memorized everything. We can go now." In no time, Zhang Yuner walked over to Jiang Che with a smile, stretching out her tender white hand to hold Jiang Che's arm. So fast Jiang Che looked at Zhang Yuner in surprise, not expecting that the little girl had such a photographic memory. After all, although the mental methods seemed simple, they were not easy to fully memorize. He hadn't even finished smoking his cigarette, and she had already remembered everything. "I only memorized some basic mental methods." Zhang Yuner shook her head and said. Although she had a good memory, it wasn't that fast to memorize the entire technique's mental methods. She just remembered the most basic parts, just knowing how to absorb others' internal energy was enough. "Then let's go." Jiang Che extinguished the cigarette in his hand, held Zhang Yuner's soft hand, and went out the door. After greeting Zhang Yuner's parents, they both left and got into Jiang Che's Maserati. "Sigh, the little cabbage we've raised for 19 years has just been taken away." Zhang Tongji looked at the backs of the two leaving, sighing continuously, his expression extremely complicated. Although he knew that his daughter being with Jiang Che was considered a good match, he still felt a bit uncomfortable. This kind of feeling could only be understood by those who had been fathers. "This is your karma." Zhang Yuner's mother glared at Zhang Tongji, knowing exactly what her husband was thinking. She didn't feel any aversion. After all, which of those from large families weren't like this? Hearing his wife's words, Zhang Tongji's old face turned red, his expression somewhat embarrassed. He didn't dare to argue and directly got up, leaving the living room and heading to the study. In the basement of Crouching Dragon Villa, Jiang Che brought Zhang Yuner here. Chu Tian had already been knocked unconscious by Fu Bo. "Big brother, do you want me to absorb his internal energy?" Zhang Yuner looked at Chu Tian and then asked with some hesitation, her expression a bit uncertain. Although she had a mischievous personality and liked to prank others, she didn't want to absorb someone's internal energy for no reason. After all, she had no deep hatred with this person, and she was inherently kind-hearted. "That's right. This guy is my enemy, a heinous villain who commits all sorts of atrocities." Jiang Che, seeing the little girl's hesitation, began to smear Chu Tian's name, continuously throwing mud at him. Although he was making things up, some parts were true. As the king of killers, Chu Tian had taken countless innocent lives over the years. Such a scumbag. Hearing Jiang Che's words, Zhang Yuner's small face visibly darkened. She hadn't expected this guy to be such a despicable character. It seemed that her big brother had done something good and was hated by this guy. Understanding this, Zhang Yuner felt even more respect for Jiang Che. She no longer hesitated, put on the prepared gloves, and placed her hands on Chu Tian's temples, beginning to absorb his internal energy according to the star-devouring technique. Chu Tian showed no signs of waking up throughout, his face gradually turning pale. Jiang Che stood beside Zhang Yuner, highly alert for any sudden changes. Over 2 hours later, Zhang Yuner finally withdrew her hands, her face filled with excitement. "Big brother, I feel like I'm about to break through." "Fu Bo, take Yuner to the guest room for her breakthrough." Jiang Che looked at Fu Bo, who had been standing by his side, and instructed. "Yes, young master." Fu Bo responded and then looked at Zhang Yuner with a kind smile. "Miss Yuner, please come with me." He could naturally see that the relationship between Miss Zhang and his young master was not simple, but such matters were not his concern. Moreover, he was happy to see Jiang Che like this. After all, Jiang Che was the only heir of the Zhang family, and the family needed Jiang Che to continue the bloodline. After Fu Bo took Zhang Yuner away, Jiang Che had a bodyguard bring a basin of cold water and poured it over Chu Tian. After all, simply killing Chu Tian would be too easy for him. Cough, cough. Chu Tian coughed violently and then slowly opened his eyes. He struggled to get up from the chair but realized that he had no internal energy left in his body, which left him stunned. Damn, where was his internal energy? He clearly remembered that before he lost consciousness, his cultivation was sealed, but he could still feel his internal energy. Now, after being unconscious for a while, his internal energy had completely disappeared. Looking at Jiang Che's mocking smile, Chu Tian's face turned gloomy, knowing without a doubt that this guy had taken his internal energy. It was UUB** cutting off someone's future was like killing their parents. Jiang Che's actions had undoubtedly destroyed his future, making him extremely furious. This was worse than killing him. Even if he survived today, he would be just an ordinary person, which was meaningless. If you hadn't come here to court death last night, you might have lived a few more days. Jiang Che smiled cruelly, picked up the loaded handgun again, and pressed it against Chu Tian's forehead. No, please, spare me. Chu Tian looked at Jiang Che with terrified eyes, cold sweat continuously dripping from his forehead. He had thought he had come to terms with life and death, but facing death for real, he couldn't remain calm. Jiang Che didn't respond to Chu Tian's plea, answering with 3 bullets instead. With the sound of 3 gunshots, Chu Tian's head tilted, and he was dead. Ding, the host has killed the son of luck, Chu Tian. Reward. Mystery box ×1. Open the mystery box. Ding, opening the mystery box. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 10,000 villain points. Open the attribute panel. Host. Jiang Che. Identity. Eldest young master of the Jiang family. Cultivation. Early stage of man in heaven. Villain points, 37,000. Techniques. Pure Yang limitless technique, mysterious heavenly scripture, star devouring technique, heavenly insight technique. Martial skills. 9 heaven's sword art. Possessions. Substitution talisman, human infant burp bag ×1100, marrow cleansing pill ×9, luck talisman ×3, nourishing essence pill ×9, sky poison pill ×10, 10,000 year ice mountain snow lotus. Skills. God level disguise technique, ghost god 13 needles, god level culinary skill. Looking at the remaining villain points, Jiang Che nodded with satisfaction. As long as he kills another protagonist, it should be enough for the next upgrade. System, I want to accept a new plot. Ding, transmitting the plot. The return of the war god. After accepting the system transmitted plot, Jiang Che frowned. Unlike previous protagonists with no background, this war god Chen Feng had considerable military achievements in the northern border of Zhou. He was one of the 4 great warlords under the northern border war god. 6 years ago, the Chen family was annihilated by enemies, and he was the only one who miraculously survived. Chen Feng fled alone to the northern border, where he fought bloody battles for 6 years, not only cultivating terrifying internal energy but also becoming one of the 4 great warlords under the northern border war god due to his significant military achievements. This time, the plot begins because Chen Feng's childhood sweetheart, Xiao Qingge, was coerced by her family. The Xiao family was just a second-rate family in Linjiang City and had some business dealings with the Jiang family. It was thanks to this connection that the Xiao family leapt from an insignificant small family to a second-rate family in Linjiang City. Xiao Qingge had a marriage contract with Chen Feng, and she had been waiting for him during his 6-year disappearance. However, recently, the Xiao family faced some financial issues and couldn't patch up their deficits in time, making it impossible to repay the huge debt to the Jiang family, risking breach of contract. At this point, they pushed Xiao Qingge out, asking Jiang Che to accept her, essentially making her his concubine in exchange for the Jiang family's forgiveness. The Xiao family knew Jiang Che had a fiancée, so they didn't dare to ask for too much. Jiang Che's mother saw that Xiao Qingge was quite beautiful, a rare beauty, and agreed on his behalf. Upon receiving the news, Chen Feng rushed back from the northern border. He returned with honor, determined to climb to the top of Linjiang City over Jiang Che's dead body. Unsurprisingly, Jiang Che became a cannon fodder villain. Moreover, the massacre of Chen Feng's family had connections to Jiang Che's family, with his grandfather involved behind the scenes. Does this count as paying for my grandfather's sins? Jiang Che shook his head helplessly but didn't think much of it. If it comes, it comes. After all, he wasn't afraid of Chen Feng. In Linjiang City, it was his turf. Even if Chen Feng had the northern border as his backing, his family wasn't to be trifled with. Although they couldn't contend with the entire northern army, they wouldn't fear a mere warlord. Glancing at Chu Tian's corpse, Jiang Che took out a bag of corpse-dissolving powder from the system space and turned Chu Tian to ashes. After dealing with Chu Tian's body, Jiang Che walked out of the basement and headed for the living room. In the living room, Zhang Yun'er's cultivation had already broken through to the peak of the innate stage. She was sitting on the sofa, eagerly waiting to share the good news with her brother. Jiang Che hadn't arrived yet, but she noticed Ji Menglin coming out from the side. "Senior sister, why are you here?" Seeing the sudden appearance of Ji Menglin, Zhang Yun'er's milky white face was full of confusion. Why was her senior sister in her brother's villa? Could it be that she was also her brother's woman? I came to see Jiang Che for a consultation. Ji Menglin's face was a bit embarrassed as she stammered. She couldn't possibly tell Zhang Yun'er that she was forcibly brought here by Jiang Che for treatment that would be a blow to her dignity as a senior sister. "Are you sick? Is it serious?" Hearing Ji Menglin's words, Zhang Yun'er asked worriedly. Last time Ji Menglin came to the Zhang family, she seemed fine. Could it be that she suddenly developed a serious illness? Moreover, she had never heard that Jiang Che had medical skills. "Not serious, it's already been cured." Ji Menglin shook her head, not wanting to dwell on the matter. It was hard to explain anyway. Just as she was about to ask Zhang Yun'er what she was planning to do, she was stunned. Because she sensed the terrifying aura emanating from Zhang Yun'er, an aura only at the peak of the innate stage. Ji Menglin. She remembered seeing her junior sister a month ago, who was only at the early stage of the innate stage. How did she suddenly break through to the peak of the innate stage? Damn, a breakthrough every 10 days? Are you kidding? How did you break through so quickly? Ji Menglin asked, baffled. Zhang Yun'er's rapid advancement was beyond normal comprehension. She had never seen anyone improve so quickly. At this rate, wouldn't she reach the heaven and man stage in a month? Could it be that the little girl had a fortuitous encounter recently? Hee, it's all thanks to my big brother, Zhang Yun'er said with a smile. When she mentioned Jiang Che, her milky white face was full of admiration. What did he do? Before Ji Menglin could ask more, Jiang Che walked into the living room. Seeing Jiang Che, Zhang Yun'er's eyes lit up. She ran into his arms, her expression excited. Big brother, I broke through to the peak of the innate stage. Zhang Yun'er said with a flushed face, her small hands constantly patting Jiang Che's chest, looking extremely excited. Advancing from the early stage of the innate stage to the peak in a month was something she had never dared to imagine. She couldn't believe Jiang Che had made it possible. Truly, her great hero. Not bad. Jiang Che patted Zhang Yun'er's head, praising her. Indeed, having her absorb Chu Tian's internal energy was the right decision. His cultivation was far lower than his, so absorbing Chu Tian's internal energy had no effect on him. But for Zhang Yun'er, who was only at the mid-innate stage, absorbing Chu Tian's internal energy instantly elevated her to a peak innate stage expert, with obvious results. Hee, I still have to thank you, brother duck. Why be so polite to me? Jiang Che fondly patted Zhang Yun'er's little head, and they exchanged doting glances. Ji Menglin couldn't stand it any longer. Watching them act as if she was invisible and flirt with each other made her uncomfortable. For some reason, seeing these two so close made her feel a bit uneasy. Ji Menglin now understood that Zhang Yun'er's rapid improvement in cultivation was due to Jiang Che's help. It's all thanks to you that Yun'er can improve her cultivation so quickly, isn't it? Ji Menglin said in a sour tone, her eyes filled with resentment. She had been treated by this king many times but had seen no benefits. Ji Menglin felt that her relationship with Jiang Che was good enough, so why was this B***** so biased? Why, do you want to learn too? Jiang Che raised his brows and looked at Ji Menglin with a playful smile, feeling a bit pleased. It seemed that his continuous treatment was having an effect, at least this woman's misogyny was almost gone. Of course I want to learn. Can I? Ji Menglin looked at Jiang Che expectantly. Who wouldn't want a quick way to improve their cultivation? I want a daughter. Jiang Che didn't answer her question but instead said something out of the blue. You want a daughter? Ji Menglin was stunned for a moment, then responded speechlessly. If you want a daughter, tell your wife. What's the use of telling me? Did this guy think of her as his woman? Ji Menglin's thoughts ran wild, and two red glows quickly appeared on her face, making her look very attractive. Jiang Che looked at Zhang Yun'er and repeated himself. Yun'er, I want a daughter. Dad. Zhang Yun'er's big, smart eyes were filled with a well-behaved look, and she said softly. Do you now understand the gap between yourself and Yuner? Jiang Che raised his brows, looked at Ji Menglin playfully, and asked. This woman always thought about getting something for nothing. You're shameless. Ji Menglin's face turned red, and she spat quietly. Now she understood what Jiang Che meant. How could he expect her to call him dad? How shameless when it came to such a principled issue? Ji Menglin chose not to back down. Although she had called him that a few times before, it was always under Jiang Che's coercion. Moreover, she wasn't as bold as Jiang Yuner. There were many maids in the living room at this time. You just need to understand the gap between you and Yuner. When you're willing, I'll pass on the techniques to you. Jiang Che calmly withdrew his hand, glanced at Ji Menglin, and said. Anyway, there was no rush for this. This woman had been subtly changing, probably without even noticing it. Jiang Che needed a subordinate who would always be loyal to him and be his sharpest sword. Obviously, the current Ji Menglin didn't have this kind of awareness. Once she has this awareness, he would help her build up her cultivation base. Jiang Yuner's agile eyes were rolling around, and her eyes were full of slyness when she looked at Ji Menglin. She probably also saw her senior sister's thoughts and knew that the other party also liked her brother. But due to her arrogance, she didn't want to admit it. Senior sister, everything should be done on a first-come, first-served basis. You'll have to call me sister in the future, Jiang Yuner said with a small, serious face. What are you saying? Ji Menglin looked at Jiang Yuner in confusion, not understanding why she suddenly said such a thoughtless thing. I know you like brother too, but I liked him first. I was earlier than you, so you have to call me sister. In the future, we can discuss this. I'll call you sister, and you can call me junior sister. What nonsense are you talking about? Ji Menglin glared at Jiang Yuner angrily. Although she had developed some different feelings for Jiang Che after a period of treatment, she would never admit it. It's embarrassing to say such a thing. Could it be that she had some special character? Thinking of this, Ji Menglin frowned deeply and fell into deep thought. I'm not talking nonsense. We'll just discuss it in the future. Jiang Yuner pouted, trying to reason with Ji Menglin, but the latter was already lost in thought and didn't hear a word. This made the little girl very upset. This bad senior sister will bully people. But she didn't bother with Ji Menglin too much. After saying goodbye to Jiang Che, she went straight out of the living room door. Her father had called her several times just now, urging her to go home quickly. Jiang Che glanced at Ji Menglin, then turned to his study on the second floor. In his free time, he liked to read famous novels to cultivate his sentiments. Now that Chen Feng had not returned and the plot hadn't started, he had a rare 2 days of leisure. In the study on the second floor, Jiang Che asked the maid to make him a pot of tea. Just as he was about to pick up the book he hadn't finished last time, he inadvertently glanced at the phone on the table. Jiang Che's eyes were deeply attracted. He vaguely saw the words blue and white porcelain, and sunny day. Jiang Che clearly remembered that he had searched for these songs when he first arrived and found that Jie Cho didn't exist in this world. So now that these song titles had appeared, the meaning was somewhat obvious. There must be some protagonist, like Wen Duo Gong. Jiang Che picked up his phone and glanced at it, feeling a little surprised. He had guessed right. This new singer named Song Dao had written out Jie Chou's songs like Sunny Day, Blue and White Porcelain, and Clock in the Opposite Direction, then sang them himself. He wrote more than a dozen songs within a month, each becoming very popular, and he was a daily hot searcher. Within a month, he gained countless fans and became the god of Chinese music. Putting down the phone, a playful smile appeared on Jiang Che's mouth. This Song Dao would come to Jiang City to perform on tour in 2 days. Of course, he couldn't miss this opportunity. Although this type of copywriter protagonist didn't pose any real threat to him, and the villain value he could smash was very small, even a small amount was still meat. As a qualified capitalist, he had to learn to extract all the value from a person. Shao family. Dad, what did you say? You want me to be the girlfriend of the Zhang family's young master? Shao Qingge looked at her father in disbelief, as if she was seeing him for the first time. This is also a last resort. If you don't go, the Zhang family will pursue us for not repaying on time. The astronomical breach of contract penalty is not something we can afford. Shao Qingshan sighed, his face filled with complexity. If there were another way, he certainly wouldn't want to do this. After all, personally sending his daughter away was itself a very humiliating matter. But he really had no other options. This time, the financial loss was too great, and the Shao family was on the brink of bankruptcy. He had borrowed money from everyone he could, but they were still short of 50 million. For the Jiang family, 50 million was a drop in the bucket, but it was a burden the small Xiao family couldn't bear. Daughter, try to understand. The Jiang family is a high and mighty existence for us. If you can marry young Master Jiang, it would also be a blessing for our Xiao family. Xiao Qingyi's mother was also persuading her continuously. It sounded nice to say she would marry Jiang Che, but in reality, it would be in name only. After all, Jiang Che already had a fiancée, and even without one, the Jiang family would never marry into the Xiao family. But Xiao Qingyi's face showed hesitation, and her expression was conflicted. She wasn't entirely clueless, she could understand her parents' feelings. She had also seen Jiang Che a few times at parties and thought he was a gentle and elegant person, very much like the Prince Charming in her heart. But would doing this be betraying Chen Feng? Although Chen Feng had been missing for 6 years and there was no news of him, Xiao Qingyi instinctively felt he was still alive. She had a marriage contract with Chen Feng. Even though she didn't have feelings for him, he was technically her fiancé. Wouldn't it be wrong to become Jiang Che's woman? Are you thinking about that last remaining member of the Chen family again? A mother knows her daughter best. Seeing Xiao Qingyi's hesitant look, her mother knew what she was thinking. Over the years, she had tried to arrange marriages for her daughter, but Xiao Qingyi always used the excuse that Chen Feng was still alive to refuse. She believed her daughter was still hung up on the last member of the Chen family. What's so good about Chen Feng that you've been waiting for him for 6 years? Stop thinking about him. He might have already died in some corner of Zhou long ago. Xiao Qingyi's mother advised earnestly, unable to understand her daughter's actions. Xiao Qingyi shook her head, not explaining much. She didn't actually like Chen Feng, she just thought that since they had a marriage contract, she should end it before becoming Jiang Che's woman. If she became Jiang Che's woman like this, wouldn't that be betraying Chen Feng? Xiao Qingyi couldn't bring herself to do such a thing, so she was very resistant to this matter. Over the years, she had also longed for her own happiness, but with no news of Chen Feng, the engagement couldn't be broken. Whether Chen Feng was dead or alive was uncertain, like a heavy stone pressing on her heart. Her upbringing wouldn't allow her to do such a thing, and she hadn't met any man who moved her. I agree to meet with young Master Jiang, but I can't become his woman immediately. Xiao Qingyi hesitated and then spoke. Even without personal feelings, she had to do this for her family's sake. But she didn't want to give herself away so easily, she needed to at least feel some affection for the person. No problem, as long as you agree. Xiao Qingshan breathed a sigh of relief. As long as Xiao Qingyi agreed, there was room for negotiation. He also knew that Jiang Che was an outstanding person, not arrogant or domineering like other second-generation rich kids. Although he was born into a top family, he was very approachable. If the two of them could be together, it would indeed be a good match. Moreover, the Xiao family could benefit from the connection with Jiang Che, elevating their status in Linjiang City and possibly entering the ranks of first-rate families. But I have a condition. You must send someone to investigate Chen Feng's whereabouts immediately. Once it's confirmed that Chen Feng is truly dead, then I can interact with Jiang Che without any worries. Xiao Qingyi added. The engagement had always been a knot in her heart. If it could be resolved, she could truly embrace her new life. No problem, I'll send someone to investigate Chen Feng's whereabouts right away. Xiao Qingshan agreed without hesitation. He knew his daughter's character. As long as he could get a fake death certificate for Chen Feng, it would suffice. Xiao Qingyi glanced at her parents, said nothing more, and went upstairs to her bedroom. She didn't have much resentment towards her parents for today's events, just felt it was sudden. After all, the Xiao family's rise was largely due to the Jiang family's help, and she had long anticipated this day. But having someone suddenly enter her peaceful life, she didn't know if it was good or bad. She wasn't familiar with Jiang Che and didn't know what kind of person he was. Xiao Qingyi felt both anticipation and fear for the future. Sigh watching Xiao Qingyi's somewhat desolate back, Xiao Qingshan sighed helplessly. He had always doted on his daughter, allowing her to refuse various marriage proposals and blind dates with the excuse that Chen Feng was still alive. But with no other options left, he didn't want to push his daughter into a pit of fire. You don't need to be so pessimistic. If young Master Jiang and Qingyi truly get together, it would be a blessing for us. Xiao Qingyi's mother comforted her husband. This was the safest option for now. Moreover, being with Jiang Che might not be a bad thing for their daughter. Jiang Che had no rumors of scandalous girlfriends and wasn't like other second-generation rich kids who played around and abandoned their partners. Sai Xiao Qingshan sighed again, saying nothing more. He slowly closed his eyes and rubbed his throbbing temples. He had been dealing with the Xiao family's issues for days without proper rest. He was exhausted. Zhou Country, northern border. The northern border is the northernmost region of Zhou Country, where the cold wind blows year-round, and the average daily temperature is around 0 degrees. As warriors stationed in the northern border, they undoubtedly endure the harshest conditions. Moreover, this area is far from peaceful. They must not only resist the biting cold and extreme weather but also constantly guard against invasions from foreign tribes. Chen Feng walked out of a tent, looking at the endless snowfall, his thoughts drifting to who knows where. 6 years. From a lowly soldier, he had climbed step by step to become one of the 4 warlords under the war god of the northern border. The hardships and struggles he experienced were beyond what others could understand. Now, he finally had the ability to return to Linjiang City and avenge his family. Chen Feng couldn't help but think of the girl in his memories. She was so perfect, like a fairy descending to the mortal world. He still remembered her words when he fled Linjiang City, echoing in his ears. Make sure you survive. Chen Feng took out a marriage contract from his chest and held it in his hands, examining it repeatedly. This was the marriage contract between him and Xiao Qingge. Her words had been his spiritual support for all these years. Chen Feng's calloused hands caressed the marriage contract, his usual fierce demeanor replaced with gentleness. Qingge, don't worry. This time, I won't let you down. Lord Tian Sha, according to the news from Linjiang City, Miss Xiao is being pressured by her family to marry into the Zhang family to relieve the Xiao family's burden. TL, Sha is a title that suggests a character associated with formidable, possibly destructive power, and a fearsome reputation. A subordinate approached Chen Feng, respectfully reporting the news he had received. Although it was said to be a marriage, it was really just making Xiao Qingge a nominal woman of Jiang Che. But he dared not say this, knowing that Xiao Qingge was Lord Tian Sha's reverse scale. A dragon has a reverse scale, touching it means death. Chen Feng, as one of the 4 warlords under the war god, held the title of Tian Sha. Well, Zhang family. Chen Feng's eyes narrowed slightly, his expression turning dark, a terrifying killing intent rising to the sky. This was the aura he had cultivated from walking through countless battles. The terrifying pressure of a late-stage transformation master radiated outward, suffocating the reporting soldier. He was furious. How dare the Zhang family target his woman? As the war god in the northern border suppressing his terrifying aura, Chen Feng calmed his inner rage and asked in a steady tone. Lord Tian Sha, the war god is currently not in the northern border. He went to the capital to discuss matters with the people from the Western Hall. Not in the northern border. Chen Feng felt a bit disappointed. He had wanted to say goodbye to the war god personally. Their relationship was more like old friends than just superior and subordinate. Give the order, prepare for departure. In 3 days, we will head to Linjiang City. With that, Chen Feng turned and returned to his tent. Yes, sir, the soldier responded respectfully and retreated. In the study of Crouching Dragon Villa, Jiang Che was engrossed in his book when his phone on the side suddenly started vibrating incessantly. Jiang Che picked up the phone and saw that it was his mother calling. Without much thought, he answered it. Hello, Mom, what's up? I've found a beauty for you. She has agreed to meet you. Do you have time today? Su Shanshan's excited tone came through the phone, indicating she was in a good mood. I have time. Where should I meet her? Jiang Che replied, already guessing that his mother was referring to Xiao Qingge from the Xiao family. He wasn't surprised that Xiao Qingge had compromised so quickly. With the Jiang family pressuring her, Xiao Qingge wasn't the type to be obstinate. Moreover, having accepted the plot, Jiang Che knew that this woman had always longed for love. But because of the marriage contract, she hadn't met anyone who moved her heart all these years. Go to the private dining house on Xinghan Road, private room 19. I have arranged for her to wait for you there. Make sure you seize this opportunity. Xiao Qingge is a good girl. Su Shanshan urged over the phone. She had a favorable impression of Xiao Qingge and wanted her to become her daughter-in-law. Mom, aren't you worried that Qingqiu will get jealous? Jiang Che asked with a strange expression. While he didn't mind such arrangements, if his mother kept finding women for him, his body wouldn't be able to handle it. Qingqiu is an understanding woman. She won't get jealous over such trivial matters. Besides, you don't have a woman outside. Qingqiu is very busy every day. Isn't it good to have someone to accompany you? Could it be that you have another woman outside? Su Shanshan's tone became suspicious. She didn't believe her son was a good person. Despite his gentle and amiable facade, she knew it was all a pretense. Cough, cough. I don't. Jiang Che coughed twice, feeling a bit guilty as he touched his nose. HMPH, I don't care what you do, but don't let Qingqiu down. She is a good girl, she said coldly. She didn't care how Jiang Che behaved, but Shen Qingqiu had to be the future daughter-in-law of the Jiang family. She had a high opinion of Shen Qingqiu. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. That's good. Remember to go. I have things to do, so I'll hang up now. With that, Su Shanshan hurriedly hung up to attend to her affairs. Jiang Che left the study and headed to the garage. He casually chose a Bugatti and drove to the private dining house on Xinghan Road. In private room 19 of the private dining house on Xinghan Road, Xiao Qingge sat on a chair, looking nervous. Her fair, jade-like hands were clasped together, and her expression was filled with unease as she occasionally glanced at the door. She wore a floral long dress, had her hair pinned up, and wore light makeup. Her red lips, white teeth, and creamy skin, combined with her slender eyebrows and charming eyes, made her very attractive. The people from the Jiang family had instructed her to wait for Jiang Che here. She had arrived about half an hour early. She felt both anticipation and nervousness about meeting Jiang Che, considering this a kind of date. She had seen Jiang Che and heard about his character, but she needed to verify for herself. If he was like other second-generation rich kids, lustful and unscrupulous, she wouldn't agree to anything. A few minutes later, Jiang Che finally arrived. Jiang Che pushed open the door of the private room, and the first thing he saw was a woman with fair skin and beautiful looks. Xiao Qingge, right? I am Jiang Che. Jiang Che sat opposite Xiao Qingge, his face adorned with a smile as warm as spring. Looking at the woman sitting opposite him, Jiang Che's eyes were filled with a hint of astonishment. Indeed, as the main female lead in The Return of the War God, her beauty was undeniable. Hello, young Master Jiang, I am Xiao Qingge. Xiao Qingge said somewhat nervously. Although Jiang Che seemed very approachable, she couldn't help but feel a bit tense. After all, his background and status were not something she could afford to offend. Are you afraid of me? Jiang Che looked at Xiao Qingge and asked calmly. No need to be afraid of me, I don't bite. I also know why you're here today. My mother has already told me everything before you came. Don't be nervous, I won't force you. Hearing Jiang Che's words, Xiao Qingge felt a bit relieved, and her tension eased. She believed Jiang Che's words. With his prestigious status, he must have seen many beauties. Although she was very beautiful, it might not necessarily catch his eye. Her previous worries were indeed unnecessary. Realizing this, Xiao Qingge felt a bit self-deprecating. She thought she had misjudged Jiang Che, as she didn't really know him at all. Would you like something to eat? Jiang Che didn't dwell too much on this topic with Xiao Qingge and casually flipped through the menu, asking her. This woman's thoughts were quite sensitive, so he decided not to rush things. Anything is fine. Then let's have braised duck, flounder, and 8 treasure tofu. Jiang Che casually ordered a few dishes and had the waiter leave. Has your Xiao family been facing a financial crisis recently? Jiang Che poured himself a cup of hot tea, seemingly asking casually. Yes, a business partner ran away with the money, Xiao Qingge said with some bitterness, summarizing the situation in one sentence. Such incidents were quite common in Zhouzhou Kingdom. It was this incident that put the Xiao family's small company at risk of bankruptcy. How much more do you need to fill the gap and get the company running normally? About 50 million or so. Xiao Qingge pondered for a moment and said. This figure was what her father told her, she wasn't exactly sure. Hearing Xiao Qingge's words, Jiang Che also fell into thought. Although 50 million was a small amount to him, it was a huge sum for the Xiao family. They were living on a knife's edge, and their company was not large to begin with. But he wasn't someone with an overflowing sense of sympathy and wouldn't help Xiao Qingge without reason. I can help you fill this gap, but you will have to pay a corresponding price. Jiang Che glanced at Xiao Qingge, thinking that 50 million was just half a month's pocket money for him, not much. If he could gain a main female lead in return, it would be worth it. Moreover, knowing the plot, Jiang Che knew this woman was not just a pretty face, she was the future business queen of Linjiang City. In the original story, Chen Feng's company only gained a foothold in Linjiang City under her management. If he could win her over, she could be a valuable asset to the Jiang family. I need to think about it. Xiao Qingge hesitated for a moment and said. She didn't expect Jiang Che to be so direct. She understood his meaning. After all, there's no such thing as a free lunch, and Jiang Che wouldn't help her for no reason. His request was actually beneficial to her, considering 50 million was a significant sum. Of course, no problem. I won't force you. Jiang Che smiled. At this moment, the waiter brought the dishes, and Jiang Che used the opportunity to change the topic. The food is here, let's eat. Thus, Jiang Che and Xiao Qingge chatted casually while eating. The atmosphere was very harmonious, and Xiao Qingge's impression of Jiang Che changed somewhat. Although Jiang Che made his intentions clear from the start, he never looked at her with lustful eyes, only with admiration. I heard there's a singer performing in Linjiang City tonight. Would you like to go and see after dinner? Jiang Che paid the bill and looked at Xiao Qingge with a smile. That so-called Song Dao had already arrived in Linjiang City, and the concert was taking place nearby at Tianfu Square. Jiang Che planned to see what was going on, considering Song Dao was a protagonist. Which singer Song Dao? Xiao Qingge was a bit surprised and then asked in confusion. She often watched short videos on her phone and knew that Song Dao had come to Linjiang City. She didn't expect someone like Jiang Che to be interested in a singer's concert. Seeing Xiao Qingge's confusion, Jiang Che smiled and said, I usually like listening to music, and I think Song Dao's Blue and White Porcelain is pretty good, so I want to see it live. Then I'll trouble young Master Jiang to take me there. Xiao Qingge smiled softly and said confidently. She wasn't afraid that Jiang Che would trick her like other second-generation rich kids. She felt that Jiang Che was not that kind of person. Her first impression of him was that of a gentleman, and she trusted her intuition. Let's go then. Jiang Che looked at Xiao Qingge and, without saying much, got up and walked out of the private room. Xiao Qingge followed closely behind. Downstairs at the restaurant, Jiang Che led Xiao Qingge to his Bugatti Veyron, floored the accelerator, and the car shot out. It sped through the brightly lit roads of Linjiang City like a phantom, moving so fast it left no trace. Other cars gave way, knowing that scratching such an expensive car would ruin their lives, leaving them in debt forever. A few minutes later, Jiang Che parked the car at Tianfu Square, took Xiao Qingge, and headed towards a nearby stadium. Song Dao's concert was held there and was about to start. Jiang Che, after buying the tickets with Xiao Qingge, walked straight into the stadium. By this time, it was already packed with people, mostly Song Dao's obsessed fans and some young couples. Jiang Che, accompanied by Xiao Qingge, squeezed through the crowd and found seats at the front of the stadium. It was Xiao Qingge's first time at such a place, and she curiously turned her head to look around. Seeing the excited faces of the young girls, she couldn't understand their enthusiasm since she had never been a fan of anyone. What's the matter? Haven't been to such a place before? Seeing Xiao Qingge's curious eyes, Jiang Che asked, somewhat surprised. Although her family background wasn't as good as his, she was still wealthy by ordinary standards, so it was unusual for her not to have visited such a place. Since graduating from university, I've been busy with work and never had the time. Jiang Che nodded, understanding after hearing her explanation. He didn't ask more questions and leaned back in his seat, quietly waiting for Song Dao to appear, ignoring the noisy surroundings. After about 10 minutes, a young man in his 20s walked onto the stage at the center of the stadium. His appearance immediately elicited waves of cheers from the audience. Song Dao, my idol. Dao, I'll have your babies. Hearing the voices around him, Jiang Che looked up at the stage. System, show his attribute panel. Main character, Song Dao. Cultivation, none. Identity, transmigrator. Luck, 3000. Skills, advanced singing, basic piano skills. Golden finger, king of entertainment system. Plot, reborn, I became the top star of the Chinese music scene. Does the host want to accept Song Dao's plot? Decline without thinking, Jiang Che rejected the system's suggestion. He already knew the typical plot for such protagonists. After being reborn, they discovered that this world lacked the legendary stars from their previous life and used their lyrics to achieve fame in the Chinese music scene. They would punch young idols, kick rich second-generation heirs, and hook up with all the female stars in the circle, playing games with their brain-dead fans. Didn't expect this guy to be a transmigrator. Seeing the confident Song Dao on stage, Jiang Che was somewhat surprised. He initially thought Song Dao had simply gained memories from a past life, but it turned out they were fellow townsmen from another world. When fellow townsmen meet, their eyes fill with tears. Since they were fellow townsmen, Jiang Che naturally couldn't treat him poorly. He'd personally send him on his way. "Everyone, please quiet down. Thank you for coming to my concert." Song Dao smiled warmly, looking around and speaking loudly. As his voice fell, the audience stopped shouting, showing how obedient his fanbase was. "Today, I bring you a new song I recently created. It's called, By the Bonfire. Please enjoy." As Song Dao's voice fell, the musicians behind him started playing. Song Dao coughed twice and began to sing. "You are still by the bonfire of your childhood, looking at the moon in the sky. The North Star points your way, so you won't lose direction at night. You won't be lonely in any silent night, imagining wandering." The crowd was enraptured by Song Dao's singing, their expressions intoxicated as if hearing the voice of an angel. Jiang Che also glanced at him, surprised by his talent. Although not as good as the original singer he knew, it was still passable and didn't ruin the original song. As the song ended, Song Dao looked at the audience's enraptured expressions and smiled contentedly. This song By the Bonfire had met his expectations, stirring the audience's emotions and allowing him to gain prestige points. He was a transmigrator from Blue Star who had come to this parallel world, discovering that the familiar songs from his previous life were unknown here. Just then, he awakened his system. As long as he could gain prestige points from people, he could buy various items from the system's mall, including company shares, villas, luxury cars, and special medicines that enhanced the body. In just over a month, he had used familiar songs from his previous life to gain a lot of prestige points, raising his status. He had become a rising star in the Chinese music scene, with numerous luxury cars and villas under his name. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining 10,580 prestige points. Hearing the system prompt in his mind, Song Dao was overjoyed. Coughing a few times, he began to sing again, intending to milk as much prestige as he could this time. "Next, I'll sing my hit song, Blue and White Porcelain." "Young Master Jiang, do you not like his singing?" Seeing Jiang Che's disinterested look, Xiao Qingge asked curiously. She thought Song Dao's singing was pretty good, especially Blue and White Porcelain, which easily drew people into the misty reign of Jiangnan. "Garbage," Jiang Che sneered. Song Dao's version of Blue and White Porcelain couldn't compare to the original by Jay Cho. Song Dao could never master that unique theatrical tone. Hearing Jiang Che's evaluation, Xiao Qingge wisely said no more, seeing the look of disgust on his face. "I can't listen to this garbage anymore." Unable to bear it, Jiang Che got up and left. Since this guy had polluted his ears, it was only fair to send him to his death. Xiao Qingge quickly followed Jiang Che out. "Young Master Jiang, wait for me outside the stadium's entrance." Xiao Qingge caught up with Jiang Che, panting slightly. "Why didn't you stay to listen?" Jiang Che raised an eyebrow, puzzled. He had noticed she seemed to enjoy the song earlier. Jiang Che could understand, the song was good, but the singing was terrible. Having heard the original, he couldn't stand Song Dao's wailing. "Since you brought me here, of course, I'll leave with you." Xiao Qingge brushed a strand of hair from her forehead, smiling charmingly. She could listen to songs anytime, but time with Jiang Che was limited. Since he was the eldest young master of the Jiang family, he couldn't be with her all the time. To fall in love with him as soon as possible, Xiao Qingge felt it was necessary to spend more time with Jiang Che. She didn't want to deceive herself. Although this was a transaction, she hoped to find a shining point in Jiang Che that she could be fascinated by. Jiang Che's noble temperament couldn't be faked. There must be something special about him, she just hadn't discovered it yet. "Then let me take you home." Jiang Che, unaware of her thoughts, opened the Bugatti's door for Xiao Qingge to get in. He then got into the driver's seat, floored the accelerator, and headed towards the Xiao family home. "Miss Qingge, we're here." Outside the gate of the Xiao family villa, Jiang Che gently woke up Xiao Qingge, who was resting with her eyes closed in the passenger seat. Looking at her peaceful sleeping face, Jiang Che felt a sense of amazement. Apart from Ye Chen's several senior sisters, this was the first time he had encountered a female protagonist with such stunning beauty. The other heroines he had met were all ordinary and vulgar, not to his liking. But Xiao Qingge's beauty was on par with the likes of Shen Qingqiu, incomparable to those other women. Xiao Qingge groggily opened her eyes and, noticing Jiang Che staring at her intently, her face flushed slightly. However, she did not see the usual greed or desire in his eyes, only admiration, which made her feel even more favorable towards him. "Thank you, young Master Jiang, for taking me home." After expressing her gratitude, Xiao Qingge quickly got out of the car and left. Once she got out, Jiang Che also drove back to his crouching dragon villa. Song Dao definitely needed to be killed, but it was too late tonight, and he was still holding a concert, which made it inappropriate. As soon as Xiao Qingge returned to the living room of the villa, she saw her parents sitting on the sofa, seemingly waiting for her to come back. "Dad, Mom, why aren't you sleeping?" Xiao Qingge asked curiously. Why were her parents waiting up for her in the middle of the night? "Qingge, how did it go with young Master Jiang today? Did he?" Xiao Qingge's mother looked at her for a while before asking suspiciously. Because she noticed her daughter didn't seem to be in any discomfort. "Mom, what are you talking about? Young Master Jiang isn't like that." Xiao Qingge's face reddened as she spoke, feeling somewhat speechless. It seemed her mother was eager to push her out. "Then it must be that young Master Jiang didn't fancy you," her mother said with some regret. She hadn't expected things to turn out this way. Her beautiful daughter didn't seem to catch his eye. Xiao Qingshan glared at his wife, signaling her to stop talking, then turned to Xiao Qingge and asked, "Qingge, what does young Master Jiang mean?" Xiao Qingge hesitated for a long time but couldn't explain. She didn't know what Jiang Che was thinking. If he didn't fancy her, why did he look at her like that in the car? But if he did, why did he let her come back? Wasn't this the time to pressure her into agreeing to a deal? "Forget it, you should go rest." Xiao Qingshan waved his hand. Seeing Xiao Qingge's expression, he roughly understood the situation. Jiang Che probably liked his daughter but, for some reason, didn't take action. A young master's thoughts were not something he could fathom. As long as Jiang Che didn't dislike his daughter, that was enough. "By the way, Dad, did you find out anything about Chen Feng?" Just as Xiao Qingge was about to go upstairs, she remembered something and turned to ask Xiao Qingshan. "I did. Here is Chen Feng's death certificate," Xiao Qingshan said, taking out a document from his coat and handing it to Xiao Qingge. He had gotten it from a friend at the detention center today, ready for Xiao Qingge to ask about it, and he had already prepared an explanation. Xiao Qingge took the death certificate and read it, frowning after a moment. The document stated that Chen Feng had died in the desert of the northern border last year. "How did you find out about Chen Feng's whereabouts so quickly?" This time Xiao Qingge looked at her father suspiciously, full of disbelief. Before, she had asked him to look for Chen Feng, and 6 years had passed with no result. Now, after just meeting Jiang Che, he had a death certificate. She couldn't believe there was no trickery involved. "I knew about it last year, but I was afraid you still had feelings for him and couldn't handle the news, so I didn't tell you." Xiao Qingshan looked at his daughter and explained. He had indeed thought this way, but the death certificate was fake. He believed Xiao Qingge never found a boyfriend because she still liked Chen Feng. It wasn't until today that he realized the marriage contract was a burden for her. Thinking of this, Xiao Qingshan felt a bit guilty. It was his fault for being too busy to notice his daughter's feelings. She never shared her thoughts with the family, leading to this misunderstanding. Otherwise, he could have annulled the engagement long ago. After all, life is short, especially for a woman. I see. Hearing her father's explanation, Xiao Qingge understood. She wasn't particularly saddened by Chen Feng's death, she had expected this outcome and didn't have feelings for him. Knowing he was dead now made her feel at ease. Now, if she fell for Jiang Che, she wouldn't feel guilty. "I'll go rest now," Xiao Qingge said, feeling a weight lifted off her shoulders. With her heart unburdened, she felt much lighter and looked very cheerful. "It seems our daughter really didn't like that remnant of the Chen family. We misunderstood her." Watching Xiao Qingge's cheerful figure, her mother sighed with a bitter smile. She realized she had misunderstood her daughter for 6 years. Xiao Qingge didn't have feelings for Chen Feng but didn't want to express her inner thoughts, leading to this long-standing misunderstanding. If Qingge really becomes young Master Yang's woman, it might not be a bad thing. Xiao Qingshan didn't speak, just frowned in silence. Upstairs, in Xiao Qingge's room. After taking a bath, Xiao Qingge sat in front of her dressing table, staring blankly at her reflection. She felt a bit lost about her future. Now that Chen Feng was confirmed dead, she felt unburdened. But should she really offer herself to become Jiang Che's woman after spending a day with him? Xiao Qingge found Jiang Che matched her ideal Prince Charming. He was well-spoken, elegant, and sincere. Xiao Qingge believed she would fall for him eventually, it was just a matter of time. But she knew he had a fiancée, and she would always be the second woman. This was hard for her to accept. Although not narcissistic, she had countless admirers and didn't want to share a man with another woman. What should I do? Xiao Qingge muttered to herself, looking at her beautiful reflection in the mirror, lost in thought. The next day, around noon, Jiang Che called along to the living room. Arrange a meeting for me. I want to see that Song Dao. At 8 o'clock tonight, I'll be waiting for him at Heaven on Earth. Yes, young Master Along responded and respectfully retreated, immediately finding someone to pass the message to Song Dao. In a certain 5-star hotel, Song Dao was watching TV somewhat idly when the door suddenly knocked. Song Dao felt a bit puzzled, thinking that no one should be looking for him at this time. But he didn't think much and directly opened the door. In front of him stood a man in black clothes and wearing sunglasses. The man's face was extremely solemn, exuding an aura of authority. Who are you? Song Dao frowned, looking at the man in front of him with some confusion. He was sure he didn't know the other person. What did this guy want from him? Are you Song Dao? The man in black didn't answer Song Dao's question but instead asked coldly. Yes, I am Song Dao. Our young master wants you to meet him at Heaven on Earth at 8 o'clock tonight. Remember to be there. After leaving these words, the man in black turned to leave, never giving Song Dao a proper look, showing no respect at all. This made Song Dao very unhappy. Ever since he became a top star in the Chinese music scene, no one had ever dared to disrespect him like this. Even the bigwigs in the industry would give him some face. And today, he was looked down upon by an unknown person. Who is your young master? Why should I go? Song Dao asked angrily, his face turning blue with fury. My young master is Jiang Che of the Jiang family. You can choose not to go. The man in black turned back and sneered at Song Dao. He knew his young master's temper well. No one dared to stand him up. If this guy dared not to go, he definitely wouldn't see the sun tomorrow. After saying this, the man in black left without looking back, having no intention of entangling with Song Dao further. Sister Jiang, who is this Jiang Che? After the man left, Song Dao went to the next room and asked a woman in her 30s. This woman was his assistant, responsible for his daily life and various performances. Jiang Che is the eldest young master of the Jiang family in Linjiang City. If he wants to see you, you should go and remember not to act high and mighty. The woman named Sister Jiang pushed her black-framed glasses up her nose and said seriously. Before coming to Linjiang City, she had specially investigated the distribution of various family forces in the city and knew that the Jiang family had terrifying power here. Do you have any grudges with this Jiang young master? Sister Jiang looked at Song Dao with some suspicion and asked. She had overheard the conversation between the man in black and Song Dao, and it was clear that the man was not friendly. No, I don't know this Jiang Che at all. Song Dao shook his head, looking a bit bewildered. Could it be that this Jiang young master was also his fan after all? Besides his female fans, he had quite a few male fans too. As long as there's no grudge. He is probably just curious about you. Sister Jiang breathed a sigh of relief and said. As long as there was no grudge, it was fine. After all, Jiang Che was someone they could never afford to offend. Can I not go tonight? Song Dao frowned and asked. The attitude of the man in black made him very unhappy, and he didn't want to give face to this so-called Jiang young master. Just a messenger was so arrogant, so Jiang Che couldn't be a good person either. No, you must go. Disobeying his will, you might not be able to continue in this circle. Sister Jiang shook her head and said seriously. She wasn't exaggerating. The power of capital was that terrifying. Even though Song Dao was currently a top star, just one word from Jiang Che, and Song Dao would fall from grace and be banned from the entire internet. Song Dao naturally understood this truth. His expression was very gloomy. The reason he wanted to quickly accumulate fame was to amass his capital so that he could jump out of this circle. Outsiders watched the excitement, but those in the industry knew how deep the waters were. It might look glamorous on the surface, but without a strong background, one was just a puppet of capital, a money-making tool. If he wanted to turn the tables and become the one playing the game, he had to quickly build his strength and connections. I understand. I will go tonight. Song Dao took a deep breath and said. Enduring for a moment would calm the storm, taking a step back would open the vast sky. He had already become the top star in the Chinese music scene, just a step away from success. If he was banned at this moment, it would be a devastating blow, preventing him from ever making a comeback. He couldn't afford to make such a low-level mistake now. It's good that you understand. Besides, meeting Jiang Che might also be an opportunity for you. Sister Jiang said with a smile, relieved as well. She was worried that Song Dao would be stubborn and refuse to give Jiang Che face, as young people could be hot-headed. Although Song Dao was a top star, he was clearly outmatched by someone of Jiang Che's status. Song Dao didn't say anything more. For some reason, he had a bad feeling about this meeting with Jiang Che, a feeling of unease that made him very anxious. Jiang Jia, I'm going back now. After saying this, Song Dao returned to his room. At 7:40 p.m., Song Dao parked his car at the entrance of Heaven on Earth, got out, and walked inside. Jiang Che had asked him to be there by 8, so he arrived 20 minutes early. Entering the lobby, seeing the men and women coming and going, Song Dao frowned, unable to understand why Jiang Che wanted to meet him in such a place. Are you Mr. Song Dao? A young man dressed as a waiter walked up to Song Dao, smiling broadly. Jiang Che had already shown him a photo, so he knew this was the person Jiang Che wanted to meet. Hence, he was very polite. Yes, Song Dao nodded. Then please follow me, sir. Young Master Jiang is waiting for you in the VIP room on the 4th floor. The waiter said, leading the way for Song Dao. The 4th floor of Heaven on Earth was never open to the public and was generally a resting place for the owner. Since Li Hu joined Jiang Che's camp, it had become Jiang Che's exclusive room. Jiang Che inviting Song Dao to such a place for a meeting also showed that he valued this person highly. Song Dao didn't think much and directly followed the waiter into the elevator, heading to the 4th floor. Inside the VIP room on the 4th floor, Li Hu poured a cup of hot tea and handed it to Jiang Che, his face full of a fawning smile. Young Master Jiang, please have some tea. Although he didn't know why Jiang Che was here today, he didn't dare to ask more, only muttering inwardly. Jiang Che took a sip of the hot tea and quietly waited for Song Dao's arrival. After a while, the waiter brought Song Dao into the room. Young Master Jiang, Mr. Song is here. After saying this, the waiter wisely left, closing the door behind him. Hello, young Master Jiang. Looking at the excessively handsome young man in front of him, Song Dao's face was full of respect. He didn't dare to show any arrogance. Before coming, Sister Jiang had already told him about Jiang Che's background. He was not someone Song Dao could afford to offend. Sit down, Jiang Che said with a faint smile, instructing Li Hu to pour a cup of tea for Song Dao and then have Li Hu wait outside. Young Master Jiang, may I know why you called me here today? After Li Hu left, Song Dao cautiously asked Jiang Che. It's nothing much, I just like some of the songs you wrote. I see. If you have any questions, young Master Jiang, feel free to ask me. Hearing Jiang Che's words, Song Dao breathed a sigh of relief, the huge weight in his heart finally lifted. He thought Jiang Che wanted something important from him, but it turned out he just wanted to discuss some lyrics. These lyrics, I seem to have heard them somewhere. Are these really Mr. Song's original songs? Jiang Che took another sip of tea, slowly asking with a faint smile. What do you mean by that, young Master Jiang? Of course, these are my original songs. Facing Jiang Che's scrutinizing gaze, Song Dao felt a bit guilty. He was confused, not understanding why Jiang Che would ask such a question. He was sure that the songs he sang did not exist in this world, so why would Jiang Che ask such a thing? Could it be that this guy was not from this world either? A transmigrator. Thinking of this absurd idea, Song Dao immediately shook his head to deny his own thoughts. He had previously asked the system a similar question, and the system clearly told him that he was the only transmigrator in this world, the protagonist of this world. Oh, is that so then, Mr. Song? Do you know this person? Jiang Che sneered, throwing a photo of Jay Cho in front of him, which he had exchanged for 100 villain points from the system earlier. This seeing the man in the photo, Song Dao was completely dumbfounded. Damn it, how could Jay Chou's photo appear in this world? He had previously investigated and confirmed that this person did not exist in this world. Could his transmigration have caused some butterfly effect? But how did Jiang Che know this person? What? Nothing to say. Young Master Jiang, you. Song Dao swallowed hard, looking at Jiang Che with a face full of fear. He was now almost certain that Jiang Che was also a transmigrator and had discovered his secret. Jiang Che had probably called him here today to silence him. Actually, I didn't intend to kill you at first. After all, we are fellow countrymen. Jiang Che sighed, but I attended your concert the other day. Your singing was really terrible. It caused irreversible damage to my ears and spirit. After careful consideration, I decided to kill you. Hearing Jiang Che's words, Song Dao's face twitched violently, and his expression darkened. If you want to kill me, just say so. Damn it, this is the lamest excuse I've ever heard. So, you should just die. Jiang Che's face still carried a faint smile, but his words sent a chill down Song Dao's spine. As he spoke, Jiang Che pulled out a handgun from the table, loaded it, and aimed it at Song Dao's forehead. No, young Master Jiang, please don't kill me. Cold sweat broke out on Song Dao's forehead, his eyes filled with fear, and his face trembling uncontrollably. He didn't think the gun in Jiang Che's hand was a toy. Don't kill me. Let's join forces and dominate this world together. After all, we are fellow countrymen. I don't need to join forces with trash. Jiang Che looked at him disdainfully, ready to pull the trigger. No, young Master Jiang, you can't kill me. Otherwise, my backer, Glory Entertainment, won't let you off. There. People from the imperial capital families. Seeing that Jiang Che was unmoved by his words, Song Dao was almost scared to death, speaking incoherently. Hearing Song Dao's words, Jiang Che lowered the handgun. He had no intention of letting him go but had thought of a more interesting method. Li Hu, come in. Jiang Che shouted towards the door. Young Master Jiang. Hearing Jiang Che's call, Li Hu immediately opened the door and entered, his face full of respect. Kill him. Jiang Che tossed the handgun to Li Hu and sat back down, watching with a playful expression. This Li Hu looked at Song Dao in confusion. At this moment, Song Dao was already scared out of his wits, babbling about not wanting to die. What's the matter, you don't want to? Jiang Che raised an eyebrow, impatiently asking. It's just killing someone. Why is this guy hesitating? It's not like he hasn't killed before. If we kill him, it might cause significant trouble. Young Master Jiang. Li Hu hesitated, knowing Song Dao's background as a top star in the Chinese music scene. Killing him would definitely stir up a huge public outcry. Just kill him. I'll handle the rest. Jiang Che lit a cigarette, exhaling a ring of smoke, speaking slowly. Hearing Jiang Che's words, Li Hu no longer hesitated, picking up the handgun and firing 3 shots into Song Dao's chest. Blood stained his clothes, and without a word, Song Dao died on the spot. Li Hu's hand trembled slightly as he held the handgun. Having retired from the underworld, it had been years since he killed anyone. Seeing Song Dao's corpse made him feel nauseous. But he didn't dare to disobey Jiang Che's orders. Otherwise, he might be the one dead today. Besides, Jiang Che had said he would take responsibility for any consequences, so Li Hu wasn't too afraid. Ding, the host has successfully killed the son of luck, Song Dao, and earned a mysterious treasure chest ×1. You did well. Remember to dispose of the body properly. Jiang Che extinguished his cigarette, stood up from the sofa, patted Li Hu on the shoulder, and left. After Jiang Che left, Li Hu finally came back to his senses. He didn't dare to look at Song Dao's corpse again, immediately instructing a few of his trusted men to clean up the scene and discreetly took Song Dao's body to the crematorium for incineration. Chapter 171. A flood rushes into the Dragon King's temple, the god of war returns. In the master bedroom on the 2nd floor of Crouching Dragon Villa. System, open the mysterious treasure chest. Ding, opening the mysterious treasure chest. Congratulations, host, you have received a pack of Zhonghua cigarettes. Seeing the reward, Jiang Che's face darkened, completely speechless. Opening treasure chests is like a lottery, whether you get something good depends entirely on luck. As if he couldn't afford to buy Zhonghua cigarettes with his vast wealth. Grumbling about the stupid system, Jiang Che went straight to sleep. The next morning, early, Jiang Che, still in a deep sleep, was woken up by the ringing of his phone. Groggily opening his eyes, Jiang Che saw that it was a call from his mother, Su Shanshan. Yawning, Jiang Che answered the call. Hello, Mom, what's up? Someone from Glory Entertainment called me asking about Song Dao. They said he went to see you yesterday and hasn't returned since. They wanted me to ask you where he is now. Glory Entertainment. Jiang Che was slightly surprised, not expecting them to act so quickly. He remembered Song Dao mentioning them yesterday but didn't pay much attention. It seemed Glory Entertainment had quite a significant background. Otherwise, they wouldn't have directly called his mother, and she wouldn't have taken it seriously. Whose company is Glory Entertainment? Jiang Che asked curiously, thinking that for his mother to personally call him, Glory Entertainment must have a powerful backer. It's your grandfather's company, which is why I'm asking you. Hearing his mother's words, Jiang Che was both amused and exasperated. It turned out to be his grandfather's company all along. I've already killed Song Dao. Jiang Che didn't hide anything, directly confessing. You killed him. Su Shanshan was momentarily stunned, not expecting this result. But she didn't say much, as it wasn't a big deal to her. All right, I understand. I'll inform them. That's it. I have something to do, so I'll hang up now. With that, Su Shanshan hung up the phone. The call had thoroughly awakened Jiang Che, who got up from bed. He planned to visit the Xiao family. Considering the time, that B***-starred Chen Feng should be back soon. In the northern region, the land was covered with heavy snow. Inside a tent in a military camp, Chen Feng sat on a chair, drinking hot tea. Today was the day to leave for Linjiang City. He had already instructed his subordinates to prepare everything. Lord Tianxia, the 500 Yinglong guards for this journey back to Linjiang City have all assembled. Shall we set off now? Didn't I say to keep everything simple? Why are there 500 Shadow Dragon guards? Chen Feng frowned slightly, displeased with the report. He had always been low-key and didn't like to make a grand return. Lord Tianxia, it was the war god's idea. The war god said you are his fellow countrymen and have been too busy with the northern region's affairs to visit. This time, you are going back on his behalf. The subordinate respectfully explained. So, it's the war god's idea. Chen Feng was a bit enlightened. His good relationship with the war god was partly because they were from the same hometown. Pack up and set off for Linjiang City immediately. Yes, the subordinate responded and respectfully left. Chen Feng took out an old marriage contract from his pocket, his face full of tenderness. Qingge, wait for me. This time, I promise you a grand wedding procession. Half an hour later, Chen Feng stepped out of the tent, where 500 Shadow Dragon guards were already assembled. They stood solemnly, seemingly unafraid of the northern region's biting cold wind. Let's go. Chen Feng glanced at them and boarded a nearby helicopter. The others followed in military vehicles to the nearest airport. Since they were returning to Linjiang City, it wouldn't be appropriate for all of them to travel by helicopter, which would be too ostentatious, and the war god wouldn't approve. Xiao family villa, in the living room. Upon learning that Jiang Che was coming, the Xiao family of three waited in the living room. Xiao Qingshan's face was full of tension. Although he had met Jiang Che a few times, they were not familiar. He couldn't figure out whether Jiang Che's visit was to hold them accountable since Jiang Che hadn't done anything to Xiao Qingge a few days ago. Dad, you don't need to be so nervous. Young Master Jiang is very easygoing. Seeing her father's extreme nervousness, Xiao Qingge couldn't help but smile wryly. But she understood his feelings. She was just as nervous the first time she met Jiang Che. She was afraid that saying the wrong thing might cause Jiang Che to vent his anger on the entire Xiao family. Master, young Master Jiang has arrived at the door. A butler walked up to Xiao Qingshan and said respectfully. Huff, let's go welcome young Master Jiang together. Xiao Qingshan stood up from the sofa, took a deep breath, glanced at Xiao Qingge and her mother, then walked out of the living room, followed closely by Xiao Qingge and her mother. Master Xiao, sorry for the sudden visit. Jiang Che entered from the doorway, followed by Uncle Fu and Along. He wore a warm smile, appearing very approachable. Young Master Yang's visit truly brings glory to our humble abode. It's my honor to have you here, young Master Jiang. Master Xiao, you flatter me. I've long admired you. After exchanging pleasantries, Xiao Qingshan invited Jiang Che into the living room. Once everyone was seated, Jiang Che took some gifts from Uncle Fu and placed them on the table. These are Wuyi Mountain Dahongpao tea leaves, a gift for Master Xiao. I hope you don't mind. Jiang Che said with a smile. He understood the importance of reciprocating gifts. It was also his first visit to the Xiao family, so it was only polite to bring some gifts. Although he was almost tired of drinking Dahongpao tea, it was still a great gift for Xiao Qingshan. This tea was extremely valuable, usually reserved for high-ranking officials. Thanks to his father's connections, the Jiang family had a large supply of it. Young Master Jiang, this is too precious. Although tempted, Xiao Qingshan declined. This was something he could never have dreamed of. Please accept it, Master Xiao. It's a token of my appreciation. Jiang Che smiled as he spoke, once again handing the tea leaves to Xiao Qingshan. Well, alright. Xiao Qingshan did not refuse any further. If he continued to refuse, it would be a slap in Jiang Che's face. Although Jiang Che spoke politely, Xiao Qingshan wouldn't dare to offend him even if he had 100 times more courage. Chapter 172. The Xiao family sells their daughter for glory to climb the social ladder. After some pleasantries, Xiao Qingshan hesitantly asked, "Young Master Jiang, about the debt our Xiao family owes to the Jiang family." Although Xiao Qingshan didn't finish his sentence, the meaning was clear. That depends on whether Miss Qingge agrees or not. I can give Miss Qingge a few more days to consider. Jiang Che glanced at Xiao Qingge, who had been sitting silently on the side, and spoke. After all, he wasn't in a hurry and wasn't afraid that Xiao Qingge would disagree. Hearing this, Xiao Qingshan looked at his daughter but didn't ask any more questions. It seemed that Jiang Che had already reached some sort of agreement with his daughter, but she hadn't agreed yet. I still need a few more days to think about it. Xiao Qingge took a deep breath and said. Of course, no problem. Just let me know your answer when you've made up your mind. Jiang Che smiled and said. If he pushed her too hard, it might backfire, which would be counterproductive. It would be best if, when Chen Feng returned, she admitted their relationship in front of him. He wondered what Lord Tianxia would think then. Just the thought of Chen Feng's livid face made Jiang Che somewhat excited. And judging by the time, that guy Chen Feng should be arriving in Linjiang City today. As long as he stayed at the Xiao family long enough, he would run into that guy. Thinking this, Jiang Che seized the opportunity to change the subject, seemingly casually asking, "I heard that Miss Qingge has a fiancé." His tone was neutral, but it made Xiao Qingshan tense up. He quickly replied, "Qingge did have a fiancé in the past, but he died in the northern desert. Qingge is still pure and has nothing to do with Chen Feng. The engagement back then was just a joke made by the older generation after drinking too much." Chen Feng died in the northern desert. Hearing Xiao Qingshan's words, Jiang Che's expression became strange. Now he understood why Xiao Qingge didn't have any feelings of resistance toward him. It seemed this old man had used this excuse to deceive her. Having accepted the original storyline, Jiang Che knew what kind of character Xiao Qingge was. She was relatively traditional and conservative. If she had an engagement with Chen Feng, she definitely wouldn't follow Xiao Qingshan's suggestions. He had been puzzled by Xiao Qingge's change, but now everything made sense after hearing Xiao Qingshan's explanation. That's right. He died in the northern desert last year. Xiao Qingshan said with a solemn face, his tone extremely sincere. Master, the family banquet is ready. At this moment, a servant walked up to Xiao Qingshan and said respectfully. Young Master Jiang, please join us. Xiao Qingshan made an inviting gesture to Jiang Che, his face full of a flattering smile. After everyone was seated, Xiao Qingshan took out a bottle of Fatian Maotai he had treasured for years and personally poured a glass for Jiang Che. Young Master Jiang, I toast to you. Jiang Che and Xiao Qingshan drank happily, the atmosphere harmonious. In Linjiang City, on Jingnan Road, at the top floor of Tianqian Insurance Company. A helicopter hovered in midair, its rotors spinning rapidly, creating a roaring noise. At this moment, the helicopter was still 20 meters above the building. Chen Feng, with a calm expression, leapt directly from the helicopter. Boom! With a loud crash, the ground on the top floor cracked with numerous fissures. Chen Feng landed unscathed, his expression unchanged. Welcome back, Lord Tianxia. The top floor was already filled with many Yinglong guards and some dignitaries of Linjiang City, all kneeling on one knee, shouting in unison, their actions synchronized and respectful. 3 years I have finally returned. Standing on the top floor, Chen Feng looked down at the bustling Linjiang City, his expression somewhat emotional. 6 years ago, he had left in disgrace. This time, he returned to avenge those who had wronged his family. After a long time, Chen Feng regained his composure and asked a middle-aged man in front of him, how is Qingge doing? Lord Tianxia, Jiang Che is now at the Xiao family, seemingly discussing Miss Qingge's marriage. The middle-aged man replied respectfully. He only knew that Jiang Che was at the Xiao family, but the specifics were unclear. What a Xiao family, what a Jiang family. In order to climb the social ladder, the Xiao family is willing to sell their daughter. How ridiculous. They disregard my existence and the engagement between me and Qingge. Chen Feng sneered, his face dark and cold. Since this Jiang Che didn't know his place, he would use him to make a statement upon his return. Head to the Xiao family. Chen Feng glanced around at everyone present and then headed towards the staircase. Dozens of shadow dragon guards and several dignitaries followed closely behind, while the remaining guards would join them upon arriving in Linjiang City. In the Xiao family living room, Xiao Qingshan was about to toast Jiang Che again when a servant ran up to him in a panic, his expression one of fear. "Master, something terrible has happened." "What happened? Why are you so panicked?" Xiao Qingshan frowned, looking displeased at the servant. Damn it, didn't this guy see Jiang Che was still here? How could he act so flustered? What impression did that give Jiang Che of him? A group of people barged into our Xiao family. Our men couldn't stop them. The servant swallowed, calming his breathing before speaking. Useless. What do I pay you for? Hearing the servant's words, Xiao Qingshan was even more displeased, cursing angrily. He paid those security guards high salaries not just to guard the gate but to handle such emergencies. Now, he had made a fool of himself in front of Jiang Che. Although his Xiao family wasn't a big family, just a second-rate family in Linjiang City, it was embarrassing that they couldn't even stop a few intruders in broad daylight. He wanted to see who dared to be so bold. "Young Master Jiang, please forgive me. I need to step out for a moment," Xiao Qingshan said apologetically, standing up and heading towards the door. "Please, go ahead, Master Xiao." Jiang Che smiled, sipping his white wine leisurely. He didn't need to guess who had arrived. It was none other than Lord Tianxia, Chen Feng. Judging by the time, that guy should have arrived in Linjiang City by now. Just as Xiao Qingshan was about to head outside, he heard an angry shout from a distance getting closer. The Xiao family is willing to sell their daughter to climb the social ladder. Have you no shame? Chapter 173. Jiang Che, thanks to my good brother Chen Feng for his assistance. Presumptuous. Who dares to slander my Xiao family like this? Xiao Qingshan's face was ashen as he looked outside the living room, where a group of people was approaching. Though the accusation was true, it was still a slap in his face. "Uncle Xiao, I hope you've been well." Chen Feng entered the living room with a group of shadow dragon guards, wearing a playful smile as he looked at Xiao Qingshan standing in the center. To be honest, he didn't have a good impression of this man. When the Chen family was destroyed, it was this old man who prevented Xiao Qingge from getting close to him, otherwise, they might have had children by now. "You are Chen Feng." Xiao Qingshan stared blankly for a moment before speaking, clearly dazed. It was him. Although he hadn't seen Chen Feng in 6 years, he still looked familiar. His face no longer had the greenness of youth, instead, it bore a mature and stable demeanor shaped by years of experience. But what was he doing here after disappearing for so long? "I didn't expect Uncle Xiao to recognize me." "I'm flattered," Chen Feng said with a hint of sarcasm, his earlier rudeness subdued. Despite his dislike for Xiao Qingshan, he couldn't be disrespectful to Xiao Qingge's biological father. "What are you doing here?" Xiao Qingshan asked, his face dark and gloomy. The matter with the Jiang family was nearly settled, and now Chen Feng's return would complicate things, making Jiang Che suspect foul play. "Of course, I'm here for Qingge. Do you want me to watch her being pushed into the fire pit by you?" Chen Feng said, his eyes full of affection as he looked at Xiao Qingge sitting on the sofa. "You're not dead." Xiao Qingge looked at Chen Feng in disbelief. She never expected such a turn of events. Did her father lie about Chen Feng's death in the North region? "Of course I'm not dead. Otherwise, who is standing in front of you?" Chen Feng said, amused by her reaction. He understood her confusion, given his 6-year absence, which made everyone think he was dead. "If you weren't dead, why didn't you stay away? Why come back now?" Xiao Qingge said, her expression complicated. She had asked her father to unilaterally break off the marriage 2 days ago and had come to terms with her new reality. Now, Chen Feng's sudden return disrupted everything. If Jiang Che became angry, thinking she had lied, he might target the entire Xiao family. This thought made her resent Chen Feng even more, as his return jeopardized her family's safety. "Of course, I came back for you. After all, we have a marriage contract," Chen Feng said. "And I heard you were coerced by the Xiao family to marry Jiang Che. Our engagement has been annulled, and I have nothing to do with you now." Xiao Qingge's cold voice cut him off. She couldn't let Jiang Che think she was hiding something. If he got angry, the consequences would be severe. "Qingge, this joke isn't funny," Chen Feng said with a wry smile, thinking she was just upset due to his long absence. "I'm not joking. I have nothing to do with you now," she said sternly. "You can leave now, the Xiao family does not welcome you." Her anger was palpable. If Chen Feng had returned sooner, she might have been more forgiving. But his late return left no room for reconciliation. But why Chen Feng was stunned by her hostility. He had imagined many scenarios for their reunion, but never this level of indifference and disgust. Why? Because of you, my daughter has suffered for the past 6 years, Mother Xiao interjected, yelling at Chen Feng. Unable to vent her frustration on Jiang Che or her daughter, she directed it all at Chen Feng. How dare you be rude to Lord Tianxia? Slap your mouth. A middle-aged man beside Chen Feng moved to strike her but was stopped by Chen Feng. Are you saying Qingge has no feelings for me at all, and this marriage contract only shackled her? Chen Feng asked, bewildered. That's right. Do you think Qingge could truly like you? Mother Xiao said disdainfully. Our Qingge will only marry a man like young Master Zhang. You're dreaming. Chen Feng's face darkened. Since becoming one of the 4 thrones of the god of war, no one had dared speak to him like this. Am I wrong? Finding a few actors to pretend, do you really think you're important? Mother Xiao continued, her voice dripping with scorn. Ignoring her, Chen Feng turned to Xiao Qingge. Qingge, have you really never liked me? Am I not clear enough? I don't like you. The engagement bound me, and I've wanted to break it off for years. I heard of your death 2 days ago and unilaterally divorced. We have nothing to do with each other anymore, Xiao Qingge said impatiently. She was already unhappy because of Chen Feng's sudden arrival, and now he kept asking questions non-stop. To make him give up completely, Xiao Qingge decided to be blunt. She turned to Jiang Che, young Master Zhang, I agree with you, I didn't want to deliberately hide anything about Chen Feng from you, so please don't blame the Xiao family for this. Xiao Qingge said apologetically. Originally, she still had some control over the situation, but Chen Feng's interference left her no choice but to jump into the fire. She only hoped that Jiang Che wouldn't blame the entire Xiao family because of this. Chapter 174, Brother Chen, rest assured, your wife, I will care for her. Miss Qingge, I hope you can provide a reasonable explanation. Jiang Che's voice was cold, devoid of the earlier friendliness, clearly angered by the situation. This made Xiao Qingge's heart tighten, her expression becoming nervous. She knew Jiang Che was genuinely angry now. Despite his usually easygoing nature, his status meant he couldn't be deceived by just anyone. Not flipping out immediately was likely his way of sparing her from too much embarrassment. With these thoughts, Xiao Qingge felt even more guilty. She had deceived him, yet he still considered her feelings. You are Jiang Che. Chen Feng turned his gaze towards Jiang Che, his face darkening. He had overheard Xiao Qingge agreeing with Jiang Che's opinion. It seemed Qingge didn't dislike him but was being coerced by this guy. Jiang Che glanced at him, not bothering to respond. Why ask if you already know? System, check his attribute panel. Main character, Chen Feng. Cultivation, transformation stage, late stage. Identity, one of the 4 thrones of the Northern Territory. Luck, 15,000. Skills, advanced firearm mastery, advanced combat techniques. A luck of 15,000. Jiang Che's lips curled into a wicked smile. He didn't expect this guy to have such high fortune. If he could drain all this fortune, it would be enough to advance his cultivation to the mid-stage of unity of man and heaven. I'm asking you a question. Why aren't you answering me? Feeling ignored by Jiang Che, Chen Feng became furious and questioned him angrily. Who do you think you are? Just because you ask, I have to answer. Jiang Che's tone was arrogant, showing no regard for Chen Feng. You. Chen Feng's face twitched with anger. He couldn't believe this rich kid dared to be so arrogant, not taking him, a northern throne, seriously. Slap. Before Chen Feng could say more, he was suddenly slapped. Mother Xiao looked at him disdainfully. Who do you think you are, daring to be disrespectful to young Master Zhang? Slapping Chen Feng relieved a lot of her pent-up frustration. Chen Feng held his aching cheek, looking at Mother Xiao in disbelief. He hadn't expected her to slap him directly. Did she not care about her face? What do you mean, I? Get these actors out of my house. The Xiao family does not welcome you. Lord Tianxia, let me teach her a lesson. The middle-aged man beside Chen Feng finally couldn't bear it anymore, raising his hand to slap Mother Xiao back. This time, Chen Feng didn't stop him, implicitly allowing the action. It was inappropriate for him to act directly, but letting his subordinate teach her a lesson was acceptable. She needed to understand that there were always stronger people out there. He was no longer the same Chen family remnant. Now, he wasn't someone she could mess with. As the middle-aged man's hand was about to land, Jiang Che glanced at Fu Bo standing behind him. Fu Bo immediately understood, and with a swift move, he intercepted the attack in front of Mother Xiao. Boom! With a loud noise, the middle-aged man was sent flying by Fu Bo's palm, landing unconscious outside the living room. The Xiao family members were stunned, not expecting this seemingly ordinary old man to possess such terrifying strength. Xiao Qingshan looked at the kindly smiling Fu Bo and swallowed hard. He had thought Fu Bo was just an ordinary servant of Jiang Che, not realizing he had such formidable power. He had heard of martial artists but didn't expect Jiang Che's servant to be so powerful. Thank you, young master Jiang. Mother Xiao, regaining her composure, looked at Jiang Che gratefully. If Jiang Che's man hadn't intervened, she would have been humiliated. Chen Feng eyed Fu Bo warily, sensing a terrifying power from him, likely as strong as himself. A small effort, just teaching some disrespectful people a lesson. Jiang Che shook his head, looking disdainfully at Chen Feng as if to say, is this all you've got? Who are you? Why are you threatening Qingge? Chen Feng asked cautiously, treating Jiang Che as an enemy. He thought Jiang Che was targeting him, but couldn't recall ever offending such a person. Threatening her, Jiang Che found it amusing. He lifted Xiao Qingge's chin, staring into her eyes. Miss Qingge, tell this fool, did I threaten you? No, young master Jiang did not threaten me. Everything was voluntary. Xiao Qingge, blushing, stammered in response, feeling flustered by Jiang Che's bold move but too afraid to resist, fearing he might get angry. You heard that. I didn't threaten her. Jiang Che looked at Chen Feng with disdain, shrugging. He really hadn't threatened Xiao Qingge. She had approached him voluntarily, and he wasn't one to refuse such a beauty. Moreover, Xiao Qingge's quick compromise was largely thanks to Chen Feng. If he hadn't suddenly appeared and disrupted things, Xiao Qingge wouldn't have been so proactive. Jiang Che understood her motive. She feared his anger might affect the entire Xiao family. For this, Jiang Che could only say, well done. Brother Chen, rest assured. Your wife, I will care for her. What are you doing? Take your dirty hands off her. Seeing Jiang Che's flirtatious behavior, Chen Feng's face turned red with anger, feeling utterly humiliated. How dare this guy flirt with his fiancée right in front of him? Did he think Chen Feng was a pushover? Chen Feng, get out of the Xiao family immediately. Before Jiang Che could respond, Xiao Qingge spoke up first. Her eyes were full of disgust as she looked at Chen Feng, hating him to the core. If it weren't for his sudden appearance, causing Jiang Che's displeasure, she wouldn't have been in this mess. And now he had the audacity to stay in the Xiao family, pretending to defend her. How revolting. Ding, Xiao Qingge feels extreme disgust towards Chen Feng, rewarding 2,000 villain points. Ding, the host has altered the plot, making it impossible for Xiao Qingge and Chen Feng to reconcile, rewarding 2,000 villain points. Ding, Chen Feng's luck decreases by 2,000, rewarding 4,000 villain points. Hearing the system's continuous notifications, Jiang Che smiled playfully. He sat back down, watching the drama unfold between Chen Feng and Xiao Qingge, curious to see how Chen Feng would handle this. Chapter 175. A local tyrant cannot be defeated by a drifting dragon. Qingge, aren't you being coerced by Jiang Che? I can take you with me. Chen Feng shook his head and said, his expression resolute. He firmly believed that Xiao Qingge was being coerced by Jiang Che. Are you done? Haven't I made myself clear enough? Xiao Qingge was speechless. She realized that Chen Feng genuinely couldn't understand her words. Kid, you can leave now. Jiang Che glanced up, looking at Chen Feng impatiently. He had no interest in continuing to listen to their pointless argument. You are really arrogant. How dare you be so rude to me? Do you know who I am? Chen Feng sneered, thinking Jiang Che was just a frog in a well, ignorant of the world. Aren't you just one of the 4 thrones under the Northern War God? Even if your war god came today, he would have to be polite to me. Jiang Che's face was full of mockery. If the Northern War God came, he might be cautious, given his control over the Northern Territory and his million-strong army. But Chen Feng, just one of the 4 thrones, was not worth his attention. How do you know my identity? Chen Feng was dumbfounded as Jiang Che directly revealed his identity. He had intended to use his status to show off, but now that was impossible. He was sure that Jiang Che must be some old enemy, otherwise, he wouldn't know so much about him. After all, he had just arrived in Linjiang City and had barely been here for a day. It was impossible for anyone to know him. Moreover, this guy was too arrogant, completely disregarding the Northern Territory. Lord Tianxia, let us teach him a lesson. A shadow dragon guard behind Chen Feng said with a sinister expression. It had been a long time since he encountered someone so arrogant, and he didn't expect the other party to disregard the Northern Territory people so much. That might not be appropriate. Chen Feng hesitated for a moment before refusing. It wasn't just about Jiang Che's own strength, but the old man's strength behind him was also unfathomable. Moreover, this was still the Shao family. If trouble arose, it would attract official attention, and they would be forced to return the Shadow Dragon Guards to the Northern Territory. Hearing Chen Feng's words, the Shadow Dragon Guard didn't say much and directly retreated behind Chen Feng again. The war god's order was to obey Tianxia's instructions. Since he didn't want to act, they wouldn't act either. Young Master Jiang, what is his identity? Hearing Jiang Che's words, Xiao Qingge became curious. At first, she thought these people were just actors hired by Chen Feng, but Jiang Che's words suggested otherwise, so Chen Feng might actually have some background. He is Tianxia, one of the 4 thrones under the Northern War God. He has significant influence in the Northern Territory, second only to the Northern War God. Jiang Che glanced at Xiao Qingge and didn't hide Chen Feng's background. There was nothing to hide about it. Even if Chen Feng wielded great power in the Northern Territory, he still had to follow the rules in Linjiang City. A local tyrant couldn't be defeated by a drifting dragon, especially when Chen Feng was not even a dragon, just a worm. A throne. Tianxia. Xiao Qingge was shocked by Jiang Che's words. She had heard of the Northern Territory, and it was surprising that Chen Feng, after disappearing for 6 years, had become a throne. This was indeed surprising, but that was all. What Chen Feng had become had nothing to do with her. Xiao Qingshan also looked at Chen Feng in astonishment after hearing Jiang Che's words. No wonder this guy was so arrogant when he arrived. It turned out he had such a background. Seeing the shocked expressions of the Shao family, Chen Feng felt a bit pleased and proud. He didn't expect Jiang Che to reveal his identity, saving him the trouble. But his pride was short-lived, as Jiang Che's next words brought him back to reality. Are you going to leave or not? Jiang Che asked impatiently, having lost all patience. If Chen Feng was sensible and leave now, it would alter the plot. If he wasn't sensible and refused to leave, Jiang Che would have to make him. You want me to leave just because you say so? Why? Chen Feng glanced at Jiang Che and snorted coldly. Leave just because Jiang Che said so? Did Tianxia not have any dignity? Fu Bo, see him out. Jiang Che, not wanting to waste more words, directly instructed Fu Bo to act. Hearing Jiang Che's order, Fu Bo stepped forward, appearing in front of Chen Feng with a kind smile on his wrinkled face. Mr. Chen, my young master has ordered you to leave. Go back to where you came from. Why? Why do you think you can order me around? Chen Feng was unmoved. When had Tianxia ever taken orders from an old man? Then I will see Mr. Chen out. Fu Bo stroked his goatee and didn't hesitate. He reached out, grabbed Chen Feng by the collar, and threw him outside. The move was fluid and fast, almost too quick to see. Before Chen Feng realized it, he was already in the air. Just as he tried to use his inner strength to stay afloat, Fu Bo appeared behind him and kicked him in the back. Boom! With a loud crash, Chen Feng was slammed into the ground outside the living room, creating a human-shaped pit several feet deep, kicking up dust and debris. Cough, cough. Chen Feng crawled out of the pit, patting the dirt off his body, looking extremely disheveled. Fu Bo did not hold back at all. If not for his strong physique and the last-moment use of his inner strength to protect himself, he would have been seriously injured. Lord Tianxia, do you need our help? A group of Shadow Dragon guards rushed out from the entrance, looking at Chen Feng. No need, wait here. I will deal with this old man myself, Chen Feng said with a grim expression, refusing their help. Since the old man could defeat him with one move, he was obviously a master. The Shadow Dragon guards would be of no help. If they lost a few more people, it would be a huge loss for the Northern Territory, and the war god would be furious. These Shadow Dragon guards were rare martial arts talents selected from thousands. Losing even one was a significant loss. Chen Feng leapt from the ground, hovering in midair about 2 meters from Fu Bo. His expression was unprecedentedly serious as he spoke. Please enlighten me, old sir. With that, Chen Feng flashed, disappearing from his original position. In the next second, he appeared beside Fu Bo, aiming a punch at his head. Fu Bo's expression remained unchanged as he reached out and grabbed Chen Feng's fist. Chen Feng was secretly shocked by Fu Bo's reaction speed. He tried to pull back his fist but found it impossible to break free. Growing angry, Chen Feng opened his free hand, a golden glow appearing in his palm, and thrust it towards Fu Bo's chest. Chapter 176, The End of the Farce, a confused Xiaoqingge. Fu Bo saw this and also struck with his palm. The two energies collided in midair, and with a loud boom, everything returned to calm. Chen Feng was affected by the energy and was forced back several dozen meters before he could stop. His face didn't look good, and he clutched his slightly aching chest, looking somewhat dispirited. Fu Bo, however, stood in place as if nothing had happened, smiling at Chen Feng. With this exchange, the outcome was clear. This watching the two fight back and forth in midair, Xiaoqingge's expression was colorful shock, confusion, and bewilderment. She had never encountered such things before and didn't know that martial artists existed in this world. Is it unbelievable? Jiang Che glanced at her and asked in a calm tone. It is indeed a bit unbelievable. Xiaoqingge nodded woodenly. She had never imagined that there were martial artists in this world. Who would have thought that this remnant of the Chen family would become so powerful? Mother Xiao's expression was also colorful. She had thought Chen Feng had hired a few actors to show off, but he really had significant background and terrifying martial arts skills. In 6 years, he had grown from a small pawn to a powerful throne. Most people couldn't understand what he had been through. Mr. Chen, do you still want to fight in midair? Fu Bo looked at Chen Feng with some surprise. His previous moves hadn't held back at all. For most martial artists, encountering his attack would mean serious injury or death. Unexpectedly, Chen Feng's physical condition was so good that he only suffered minor internal injuries. Come on. Chen Feng steadied his breathing, his eyes showing a bit of frenzy as he looked at Fu Bo. The stronger his opponent, the more excited he became. In the Northern Territory, he had experienced countless life and death situations. Facing a stronger enemy didn't make him afraid. It was this belief that had supported him through numerous dangerous situations. Without further ado, Chen Feng conjured a blue sword beam from his palm and, at lightning speed, aimed it at Fu Bo's heart. The speed was so fast that it left only a fleeting blue sword flower in the air. However, Fu Bo caught the trajectory of the sword beam. To others, the sword beam was incredibly fast, but to him, it was as slow as a snail. With a wave of his hand, an invisible barrier appeared in front of him. As the sword beam approached, the barrier dissipated its force. Fu Bo then unleashed a lightning-shaped energy strike towards Chen Feng's heart. Chen Feng was shocked, sensing a deadly threat. His intuition told him that if he didn't block this attack, he would die here today. Without hesitation, Chen Feng gathered all his inner strength and crossed his arms in front of his chest. Thud! With the sound of the sword energy entering his body, Chen Feng fell from midair and slammed into the ground. This time, he struggled for a long time but couldn't get up, his face turning extremely pale. The sword energy had almost hit his heart, and he narrowly escaped death once again. Young man, although you are one of the Northern Territory's 4 thrones, there are some people you can never afford to offend. Give up and return to the Northern Territory. Fu Bo landed in front of Chen Feng and sighed. He hoped that such a young talent wouldn't die at the hands of his young master. Judging by his age, Chen Feng was about 25 and had reached the late stage of transformation. If he didn't die young, he would surely become a great power. But this guy was too flamboyant, daring to provoke his young master. The wind destroys the outstanding tree. Sometimes, being too ostentatious is not good. If the Northern War God had come, he might have had the conditions for equal negotiation with his young master. After saying this, Fu Bo didn't say more and returned to Jiang Che's side. His words were clear, whether Chen Feng could heed them was up to him. He had seen many young talents like Chen Feng, Chu Tian, Yi Tian, Xiao Fan who all ended up dead because they provoked his young master. Jiang Che only wanted him to teach Chen Feng a lesson, not kill him. Otherwise, Chen Feng would already be a corpse. Ding, the host let someone beat Chen Feng, suppressing his arrogance and changing the plot. Reward: 2,000 villain points. Ding, Chen Feng's luck decreased by 2,000, reward: 4,000 villain points. System: open the attribute panel. Host: Jiang Che. Identity: eldest young master of the Jiang family. Cultivation: early stage of unity of man and heaven. Villain points: 51,000. Techniques: limitless pure yang, mysterious heavenly scripture, star devouring technique, heavenly insight technique. Martial skills: 9 heaven sword art. Items: Death Substitution Talisman, Human Infant Burp Bag times 1100, Marrow Cleansing Pill times 9, Luck Talisman times 3, Nourishing Essence Pill times 9, Sky Poison Pill times 10, 10,000 Year Ice Mountain Snow Lotus. Skills. God Level Disguise, Ghost Gate 13 Needles, God Level Culinary Skills. Looking at the more than 50,000 villain points remaining, Jiang Che nodded in satisfaction. He had gathered enough villain points to upgrade again. Jiang Che walked out of the living room and approached Chen Feng, who had been dragged out of the pit by the Shadow Dragon guards. Mr. Chen, it's better not to be so arrogant next time. Otherwise, you might suddenly die without knowing why. With that, Jiang Che left with Fu Bo and the others. He wasn't in a hurry to kill Chen Feng, who still had about 10,000 fortune points. He would wait until he had drained all his value. As for Xiao Qingge, there was no rush. Once Chen Feng's injuries healed, he could use her to agitate him again. This fool probably still thought that he had been forcing Xiao Qingge all along. Lord Tianxia, should we leave as well? After Jiang Che left, a Shadow Dragon guard supported Chen Feng and asked. Leave the Xiao family, Chen Feng said weakly and then fainted. His injuries were too severe, he had been holding on by sheer willpower. Thus, dozens of Shadow Dragon guards carried Chen Feng away. They left as humiliated as they had arrived. And so, the farce ended. Xiao Qingge watched Jiang Che's departing figure, her expression complex and her mood melancholic, feeling a sense of confusion. She didn't know why Jiang Che didn't take her away this time, nor what the future held for her. She only knew she had no way out now. Chapter 177, The Resigned Xiao Qingge. The show begins. In a special care ward of a certain hospital, Chen Feng slowly opened his eyes from the bed, shaking his somewhat dizzy head, and weakly said, "Water." A Shadow Dragon guard, who had been taking care of Chen Feng, saw him wake up and was delighted. He quickly picked up a water cup from the table and handed it to Chen Feng. After drinking a few sips of water, Chen Feng's complexion improved slightly, no longer as pale as before. Am I in the hospital? Chen Feng looked around the environment and asked with a frown. He wanted to struggle to get up, but as soon as he moved, a heart-wrenching pain came from his chest. Chen Feng gasped in pain, his face showing discomfort. Only then did he remember that he had been severely injured by Butler Fu before he passed out. We are indeed in the hospital. After you fell unconscious, our people brought you here. The doctor said your condition is not particularly serious. You just need to rest in the hospital for a few more days. The Shadow Dragon guard answered Chen Feng's question. This was also thanks to Chen Feng's extraordinary physique, otherwise, it would have been impossible to recover so quickly. How many days have I been unconscious? Chen Feng sorted out the somewhat chaotic information in his mind, recalling the events of the past few days, and asked with a frown. It's been 3 days. Has Jiang Che gone to the Xiao family these past few days? Chen Feng asked eagerly. His biggest fear was that Jiang Che would take advantage of his 3 days of unconsciousness to harass Xiao Qingge again. After all, in his view, all of Xiao Qingge's actions were forced by Jiang Che. Our people have been stationed near the Xiao family, and we haven't seen Jiang Che go there these past few days. The Shadow Dragon guard shook his head and said. That's good. Hearing the response, Chen Feng breathed a sigh of relief, the stone in his heart finally falling to the ground. This was a small blessing in misfortune. Fortunately, Jiang Che hadn't made any moves these past few days, otherwise, he would have been in deep trouble. Little did he know that Jiang Che was just waiting for him to wake up to strike when it would hurt the most. When did the doctor say I would recover? Chen Feng wanted to struggle to get up from the bed. After several failed attempts, he asked with a frown. The doctor said it would take about a week. A week is too long, I can't wait. Go and get the medicinal pills I brought from the northern border. Chen Feng ordered. Before leaving the northern border, he had brought some special healing pills in case of emergency. These pills, named condensed frost pills, were made from a type of herb called frost grass, which grew in the harsh cold of the northern border and had miraculous healing properties. Yes, the Shadow Dragon guard responded, respectfully exiting the ward. The condensed frost pills were kept at the headquarters of Tianqian Group in Linjiang City, so he had to make a trip there. More than an hour later, the Shadow Dragon guard returned with a white porcelain bottle in his hand. Lord Tianxia, here is the condensed frost pill. He handed the porcelain bottle to Chen Feng, then stood respectfully aside. Chen Feng opened the bottle, poured out a crystal clear, smooth, snow-white pill. The pill emitted a cold aura, making the surrounding air noticeably colder. Without much hesitation, Chen Feng swallowed the pill in one gulp. The pill melted in his mouth, its medicinal power turning into internal energy, nourishing Chen Feng's injured body. After about 10 minutes, Chen Feng absorbed all the medicinal effects and slowly sat up from the bed. With the recovery from the condensed frost pill, his internal injuries were mostly healed. As for the external wounds, they couldn't be healed overnight, but he wasn't in a hurry. As one of the few alchemists in the 9 provinces, the effects of the condensed frost pill were evident. Only the war god, the 4 thrones, and the 8 great generals of the northern border had the opportunity to use such pills. The growth environment of frost grass was extremely harsh, even rare in the northern border. Chen Feng adjusted his internal energy, got out of bed, and although his face was still a bit pale, it was much better than before. At least he no longer felt like he could drop dead at any moment. Have the rest of the Shadow Dragon Guards arrived in Linjiang City? Yes, Master Tian Sha, all the Shadow Dragon Guards have assembled. A small part is stationed near the Xiao family to protect Miss Xiao Qingge, and the rest are all at Tianqian Group. The Shadow Dragon Guard replied respectfully. Leaving some people to protect Xiao Qingge was Chen Feng's own idea. Since they're back, let the brothers go and relax. There's no need to stay at Tianqian Group every day waiting for my orders. I'll notify you if anything comes up. Chen Feng thought for a moment and said. He hadn't intended to bring so many people back, but it was the war god's intention, so he couldn't refuse. And now, he didn't need them either. It would be better to let them relax after finally coming back, leaving just a few Shadow Dragon Guards to protect him. Understood, Lord Tianxia. At Crouching Dragon Villa, Jiang Che was sitting on the sofa, watching TV out of boredom, listening to Along's report. Chen Feng is awake hearing Along's words. Jiang Che was a bit surprised. He hadn't expected Chen Feng to recover so quickly. After all, Butler Fu hadn't held back at the Xiao family. If it were an ordinary martial artist, it would take at least a week to recover, no matter how fast. Chen Feng had recovered in just 3 days. It could only be said that he truly was the protagonist, enjoying special treatment, indeed the darling of destiny. That's right, Chen Feng has now returned to Tianqian Group and started investigating the massacre of the Chen family years ago. Along reported respectfully, detailing the information received from his subordinates. He's acting fast. In that case, I'll give him a big gift. Jiang Che showed an evil smile. Since Master Tian Sha had recovered, he could now implement his plan. You may leave now. Waving his hand to dismiss Along, Jiang Che picked up his phone and started chatting with Xiao Qingge. Are you off work? Let's have dinner together later. In the president's office of the Xiao Group, Xiao Qingge was bowing her head, correcting documents. Her phone suddenly buzzed, interrupting her thoughts. Looking at the chat message that popped up, Xiao Qingge's expression became complicated. Jiang Che's almost commanding tone didn't give her any room to refuse. She could already guess what was going to happen next. After hesitating for a long time, Xiao Qingge picked up her phone and replied. Okay. She had no way out. This was the last resort for the Xiao family. I'm coming to pick you up now. Wait for me at the Xiao Group. After ending the chat, Xiao Qingge put her phone back on the table, her expression full of struggle. Chapter 178. It wasn't love at first sight, it was your tight skirt. Downstairs at the Xiao Group, Jiang Che parked his Bugatti, then took out his phone and sent a message to Xiao Qingge. I'm here, come down. After sending the message, Jiang Che got out of the car, leaned against the hood of the Bugatti, and lit a cigarette. His gaze swept over the bustling street, and soon a black BMW caught his attention. Jiang Che used his cultivation to sense the car, and sure enough, he saw 2 familiar faces inside the BMW. These 2 were among the many Shadow Dragon Guards who had followed Chen Feng to the Xiao family that day. Jiang Che's lips curved into a playful smile as he walked up to the BMW and knocked on the door. The window quickly rolled down, and the 2 Shadow Dragon Guards pretended not to recognize Jiang Che, asking somewhat confusedly. Do you need something? Tell Chen Feng, if he doesn't come soon, Xiao Qingge will be my woman. After saying that, Jiang Che turned and left. The 2 Shadow Dragon Guards stared at each other, bewildered. They couldn't understand how he had identified them. They had never left the car, so how did Jiang Che sense them? Not thinking much more about it, they took out their phone and called Chen Feng, relaying Jiang Che's message. Lord Tianxia, Jiang Che is already at the Xiao group. It looks like he's waiting for Miss Qingge to get off work. Jiang Che returned to his car, and soon after, Xiao Qingge walked out of the Xiao group building. She was wearing a cream-colored shirt and a tight skirt, her legs wrapped in black stockings, with her hair tied in a ponytail, looking every bit the urban lady. Seeing Xiao Qingge dressed like this, Jiang Che's eyes lit up. He couldn't help but think that this outfit suited her well, showcasing her graceful figure perfectly. Jiang Che suddenly remembered a saying, "It wasn't love at first sight, it was because you wore a tight skirt that day." Jiang Che swore he was absolutely appreciating her from an aesthetic point of view, definitely not because he was lustful. Young Master Xiao Qingge walked up to Jiang Che with small, hesitant steps, looking a bit nervous. Her delicate hands were clasped together, her face full of unease, and her heart was pounding wildly. "Don't be afraid of me, it's just a simple meal." Seeing Xiao Qingge like this, Jiang Che found it both amusing and frustrating. He wasn't some ferocious beast, was there a need to be so afraid of him? Hearing Jiang Che's words, Xiao Qingge remained silent. She didn't believe that Jiang Che just wanted to have a simple meal with her. Get in the car, but Jiang Che didn't give her much time to think. Glancing at the BMW parked not far away, he opened the car door for Xiao Qingge, then got into the driver's seat himself. He started the car and drove smoothly towards a restaurant on Tian'an Road. At a small diner on Tian'an Road, Jiang Che parked the car and led Xiao Qingge out. "We're eating here." Looking at the small diner in front of her, Xiao Qingge was a bit stunned. She never expected Jiang Che would bring her to such a place. The esteemed young master of Linjiang City, eating at a roadside diner. No one would believe this if it got out. In Xiao Qingge's impression, someone of Jiang Che's status would either dine at a Michelin 5-star restaurant or some high-end hotel. "I've been here a few times before, the food is pretty good." Jiang Che shrugged and said. "It's just about satisfying a craving, it doesn't matter where you eat. Besides, the food here might not taste any worse than those high-end restaurants. Let's go in," Jiang Che said, directly taking Xiao Qingge's soft hand and walking into the restaurant. Xiao Qingge struggled a bit, but seeing that Jiang Che wouldn't let go, she gave up. She was afraid that continued resistance would make Jiang Che unhappy. Her face flushed slightly, as it was her first time holding hands with a man. "Young man, here to eat again." As soon as they walked into the restaurant, the owner, who was at the cashier, noticed Jiang Che and cheerfully said. Jiang Che was a regular customer, and the owner had become familiar with him. "You got a girlfriend, huh? She's really pretty." The owner then noticed Xiao Qingge following Jiang Che and remarked with some admiration. A beauty like Xiao Qingge was rare, especially in a small diner like this. "That's right, she's my new girlfriend. Auntie, the usual, I'll head upstairs first," Jiang Che said with a smile, dropping his usual aloof demeanor. In this small diner, he always felt a strong sense of ordinary life, which he enjoyed. "Got it," the owner responded, instructing the nearby waiters to take the order and serve the dishes. Jiang Che led Xiao Qingge upstairs to a pre-booked private room. Inside the private room, Xiao Qingge was a bit restless. Although she had dined with Jiang Che before, this time felt fundamentally different. She knew what she would have to face tonight, so she was very nervous. "Relax, Miss Qingge. It's just a meal, I won't do anything to you," Jiang Che said, his words not matching his true intentions, sounding like the big bad wolf deceiving Little Red Riding Hood. After taking a sip of hot tea from the table, Xiao Qingge calmed down a bit, not as nervous as before. What was meant to happen would happen, she couldn't escape it. She was a smart woman and knew not to anger Jiang Che. All she could do was comply as much as possible. At this point, she had no way out. "Young Master Jiang, do you come here often?" Xiao Qingge initiated a topic, looking at Jiang Che with curiosity. From Jiang Che's conversation with the owner, she had gleaned that he used to frequent this place. This gave Xiao Qingge a small surprise. She didn't expect someone of Jiang Che's status to frequent such a small diner. "I used to come here a few times when I had the time." Jiang Che shrugged, guessing a bit about her thoughts. "The food here is quite good. You'll know once you try it." As they talked, the door of the private room opened, and several waiters brought in plate after plate of food. Ate treasured tofu, braised turbot, braised pork, wild vegetable meatballs and a bottle of red wine Jiang Che had previously stored here. Jiang Che didn't really like this foreign drink, preferring the stronger taste of baijiu. But today, to accompany a beauty, he made an exception. After setting the table, the waiters left, closing the door behind them. Jiang Che took 2 wine glasses from the table, poured a glass for Xiao Qingge, and said with a smile, "This is pure brewed wine I had someone bring from abroad. It tastes pretty good, try it." Without much hesitation, Xiao Qingge picked up the glass and took a small sip. She didn't want to spoil Jiang Che's mood, nor did she dare to. Jiang Che smiled knowingly, and the two began to eat and drink. Chapter 179, Chen Feng's Breakdown, Xiao Qingge's Compromise. After receiving the information from his subordinates, Chen Feng rushed to Tian'an Road. As soon as he got out of the car, he saw Jiang Che supporting a drunken Xiao Qingge as they walked out of the restaurant. "Young Master Jiang, where are we going?" Xiao Qingge hiccuped, her face flushed with intoxication, and asked somewhat confusedly. She had been made to drink quite a bit by Jiang Che earlier, and her mind was still a bit foggy. "Taking you to a fun place." Jiang Che naturally noticed Chen Feng's arrival and a sinister smile curled at the corner of his mouth. "A fun place?" Xiao Qingge repeated Jiang Che's words, already somewhat disoriented. Jiang Che, let go of Qingge. Seeing the intimate actions between the two, Chen Feng finally couldn't bear it anymore and shouted angrily at Jiang Che. His face was flushed red, his fists clenched tightly, and his skin was trembling. Clearly, he was extremely agitated by their actions. "Mr. Chen, why are you here? Do you really need to worry about the matters between Miss Qingge and me?" Jiang Che sneered, looking at Chen Feng with disdain. If Chen Feng hadn't come, he wouldn't have waited any longer. After all, time waits for no one, and Xiao Qingge was just too tempting in her current state. "She's my fiancée, of course I should worry." Hearing Jiang Che's words, Chen Feng was almost driven mad with anger. How could someone as shameless as Jiang Che exist in this world? Listening to their argument, Xiao Qingge shook her slightly dizzy head, regaining some clarity. Seeing Chen Feng's arrival, Xiao Qingge looked surprised and a bit annoyed. "Why are you here?" "Of course, I came to protect you, Qingge. Don't be afraid, with me here, Jiang Che can't do anything to you. Now, come with me," Chen Feng said earnestly. He could see that Xiao Qingge had been made to drink a lot by Jiang Che, and it was obvious what was going to happen next. He couldn't just stand by and let it happen, as Xiao Qingge was his fiancée. "Why should I go with you?" Xiao Qingge sneered, looking at Chen Feng with disgust. The cool evening breeze had sobered her up quite a bit. She couldn't understand why this guy kept following her around like a lapdog. This Chen Feng was taken aback, clearly not expecting Xiao Qingge to respond like this. He then said bitterly, "I'm your fiancé. You've had too much to drink today. Let me take you home. I've already broken off the engagement with you. There's nothing between us anymore. I'm not your fiancé," Xiao Qingge said irritably. Hadn't she made herself clear enough? Why couldn't this guy just let her go? It was because of this B******'s sudden appearance at the Xiao family last time that Jiang Che got upset. Otherwise, she could have stalled for a few more days and wouldn't have been forced into this situation so quickly. Jiang Che's anger was something she couldn't afford, and it would bring disaster to the entire Xiao family. She wasn't stupid, she knew what was going to happen tonight. It was because of Chen Feng that she was in such a passive position, which made her despise him. "Were you not coerced by Jiang Che?" Chen Feng asked, somewhat dumbfounded, because he realized he might have misunderstood. He couldn't see any reluctance in Xiao Qingge's expression. "Young Master Jiang, I'll head back to the car first." Xiao Qingge didn't even bother with this fool anymore. Realizing Chen Feng really couldn't take a hint, she greeted Jiang Che and got into the passenger seat of the Bugatti. "Mr. Chen, Miss Qingge and I are mutually consenting. If you continue to bother her, don't blame me for being rude," Jiang Che said mockingly, looking at Chen Feng with disdain in his eyes. "No, impossible, it must be that you threatened Qingge." Chen Feng shook his head vigorously, unwilling to accept this reality. If Xiao Qingge was willing, then what had he been holding onto for the past 6 years? In an instant, Chen Feng felt like his world had collapsed, his life becoming colorless. He could tell that there was no grievance in Xiao Qingge's words. He just didn't want to accept the truth and was deceiving himself. He had struggled in the northern border for 6 years, only to come back and find his home stolen. If Xiao Qingge didn't have feelings for him, why did she tell him to stay alive, back then? It was this very sentence from Xiao Qingge that gave Chen Feng the will to persevere. Many times, he escaped death because of it. But from Xiao Qingyi's words today, there was no indication she had lied. She simply didn't like him. Had he been deluding himself all these years? Ding! Chen Feng's Dao heart collapsed, mind shattered, luck minus 3,000, reward villain value 60,000. Listening to the system prompt and looking at the self-doubting Chen Feng, Jiang Che felt disdain. He thought Chen Feng had a strong heart. After all, he had survived countless bloody battles. But just because of a few words from Xiao Qingyi, he fell apart. Indeed, he had overestimated this guy. Mr. Chen, instead of lamenting fate's unfairness here, why not start investigating the truth behind the massacre of your Chen family? Leaving this sentence, Jiang Che turned and got into the car. He didn't want Chen Feng to lose all motivation. If he didn't find out that the truth was connected to him, Jiang Che couldn't continue to exploit him. Watching the Bugatti drive away, Chen Feng stood dazed, finally snapping out of it when the nearby Shadow Dragon guards called out to him. Master Tianxia, should we keep following them? One of the Shadow Dragon guards asked resolutely, his face full of indignation, deeply sympathizing with Chen Feng's plight. No man could bear such a thing after being away for 6 years, to return and find his fiancée mingling with another man. No need. Watching the Bugatti disappear into the distance, Chen Feng sighed and closed his eyes sorrowfully. As Xiao Qingyi said, he had no right to entangle with her anymore. There was no engagement between them. However, Chen Feng couldn't swallow this bitterness. He couldn't understand why. Although Xiao Qingyi didn't like him, he could tell she didn't like Jiang Che either. She must have her reasons for being so submissive. It seemed that a lot had happened to the Xiao family in his 6-year absence. But now, none of this mattered. As Jiang Che said, the most important thing for him was to investigate the truth behind the Chen family's massacre. Chen Feng wasn't surprised that Jiang Che knew his background. Judging by Jiang Che's attire, he didn't seem like an ordinary person. It would be easy for him to investigate. Let's head back to Tianqian Group. Chen Feng left, his figure looking somewhat desolate and lonely. In a presidential suite at the Linjiang International Hotel. Looking at the overly shy Xiao Qingyi, Jiang Che grabbed her ponytail directly. Chapter 180, Xiao Qingyi, at least you have a conscience. The next day, around noon, Xiao Qingyi groggily opened her eyes and saw that there was no one beside her, feeling a bit disappointed. Just as she was about to get up, she saw a bank card placed on the table next to her, with a note underneath it. Without thinking, she knew it was left by Jiang Che. Curious, Xiao Qingyi picked up the note and read it. This card contains 5 million. Consider it your reward for your good performance last night. You don't have to worry about the Xiao family's debt. I will personally talk to my mother about it. If you need anything, remember to call me. Seeing Jiang Che's message, Xiao Qingyi's face flushed with embarrassment. Such a bad guy. Xiao Qingyi lay back on the bed, feeling a warm sensation in her heart. Given the circumstances, she had no complaints. Jiang Che, after all, was quite responsible. Yawning, Xiao Qingyi closed her eyes and soon drifted back into sleep. After returning to Tianqian Group, Chen Feng convened all the top executives of the company for a meeting. The agenda was to investigate the truth behind the Chen family's massacre 6 years ago. The top executives of Tianqian Group were all from the northern border, making this their stronghold in Linjiang City. Master Tianxia, investigating this matter may not be that simple. A portly middle-aged man hesitated before speaking. The Chen family massacre had occurred 6 years ago, making it undoubtedly difficult to reinvestigate. Mobilize all northern border personnel in Linjiang City to investigate. I want results within a week. Chen Feng said in a stern voice. He knew that uncovering the truth wouldn't be easy. But if he didn't put pressure on these people, they wouldn't have the motivation to pursue it. Apart from official contacts, we don't have much influence among the families in Linjiang City. The middle-aged man said helplessly. It was clear that the Chen family massacre was orchestrated by powerful families. Without involvement from the families, the investigation would yield no results. Moreover, the perpetrators might have already destroyed all evidence with official help. So what do you suggest we do? Chen Feng frowned, looking displeased at the fat man. Damn it, they hadn't even started investigating, and they were already at wit's end. How could they expect results with that attitude? Master Tianxia, we do have some connections among the families in Linjiang City. One of the 8 great generals of the northern border, Lin Tianlong, is from the Lin family in Linjiang City. He is the youngest son of the current head of the Lin family, Lin Kanghai. Another man in his 30s, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, pushed his glasses up and spoke. Lin Tianlong hearing this, Chen Feng frowned. He was familiar with Lin Tianlong, one of the 8 great generals of the northern border, and now he found out they were from the same hometown. That's right, the Chen family's matter likely involves the interests of powerful families. If someone from the Lin family personally investigates, it would be much easier. The man with glasses nodded, explaining the situation clearly. Then I'll personally visit the Lin family. Chen Feng took a deep breath and agreed. He realized that having a powerful family investigate would indeed make things easier. To show his respect for the Lin family, Chen Feng decided to go in person. With that, Chen Feng got up from his chair, took some specialty products from the northern border, and left Tianchen Group with a few Shadow Dragon guards. Do you think Master Tianche will get results from his investigation? After Chen Feng left, someone couldn't help but ask out of curiosity. I doubt it. It's been 6 years. The portly man shook his head, not optimistic about the investigation. It wasn't that he doubted Chen Feng, but the time gap was too long. I wouldn't be so sure. Master Tianche has many connections in Linjiang City. He might uncover the truth. I think. Enough, no more discussing. Don't you all have work to do? The man with glasses frowned, interrupting the discussion. As one of Chen Feng's confidants, he didn't want to hear anyone speaking ill of him. We don't need to worry about his matters. We just need to do our jobs well. Don't forget, we work for the northern border. Hearing the man with glasses, everyone quickly dispersed. At the Lin family estate, Chen Feng, carrying some small gifts, got out of a BMW and headed towards the Lin family with 2 Shadow Dragon guards. However, they were stopped by the security guard at the entrance. Sir, this is a private residence. Without an invitation, you cannot enter. The security guard said politely. Although Chen Feng's attire was simple, his imposing presence was evident, clearly not an ordinary person. Thus, the guard was very respectful, afraid of offending him with a single word. Having worked as a security guard for the Lin family for years, he had seen many powerful figures and had developed a keen sense. Tell your master that I'm from the northern border and a colleague of Lin Tianlong. Chen Feng said with a smile, showing no anger. He understood the rules of powerful families. Very well, please wait a moment. I'll report this immediately, the guard said respectfully, turning and heading into the Lin family estate. Lin Kanghai was leisurely drinking tea in the living room. Ever since handing over the company to Lin Zhenshan, he had been enjoying a relaxed life. Master, there's someone outside claiming to be from the northern border who wishes to see you. The security guard entered the living room and respectfully reported to Lin Kanghai. Someone from the northern border. Hearing this, Lin Kanghai was taken aback. His youngest son served in the northern border army. Could it be that he had returned? But that didn't make sense. If it were his son, there would be no need for a report. That's right. They said they are colleagues of young Master Tianlong. I see. Please invite them in. Hearing the guard's explanation, Lin Kanghai understood. Understood. The guard responded and left. Sir, our master invites you in for a conversation. Returning to the entrance, the security guard politely said to Chen Feng, gesturing for him to enter. Thank you. Chen Feng thanked him and, accompanied by 2 Shadow Dragon guards, entered the Lin family estate. Chapter 181. Sometimes knowing too much isn't a good thing. We came uninvited, I hope Master Lin won't mind. Chen Feng walked into the living room with 2 Shadow Dragon guards, a friendly smile on his face. Since he was here to ask for help, he did not display any arrogance. He had considered seeking help from other families but felt it might not be appropriate. They might investigate the matter seriously due to his status as the northern border's throne, but privately, who knows if they would genuinely pursue it. After much thought, Chen Feng felt that seeking help from the Lin family was the most reliable option. After all, Lin Tianlong was his colleague. Although Lin Tianlong was one of the 8 great generals of the northern border, his rank was slightly lower than Chen Feng's and he was not under Chen Feng's jurisdiction. Like Chen Feng, he only took orders from the war god of the northern border, though he had less military power. As he spoke, Chen Feng handed over some specialty products from the northern border to Lin Kanghai. You are my son Lin Tianlong's comrade. Lin Kanghai looked at Chen Feng curiously, already somewhat convinced by Chen Feng's words. After all, the terrifying aura inadvertently exuded by Chen Feng was not something just anyone could possess. Yes, I am Lin Tianlong's comrade. En Chen Feng said, taking out a small red booklet and handing it to Lin Kanghai with a smile. He could see the doubt in the old man's eyes. Seeing the credentials Chen Feng handed over, Lin Kanghai's face showed shock. He didn't expect this young man to have reached the position of a throne in the northern border. His youngest son was in his 30s and had just barely reached the position of one of the 8 great generals, thanks to Lin Kanghai's extensive connections. For Chen Feng to have reached the throne position at such a young age, he either had extraordinary abilities or an incredibly powerful background. What brings you here today? Young friend Lin Kanghai stroked his beard and looked at Chen Feng with a smile. Seeing that Chen Feng was someone worth befriending, his attitude was very friendly. Has Master Lin ever heard of the Chen family in Linjiang City? Chen Feng took a sip of the hot tea handed to him by a servant and asked calmly. The Chen family, which Chen family? Lin Kanghai frowned and asked with some doubt. As one of the 4 major cities of Zhou, Linjiang City was incredibly prosperous, home to countless wealthy individuals. Among the prominent Chen families he knew, there were at least a dozen. Although they were all minor families, they were still much better off than ordinary households. He had no idea which Chen family Chen Feng was referring to. The Chen family that was wiped out 6 years ago. Chen Feng took another sip of hot tea, trying to suppress his inner anger. However, his slightly trembling fingers betrayed him. That second-tier family's Chen family. Hearing Chen Feng's words, Lin Kanghai's expression turned strange. He had some knowledge of this matter. Since this guy's surname was also Chen, could he be a descendant of that Chen family? I am indeed a descendant of that Chen family. Seeing Lin Kanghai's confusion, Chen Feng nodded. So why are you here today? Upon hearing Chen Feng's confirmation, Lin Kanghai was puzzled, not understanding his purpose. After all, his Lin family had no relation to the Chen family. I would like Master Lin to help me investigate the truth behind the Chen family massacre. Chen Feng said earnestly. Why don't you ask the officials? They are more professional. Lin Kanghai asked helplessly. He wasn't a detective. Why does everyone come to him for investigations? Last time, it was helping Yi Tian find someone. This time, it was helping Chen Feng investigate a massacre. Clearly, Chen Feng's matter was more troublesome. This matter happened 6 years ago. The officials probably won't find anything. Moreover, the mastermind must have destroyed all the evidence. Only Master Lin can help me gather information. Chen Feng said helplessly. Lin Kanghai hesitated. Investigating this matter wouldn't be too difficult, but he wasn't in the habit of helping people for free. Last time he helped Yi Tian, it was because he owed him a favor. Seeing Lin Kanghai's hesitation, Chen Feng smiled knowingly. Rest assured, Master Lin. If you succeed, I am willing to give the Lin family 30% of Tianqin Group's shares. Chen Feng said with a smile. Although Tianqin Group was the northern border's base in Linjiang City, it was actually Chen Feng's company, with him as the legal owner. Deal. After some thought, Lin Kanghai agreed. He didn't think Chen Feng was lying, given his position. As for why Tianqin Group was Chen Feng's company, he didn't bother to ask. Sometimes, it's better not to know too much. Knowing too much isn't always a good thing. Then I trouble Master Lin to investigate. I will reward you generously, Chen Feng said earnestly. After exchanging a few pleasantries, he left. Although Lin Kanghai agreed to help, Chen Feng couldn't rely solely on him. He also planned to conduct his own investigation. Grandpa, who is that person just now? Lin Xian walked in from outside, looking at Lin Kanghai curiously. He is a comrade of your uncle, asking me to investigate something. Lin Kanghai said with a smile, not hiding anything. Lin Xian nodded thoughtfully, not asking further. She wasn't particularly interested in such matters. How is the cooperation with the company from Modu going? Lin Kanghai asked curiously. A large pharmaceutical company from the Modu wanted to establish a long-term partnership with the Lin family. Thinking of the potential profits, the Lin family quickly agreed. However, they specifically requested to negotiate with Lin Xian. Their representatives will arrive in Linjiang City tomorrow. I will meet them then. Lin Xian frowned slightly, feeling a bit uneasy. She instinctively felt that the other party had ulterior motives. Although the initial cooperation had little profit, long-term cooperation would be quite lucrative. I'll go rest now. Saying this, Lin Xian turned and went upstairs to her bedroom to rest. In her room, Lin Xian lay on her soft bed, took out her phone, and opened Jiang Che's profile, typing a message. Do you have time tomorrow? She thought it would take a long time to get a reply, but to her surprise, Jiang Che responded quickly. Yes, what's up? I have a business meeting with Mr. Zhao from Modu tomorrow. Can you accompany me? Of course, I'll come find you tomorrow. Chapter 182, Lin Xian, you're so dominant, I like it. The next day, Jiang Che drove a Lamborghini to the Lin family villa, took out his phone, and sent a message to Lin Xian, then waited quietly in the car. This so-called young Master Zhao from Modu was probably a protagonist, but whether he was a reborn or a transmigrator would only be known upon meeting him. It didn't take long for Lin Xian to walk out of the villa in cat-like steps and get into the sports car parked at the entrance. Where are we going? After Lin Xian got in the car, Jiang Che asked curiously. Lin Xian had only told him to come find her yesterday but hadn't mentioned where to meet this young Master Zhao. To Shengtian restaurant in the city center. We arranged to meet there. Lin Xian said while fastening her seatbelt. What have you been busy with these past few days? Nothing much, just handling some company matters. My family plans to let me take over the Jiang Corporation. Jiang Che casually lied. He couldn't exactly say he'd been spending time with other women these past few days, could he? He knew this woman was quite the jealous type. That's good. Once you graduate, you can become the president of the Jiang Corporation. Lin Xian said with a smile, genuinely happy for Jiang Che. Jiang Che didn't say much more, driving Lin Xian towards Shengtian restaurant, feeling quite eager to meet his new target. At Shengtian restaurant, Jiang Che parked the car in the parking lot, took Lin Xian, and walked into the restaurant, heading towards the reserved private room. In the private room, Jiang Che and Lin Xian pushed the door open and walked in. Inside, there was already a young man in his early 20s. He stood tall, with a handsome face. Although not as striking as Jiang Che, he was still a good-looking guy. Ding, protagonist information detected nearby. Would the host like to check it? Check. Jiang Che thought to himself, as expected, while replying to the system and discreetly glancing at the young man. Protagonist, Zhao Qian. Luck, 5000. Identity, eldest son of the Zhao family, one of the 4 major families in Modu. Cultivation, Pekin 8. Plot, rebirth of the wealthy young master. Would the host like to accept the plot? Do not accept. Jiang Che immediately declined the system's suggestion. Now was clearly not the time to accept the plot. Miss Lin, you're here. Seeing Lin Xian's arrival, Zhao Qian smiled, looking very friendly. As for Jiang Che beside Lin Xian, he automatically ignored him, assuming he was Lin Xian's bodyguard. A month ago, Lin Xian had gone on a business trip to Modu, where Zhao Qian saw her at a party and was instantly smitten. After inquiring, he learned she was from the Lin family in Linjiang City, and since the Lin family also dealt in pharmaceuticals, Zhao Qian arranged for his family to initiate cooperation with the Lin family, leading to today's meeting. Since his rebirth into this world, his ambition was to conquer all the beauties in the world. Clearly, Lin Xian had become his target. Hello, young Master Zhao. Lin Xian gave a signature smile, pulled out a chair, and let Jiang Che sit down first before sitting beside him. This scene made Zhao Qian frown slightly. He couldn't understand Lin Xian's behavior. Wasn't this man her bodyguard? Are you Zhao Qian from the Zhao family in Modu? Jiang Che glanced at him and asked indifferently. It seemed this guy's status was similar to his own, both being young masters of major families. That's right, I'm Zhao Qian. Who are you? I'm here to discuss business with Miss Lin. What are you doing here? Zhao Qian asked with a frown. Jiang Che's disdainful attitude made him very unhappy. Having been reborn in this world for 3 years, Zhao Qian had gradually adapted to his identity. Wherever he went, people treated him with utmost respect. He didn't expect this guy to disregard him so blatantly. Jiang Che of the Jiang family. Xian is my woman. What do you think I'm here for? Jiang Che sneered. Although the Zhao family had great prestige in Modu, this was Linjiang City, his territory, where Zhao Qian had no room to act recklessly. Lin Xian blushed at Jiang Che's straightforward words, feeling both shy and sweet inside. She hadn't expected Jiang Che to give Zhao Qian such a warning right away, showing no regard for him. She had invited Jiang Che over today out of fear of any trouble, given that the Zhao family was not someone she could afford to offend. But Jiang Che's domineering attitude reassured her, making her look at him with admiration. Jiang Che. Zhao Qian was taken aback upon hearing Jiang Che's name, feeling it was somewhat familiar. After recalling for a moment, He remembered that before coming to Linjiang City, his family had warned him not to provoke the Jiang family, especially someone named Jiang Che. They hadn't explained why, but Zhao Qian hadn't expected to run into him so soon. And Lin Xian was his woman. Why hadn't he heard anything about this before? Kid, I warn you, stop those thoughts of yours, or you'll end up in a terrible mess. Jiang Che sneered, pulling Lin Xian by her delicate wrist and leaving the private room. The entire negotiation took less than 3 minutes, and Lin Xian hadn't even had a chance to say a word. Jiang Che didn't intend to let Zhao Qian off the hook. He just had a better plan in mind. Killing someone himself was boring, using someone else to do it was much more fun. Zhao Qian watched the two leave, his face livid, but he didn't dare say a word. He wasn't foolish. Given that his family had repeatedly warned him not to provoke Jiang Che, the latter's background was undoubtedly more terrifying than his own. However, Zhao Qian couldn't swallow this insult. A prime opportunity had just slipped through his fingers. He was always the one threatening others, but today he was the one being threatened, which made him feel very frustrated. What an arrogant Jiang Che! Truly insolent. Zhao Qian angrily smashed the teaware on the table to the ground, his face gloomy. The bodyguards behind him were terrified, not daring to make a sound, afraid of provoking his wrath. Are we just leaving like this? No negotiation? Lin Xian asked, bewildered, as Jiang Che pulled her out of Shengtian restaurant and into the parking lot. She had invited Jiang Che to back her up, but she hadn't expected things to turn out this way. No need to negotiate. That scumbag Zhao Qian has no good intentions. Jiang Che sneered. On the way downstairs, he had accepted the plot from the system about this guy. He knew Zhao Qian's real intention was to trap the Lin family into a disadvantageous deal, forcing Lin Xian into submission. Since Zhao Qian liked to play dirty, Jiang Che would return the favor with a grand gesture. Hearing Jiang Che's words, Lin Xian nodded thoughtfully. She also felt Zhao Qian had ulterior motives, so it was better not to negotiate, as it wouldn't harm the Lin family. What, are you upset? Seeing Jiang Che's stern face, Lin Xian smiled playfully and teased. She hadn't expected the notorious playboy to get angry over something like this, which showed he cared for her. You're my woman. No one else can touch you. Let's go. I'll take you home and discuss some things with your grandfather. Jiang Che said, getting into the Lamborghini's driver's seat, with Lin Xian following suit. Chapter 183. Borrowing a knife to kill, this is the best strategy. Lin family villa. Jiang Che stopped the car and walked into the living room with Lin Xian. Lin Kanghai was in the living room reading the newspaper. Seeing Jiang Che arrive, Lin Kanghai was stunned and hurriedly got up from the sofa to greet Jiang Che. The last time he saw Jiang Che was at his own birthday banquet. Although Jiang Che was very polite to him, he knew that this was all due to Jiang Che's relationship with his granddaughter, so he didn't take it for granted. It's been a few days, and Mr. Lin still looks spirited. Young Master Jiang as well, it's been a while, and your aura has improved after some pleasantries. Lin Kanghai welcomed Jiang Che into the living room, asked the servant to brew a pot of tea for Jiang Che, and then directly asked. I wonder what brings young Master Jiang to see this old man today. He knew that Jiang Che was not someone who would come without a reason. Indeed, there is something I want to discuss with Mr. Lin. Jiang Che took a sip of hot tea and said unhurriedly. Young Master Jiang, please speak directly. As long as it's something this old man can help with, I will definitely not refuse. Lin Kanghai guaranteed with a strong and sincere tone. You can call me Xiao Che. Jiang Che said with a smile, giving Lin Kanghai this bit of face since he was Lin Xian's grandfather. Then I'll call you Xiao Che. Lin Kanghai said with a hearty laugh, feeling even better about Jiang Che. I came today because there's something I want Mr. Lin to help me with. Oh. What do you want me to help you with? Lin Kanghai asked with some confusion. What could an old man like him do for Jiang Che? Moreover, the Jiang family was much stronger than his Lin family. Has Chen Feng, throne of the Northern Territory, come to see you already? How do you know? Lin Kanghai was taken aback and asked suspiciously. He had never mentioned this to anyone else. Could it be that Lin Xian told Jiang Che? Jiang Che smiled mysteriously without answering Lin Kanghai's question. Chen Feng asked you to help investigate the massacre of the Chen family, right? You can forge some evidence to point the finger at the Zhao family in Modu. As far as I know, the Zhao family has a branch in Linjiang City. You can say that the Chen family was exterminated because they were competing with the Zhao family for that piece of land. This might be inappropriate. After hesitating for a long time, Lin Kanghai sighed. It's not that he didn't want to help Jiang Che, but Chen Feng was his son's comrade. If Chen Feng found out afterwards and the news spread back to the Northern Territory, it would greatly affect his son. Mr. Lin, don't worry. After this is done, I will get rid of Chen Feng and help Lin Tianlong take his place as the throne of the Northern Territory. Seeing Lin Kanghai's concern, Jiang Che said with a smile. Are you serious? Hearing Jiang Che's words, Lin Kanghai was shocked. He didn't expect Jiang Che to dare to assassinate the throne of the Northern Territory. Of course it's true. Chen Feng and I have some old grudges. I plan to get rid of him, but I don't want to make it easy for him. I'll give him some trouble before he dies. Jiang Che said coldly. After getting rid of Chen Feng and supporting Lin Tianlong to take his place, it would not be difficult for the Jiang family. All he had to do was tell his grandfather. By then, the Lin family would be completely tied to his own family. I agree with your plan. Lin Kanghai took a deep breath and agreed directly. He also believed that Jiang Che had the ability to do what he said, considering the terrifying background of the Jiang family. Jiang Che's grandfather, Jiang Jingshan, had disciples all over the Zhou country. And with his help and support, they were all doing very well now. But how do we forge this evidence? Lin Kanghai asked with a frown. It wasn't easy to smear the Zhao family in Modu. Without solid evidence, Chen Feng wouldn't believe it. It's simple. I'll find someone to forge a document showing that the land in Linjiang City once belonged to the Chen family and send it to you. You can then pass it on to Chen Feng. Jiang Che said. As long as it was proven that the land of the Zhao family's branch in Linjiang City once belonged to the Chen family, it would be obvious. Chen Feng wasn't stupid and wouldn't miss it. After saying this, Jiang Che turned and left, planning to arrange for the forgery of the document. Watching Jiang Che's departing figure, Lin Kanghai remained silent. He realized he had misjudged Jiang Che. This young man was not as kind as he appeared on the surface. Someone who could talk about killing so casually and without changing his expression was definitely not a simple character. Xian, what do you think of Jiang Che? Lin Kanghai turned to look at Lin Xian and asked. He knew his granddaughter had an unusual relationship with Jiang Che. He is quite domineering. Lin Xian wrinkled her nose and thought for a while before speaking. Jiang Che was a strange person. Sometimes he was domineering and unreasonable, sometimes he was affectionate and gentle, but he was undoubtedly a scumbag. Don't you think there's something wrong with him killing people? Lin Kanghai looked at Lin Xian with some surprise. He remembered his granddaughter being very kind-hearted. In the past, if she heard such remarks, she would definitely criticize them harshly. There's nothing wrong with it. Jiang Che said that Chen Feng is his enemy, didn't he? Isn't it natural to kill an enemy? Why keep them alive for the new year? Lin Xian shrugged and said. She was no longer the naive girl who had just come down from the mountain and knew nothing. After experiencing society's harshness, she no longer had that saintly attitude. If someone is your enemy, why not kill them? Especially if you have the ability. Moreover, Jiang Che was a martial artist. In the world of martial arts, such things were commonplace, though ordinary people wouldn't know. But most martial artists weren't as arrogant as Jiang Che. Hearing Lin Xian's words, Lin Kanghai fell into silent contemplation. He noticed that his granddaughter had changed a lot recently, but it was ultimately a good thing. Using his status as the young master of the Jiang family, Jiang Che quickly arranged the forgery of the document. Then, he had someone send it to Lin Kanghai and returned to Crouching Dragon Villa himself. Crouching Dragon Villa, in the pavilion of the garden. System, open the attribute panel. Host, Jiang Che. Identity, young master of the Jiang family. Cultivation, middle stage of heaven and man. Villain value, 57,000. Cultivation techniques, limitless pure yang, mysterious heavenly scripture, star devourer technique, heavenly insight technique. Martial arts, 9 heaven sword technique. Possessions, death substitute talisman, human infant burp bag x 1100, marrow cleansing pill x9, lucky charm x3, nourishing essence pill x9, sky poison pill x10, 10,000 year ice mountain snow lotus. Skills, god level disguise, ghost gate 13 needles, god level culinary skills. Looking at the remaining 57,000 villain points, Jiang Che nodded in satisfaction. Without much hesitation, he began to improve his cultivation. Ding, 50,000 villain points deducted, upgrading, mysterious heavenly scripture. The cultivation improvement lasted a long time. When Jiang Che opened his eyes again, the moon was already high in the sky. Feeling the abundant and surging internal energy in his body, Jiang Che nodded in satisfaction. He stood up from the stone bench in the pavilion and stretched. Suddenly, his whole body emitted a series of cracking sounds. Martial Tao advances step by step, and this is undeniably true. Jiang Che sighed inwardly, reflecting that his current cultivation and use of internal strength had advanced significantly beyond his previous level. It's no surprise he had never encountered a protagonist capable of surpassing their level in battles. Only with the aid of something like limitless pure yang, which continuously supplies internal strength, combined with powerful cultivation methods and martial skills, could one achieve such feats. However, the protagonists he had encountered so far were typically impoverished and lacked advanced techniques. When he first met them, their stories were just beginning, and they had not yet seized those crucial opportunities. Chapter 184. In the face of interests, so-called morality is bullshit. The next day, Lin Kanghai called Chen Feng, saying that he already had clues about the Chen family's massacre. Hearing the news, Chen Feng hurried to the Lin family. Although he was a bit puzzled by Lin Kanghai's high efficiency, Chen Feng didn't think much of it, only assuming that the other party was motivated by the generous reward he offered. After all, his Tianchen Group was the top life insurance company in Linjiang City. Lin Family Villa, Living Room. Mr. Lin, what clues do you have? Chen Feng asked excitedly, looking at Lin Kanghai. It's this. Lin Kanghai handed the forged document from Jiang Che to Chen Feng, speaking calmly. He was an old fox himself, and since he intended to deceive Chen Feng, he naturally wouldn't let the other party suspect anything. Looking at the document handed over by Lin Kanghai, Chen Feng felt a bit puzzled and directly opened the file bag to check. Mr. Lin, what do you mean by giving me this deed? Chen Feng looked at the obviously old deed in his hand with some confusion. This piece of land in the city center originally belonged to your Chen family, but now it belongs to the Zhao family from Modu. And recently, the Zhao family in Modu also contacted me, wanting to cooperate with my Lin family. Connecting these clues, I think things are not that simple. The Zhao family might be planning a big move, wanting to slowly erode the strength of various families in Linjiang. According to my investigation, the Zhao family holds high shares in many companies in Linjiang City. The project in the Eastern Development Zone is also undertaken by them. Lin Kanghai spoke nonsense. Besides the fact that the Zhao family wanted to cooperate with the Lin family, everything else was fabricated. If Chen Feng patiently investigated, he would find the problem. He was betting that Chen Feng wouldn't waste time investigating these things. Moreover, the other party probably wouldn't find out anything, as there were no official traces involved. Otherwise, the Zhao family wouldn't have sought his help. If Chen Feng didn't believe him, he could only confront the Zhao family directly. The Zhao family. Chen Feng stared at the already yellowed deed in his hand, his fingers trembling. He didn't know what kind of existence the Zhao family in Modu was, but he believed most of Lin Kanghai's words. The other party had no reason to deceive him, as it wouldn't be good for Lin Tianlong's reputation. Mr. Lin, are you saying that the Zhao family is currently in Linjiang City? Chen Feng took a deep breath, suppressing his inner anger, and asked. That's right, the Zhao Group is their branch in Linjiang City, and Zhao Qian, the eldest son of the Zhao family, is also there these days. This Zhao Group was built on your Chen family's land. Lin Kanghai said with a serious expression, showing no flaws. Chen Feng looked at Lin Kanghai a few times, said nothing more, and directly handed the contract he brought to Lin Kanghai. Mr. Lin, as agreed, 30% of Tianchen Group's shares are now yours. He didn't fully believe Lin Kanghai's words and planned to check out the Zhao Group himself. But he wasn't the kind of person who went back on his word. Since Lin Kanghai helped him find clues, he naturally had to transfer the shares. After carefully checking the contract and confirming there were no problems, Lin Kanghai signed it. Mr. Lin, excuse me, I need to go see the Zhao Group. After expressing his thanks, Chen Feng turned and left. Lin Kanghai watched him leave without stopping him. He didn't expect the guy to believe him so easily. He felt no burden for deceiving Chen Feng, even if it might cost him his life. He had done such unscrupulous things before. In the face of interests, so-called morality is bullshit. This time, not only did he get shares of Tianchen Group, but his son would also get a promotion. It was a win-win situation. After leaving the Lin family's villa, Chen Feng drove straight to the Zhao Group. At the foot of the Zhao Group building, Chen Feng looked at the towering structure with a gloomy expression, his fists clenched tightly. He entered with 2 shadow dragon guards. "Who are you looking for? Do you have an appointment?" As soon as he walked into the building, 2 receptionists stopped him. "I'm looking for your president." "Sorry, sir." Without an appointment. Before the receptionist finished her sentence, she saw Chen Feng's gloomy expression and didn't dare to say another word. "Where is your president?" On the 16th floor. The receptionist swallowed nervously, her eyes filled with fear as she looked at Chen Feng. His aura was simply too intimidating. With a cold glance at the receptionist, Chen Feng took his shadow dragon guards into the elevator and went up to the 16th floor. In the president's office on the 16th floor, Zhao Qian was sitting in his chair. Suddenly, with a bang, the office door was kicked open. Zhao Qian was startled and looked at the door angrily. "Damn, who's the idiot disturbing him? Who are you, and what do you want?" After sending his secretary to the bedroom to rest, Zhao Qian asked Chen Feng with a gloomy face, already treating him as an enemy of the Zhao family. Otherwise, he wouldn't have barged in directly. Damn it, Zhao Qian swore he wouldn't let this idiot go today. This idiot almost made him impotent. "Are you Zhao Qian?" Looking at Zhao Qian, whose face was somewhat abnormal, Chen Feng frowned and asked. He naturally noticed why the other party had such an expression, but he couldn't care less in his current rage. "Yes, I am Zhao Qian. Boy, if you don't give me a clear explanation today, don't think about leaving here alive." Zhao Qian sneered coldly. Jiang Che not taking him seriously was one thing, since his family told him not to provoke Jiang Che. But he wasn't afraid of this guy who popped out of nowhere. Did this guy really think he, Zhao Qian, was a pushover? 6 years ago, was the Chen family's massacre related to your Zhao family? How did your group acquire this piece of land? Chen Feng asked, suppressing his inner rage, but his clenched fist showed his inner turmoil. What bullshit, Chen family? Yes, it was my Zhao family who did it, so what? The land was also legally bought by us. Zhao Qian sneered, not understanding what this guy was talking about. But since the guy came because of this matter, he should be an enemy of his family. The Zhao family had rapidly developed in recent years, naturally making many enemies. But now, the Zhao family was strong and didn't fear these people. He had no reason to deny it, not fearing these insignificant guys. The Zhao family was now one of the 4 major families in Modu, not to be trifled with. Yu Chen Feng was stunned, not expecting Zhao Qian to admit it so readily. What do you mean, you? Are you the remnant of that bullshit Chen family? Interrupting my business, I will make sure you die. Zhao Qian sneered, dialing a phone number. As footsteps approached, a group of security guards rushed into the office, surrounding Chen Feng and his men. Get them. Cripple them. Zhao Qian wasn't a good-tempered person. He had no time to explain to Chen Feng. From the start, he looked down on him, thinking he was just a remnant of his family's enemies. Moreover, Chen Feng almost made him impotent. Of course, he wouldn't let him go. Seeing the aggressive security guards, Chen Feng also got angry. He came today just for answers, not to fight. But that didn't mean he, the throne of the Northern Territory, feared the Zhao family. Since Zhao Qian admitted it and was so arrogant, Chen Feng felt no need to hold back. Seeing the approaching security guards, the Shadow Dragon guards didn't wait for Chen Feng's order and started fighting. Chapter 185, I admit, I am a shameless scoundrel. Before long, the scene was filled with sounds of wailing. The few useless security guards Zhao Qian had were quickly knocked down by the Shadow Dragon guards, looking extremely miserable. You are martial artists? Zhao Qian looked at Chen Feng and the others with vigilance. He didn't expect the other party to be martial artists. Now you know, it's too late. Since you dared to harm my Chen family, be prepared to die, Chen Feng said with a cold laugh, showing no kindness to this arrogant second-generation rich kid. With just you think you can kill me? Hearing Chen Feng's words, Zhao Qian burst into laughter, as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world, laughing so hard that tears were about to come out. These guys at most had early-stage innate cultivation. Killing him was simply a dream. He himself was a peak innate expert, not someone these small fries could handle. Since Chen Feng hadn't made a move earlier, he thought the others' cultivation wasn't much different from these guys. Truly not knowing when to stop, today I'll send you on your way. Chen Feng looked at Zhao Qian with bloodthirsty eyes, unable to suppress his inner rage any longer. With a leap, he was in front of Zhao Qian, raising his leg and stomping hard on Zhao Qian's chest. Zhao Qian hadn't reacted yet and was kicked away by Chen Feng. With a boom, Zhao Qian's body was directly sent crashing into the bedroom next door, smashing it to pieces, startling the little secretary inside. "Mr. Zhao, are you okay?" The little secretary hurriedly helped Zhao Qian up from the ground, asking with some concern. She had just joined the company a couple of days ago and had finally latched onto Zhao Qian, the young master. If something happened to him, she would be devastated. "I'm fine." Zhao Qian wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and steadied his breathing. He looked at Chen Feng with some caution, no longer showing the initial disdain. Although the other party's attack was extremely fast, he had instinctively tried to block it, yet he still got injured. This guy's cultivation was likely higher than his. "How dare you hit someone in broad daylight?" After confirming that Zhao Qian was okay, the secretary walked up to Chen Feng, cursing incessantly with an extremely angry expression, as if she had been the one hit. Chen Feng wasn't just hitting Zhao Qian, he was hitting her meal ticket. If something happened to him, where would she find another rich sucker? "Shut up!" Hearing the woman's non-stop cursing, Chen Feng frowned impatiently. "Who are you to tell me to shut up? This is a society governed by law. Hitting people is wrong." Hearing Chen Feng's words, the secretary got even angrier, putting her hands on her hips and cursing Chen Feng again. Chen Feng finally couldn't bear it anymore and slapped her unconscious, so noisy. Chen Feng looked at the woman with disgust. He normally didn't hit women, but this one was too annoying, her mouth constantly flapping like a fly. Xiao Li seeing the unconscious woman on the ground, Zhao Qian was furious. This Xiao Li was a secretary he had just hired, very attractive. He liked her a lot, but now she was knocked out by Chen Feng. This B***star didn't know how to cherish women. "You B***starred, I'll kill you!" In extreme anger, Zhao Qian lost his reason and charged at Chen Feng recklessly. "Overestimating yourself," Chen Feng sneered, his eyes full of disdain. This guy only had peak innate cultivation and dared to attack him, a late-stage transformation expert. Wasn't he seeking death? Chen Feng raised his hand and slapped Zhao Qian across the face. Unsurprisingly, Zhao Qian was sent flying again. Lying on the ground not far away, he kept groaning, his face swollen like a pig's head. Chen Feng took a step forward, standing over Zhao Qian and looking down at him. "With such poor cultivation, you shouldn't embarrass yourself. If you have the guts, kill me!" Zhao Qian sneered, glaring at Chen Feng with a mocking smile on his face. He was betting that Chen Feng wouldn't dare to kill him. At most, he would be beaten up today, but later he could return to the Zhao family and bring a few transformation experts to deal with this B***starred. "You think I don't dare?" Chen Feng sneered, a golden light flashing in his hand as he struck at Zhao Qian's heart. With a poochie sound, Zhao Qian's eyes widened, his head tilted, and he died. He never expected Chen Feng to be so decisive. After killing Zhao Qian, Chen Feng calmed down and looked at Zhao Qian's body with a frown. Since he killed him, he would surely face endless revenge from the Zhao family. He needed to be prepared in advance. Although he didn't know how powerful the Zhao family in Modu was, they surely had a group of martial artists and were a martial arts family. "Clean up the scene." Taking a deep breath, Chen Feng instructed the Yinglong guards and then left the place. With his great vengeance achieved, he planned to visit his parents' graves. At a tombstone in a cemetery, Chen Feng stood alone in front of two lonely tombstones. Since returning to Linjiang City, this was his second visit. "Mom, Dad, I've avenged you. I've killed Zhao Qian of the Zhao family. If you know in heaven, rest in peace. Don't worry, I won't spare any of the Zhao family." Chen Feng placed a bouquet of flowers in front of the tombstones, talking to himself. He caressed the tombstone with his calloused hands, his expression determined. He wouldn't let the Zhao family go. He wanted the entire Zhao family to be buried with his parents. Zhao Qian was just the beginning. He didn't worry about the Zhao family's revenge. He hoped they would come quickly, saving him the trouble of going to Modu. "Your son has become powerful now, one of the 4 kings of the Northern Territory. Rest assured, I will make the Chen family prosperous again." In the 16th floor office of the Zhao Group, the secretary from before woke up from unconsciousness. She slowly got up, holding her swollen face with a venomous look in her eyes. She soon noticed Zhao Qian lying nearby, still unconscious. She walked to him, pushing his body and calling out, "Mr. Zhao." Mr. Zhao seeing no response from Zhao Qian and feeling his body growing colder, the secretary had a bad feeling. She tremulously reached out to check his breath. Ah, he's dead. Beside the pool at Wolong Villa. Ding, the host designed to have Chen Feng kill Zhao Qian, altering the plot, rewarding 3,000 villain points. Ding, the child of destiny Zhao Qian died due to the host's plot, rewarding 1 mystery box. Ding, Chen Feng's luck decreased by 2,000, rewarding 4,000 villain points. Ding, the host's design altered the plot, making Chen Feng face the Zhao family's pursuit, rewarding 5,000 villain points. Hearing the system prompts in his mind, Jiang Che nodded in satisfaction. His elaborate plan hadn't been in vain, Chen Feng hadn't let him down. Now he just had to wait for Chen Feng to clash with the Zhao family, then he could kill him and reap the benefits from the Zhao family. Having Chen Feng kill Zhao Qian and then killing Chen Feng for the benefits from the Zhao family. Doing such shameless things didn't make Jiang Che feel guilty. He was a shameless scoundrel by nature. System, open the mystery box, Jiang Che said to the system with anticipation, hoping to get something good this time. Ding, opening the mystery box. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 2,000 human infant burp bags. Jiang Che. Chapter 186. Both sides meet, a great battle is about to break out. Modu, Zhao family. In a sprawling estate covering 10,000 square meters, dozens of villas of various sizes were located. In the central villa, the current head of the family, Zhao Tianfeng, sat in the main seat, his face gloomy as he listened to the reports from his subordinates. You said Qianer was killed by someone named Chen Feng. That's right, the man claimed to be a descendant of the Chen family in Linjiang City, saying that we exterminated their entire family. He killed the young master and said he would exterminate our Zhao family to avenge his deceased relatives. Absolute nonsense, Zhao Tianfeng slammed the table in anger, his face furious. He didn't remember ever exterminating a Chen family. This Chen Feng was purely making things up to cause trouble, or he was being used as a pawn. No matter the case, he couldn't let it go. Zhao Qian, as his eldest son, was supposed to inherit the entire Zhao family in the future. He never imagined that such a day would come where Zhao Qian would be killed. In the past, no matter how wild Zhao Qian was outside, he didn't care because Zhao Qian had the entire Zhao family as his strong backing. It was precisely because of this that Zhao Qian had developed such an arrogant and unruly personality. As the Grand Elder left seclusion, Zhao Tianfeng took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing his inner grief, and asked in a trembling voice. Yes, family head, the Grand Elder has left seclusion and has successfully advanced to the peak of the transformation stage. The reporting subordinate said respectfully, his face full of admiration when mentioning the Grand Elder. Let the Grand Elder take some people to Linjiang City and bring Qianer's body back. After all, the dead must be laid to rest. Zhao Tianfeng closed his eyes and instructed heavily. If possible, he wanted to personally go to Linjiang City to avenge his son. But circumstances didn't allow him to do so. As the head of the Zhao family, he had many matters to handle every day and couldn't find the time. Understood, the subordinate responded and respectfully retreated to notify the Grand Elder. In the large living room, only Zhao Tianfeng was left. He slowly opened his eyes, staring blankly at the ceiling, his eyes dazed. The Zhao family's Grand Elder, named Zhao Wuji, was a highly respected elder among the Zhao family members. Upon receiving the family head's notice, Zhao Wuji didn't hesitate much and set off directly for Linjiang City with several young martial artists. At 8 o'clock in the evening, as Zhao Wuji and his group arrived in Linjiang City, night had just fallen. Modu wasn't far from Linjiang City. They arrived after a flight of just over an hour. Where is Chen Feng now? Walking out of the terminal, Zhao Wuji looked at the darkening sky and asked calmly. Grand Elder, that Chen Feng is currently at a company called Tianqian Group in Linjiang City. The Zhao family members who came to pick him up said respectfully. They were all members of the Zhao family stationed in Linjiang City and naturally recognized Zhao Wuji, knowing he was the highest-ranking elder in the family. Killing a member of our Zhao family and still being so arrogant, let me meet this daring junior. Zhao Wuji sneered coldly and got into the Bentley in front of him, letting the Zhao family members take him to Tianqian Group. After Zhao Wuji got into the car, the others followed suit, and the convoy headed towards Chen Feng's Tianqian Group in grand procession. Crouching Dragon Villa, living room. The Zhao family has arrived. Hearing Along's report, Jiang Che was slightly surprised. He had people keeping an eye on the airport in Linjiang City, but he didn't expect the Zhao family to act so quickly. Yes, and they are already heading towards Chen Feng's Tianqian group. Along nodded respectfully and said, I can't miss out on such a good show. Jiang Che's mouth curled into a sinister smile. Since the Zhao family had already arrived, it was time for him to send Chen Feng on his way. Let's go to Tianqian group and watch the show. Jiang Che, with Along in tow, left the living room and headed straight to Tianqian group. At Tianqian group, it was already past 8 in the evening, and most of the employees had left work, with only a few still working overtime. Zhao Wuji, dressed in a gray tunic suit, with graying hair and a solemn face, led several Zhao family members into the lobby on the first floor of Tianqian group. Who are you looking for? Seeing the imposing Zhao family members, the receptionist was a bit frightened but still managed to stop them and asked timidly. We're looking for your boss, Chen Feng. Zhao Wuji glanced at her and said calmly, not making things difficult for the young girl. Our boss has already gone home at this hour. Could you come back tomorrow? The receptionist hesitated and asked. She didn't know why, but these people gave her an unsettling feeling. Hearing her words, Zhao Wuji frowned and was about to ask more questions when a voice came from the direction of the elevator. No need, I'm here. Chen Feng walked out of the elevator and directly approached the Zhao family members. He instantly recognized that these people were not ordinary individuals, they were martial artists. Zhao family Chen Feng glanced at Zhao Wuji, frowning slightly, and became alert. He sensed a powerful aura from the other party. That's right, we're from the Zhao family. Are you Chen Feng? Zhao Wuji sized up Chen Feng and asked curiously. He naturally sensed the murderous aura that Chen Feng unintentionally emitted, an aura possessed by those who had been through countless battles. He didn't expect Zhao Qian to have provoked such a ruthless person. Seeing Chen Feng so young yet exuding such a strong killing intent, it was hard to imagine how many people he had killed over the years. If you want to avenge Zhao Qian, follow me outside. Chen Feng glanced at Zhao Wuji and the others, then walked out of the first-floor lobby. This was obviously not a good place for a duel. Once they started fighting, the commotion would be too large and would easily attract official attention. Although Chen Feng wasn't afraid of the authorities, dealing with them would be troublesome. It was better to avoid unnecessary complications. Watching Chen Feng's departing figure, Zhao Wuji didn't hesitate and led his people out. He understood the other party's concerns. He didn't want to make a big scene either, as ordinary people didn't know that martial artists existed in this world. After leaving Tianqian Group, Chen Feng got into a BMW parked at the entrance and had the Shadow Dragon guard driving take him to a nearby open area. The Zhao family members followed closely behind, afraid that he would play some tricks. Follow them. Yes, young master. Chapter 187. You took drugs midway, you can't play. In the eastern suburbs, Chen Feng parked the car here. He got out of the BMW and waited quietly for Zhao Wuji and his people to arrive. Before long, Zhao Wuji's convoy appeared behind him. Since you're here to avenge Zhao Qian, don't dawdle. Chen Feng looked at Zhao Wuji and his people, sneering. Although there were many, he showed no fear on his face, instead, he seemed excited. What an arrogant young man. Seeing that Chen Feng didn't take them seriously, Zhao Wuji frowned slightly, his face gloomy. It had been a long time since he had seen such an arrogant young man, but Chen Feng would be the last one. Without any hesitation, Zhao Wuji condensed a purple sword beam in his hand. In a flash, he soared into the air. With a swift motion, the purple sword beam shot towards Chen Feng's head with unstoppable force. Chen Feng's expression turned serious, showing no carelessness. He also launched a palm strike to counter the attack. With a thunderous explosion, the two sword beams collided in the air. In the pitch-black night sky, white light suddenly flashed, causing the surrounding trees to shake violently, as if they might break at any moment. Chen Feng snorted coldly, taking a few steps back, his face not looking good. He had underestimated this old man and didn't expect Zhao Wuji's internal strength to be so strong, and his cultivation might be higher than his own. Young man, you are impressive. Zhao Wuji looked at Chen Feng with admiration. He didn't expect that someone so young could have late-stage transformation cultivation. It was a terrifying thing. Before his breakthrough, he only had late-stage transformation cultivation, but he was already in his 80s, while Chen Feng was just in his early 20s. If Chen Feng didn't die young, he would certainly soar and become a formidable figure. But you should never have killed someone from my Zhao family. Zhao Wuji's expression turned gloomy. Although Chen Feng was excellent, it was not good news for him. They were enemies now. If he let Chen Feng go, he would become the Zhao family's #1 enemy in the future. Therefore, no matter what, he had to kill Chen Feng today. Stop talking nonsense. If you're going to fight, fight now, Chen Feng sneered, seeing that Zhao Wuji's cultivation was slightly higher than his own. But it was just a small gap, and Zhao Wuji had just broken through and hadn't stabilized his cultivation. Chen Feng still had a chance to fight. Otherwise, he would have run away long ago. He also had the determination to kill. If he didn't kill Zhao Wuji today, once Zhao Wuji stabilized his cultivation, it would be his own death. You are too arrogant. Zhao Wuji shook his head, saying nothing more. He took a step forward, instantly appearing in front of Chen Feng, and kicked towards Chen Feng's abdomen. Chen Feng's expression turned serious. One hand blocked Zhao Wuji's attack, while the other hand struck towards Zhao Wuji's chest. Under the moonlight, the two fought fiercely, their movements so fast that it was hard to see. Dust and stones flew around them. Zhao Wuji seized a moment of Chen Feng's vulnerability and kicked him in the shoulder. Caught off guard, Chen Feng was sent flying 10 meters away, crashing into a tree. With a loud crash, the tree broke under the impact. Cough, cough. Chen Feng coughed twice, struggling to get up from the ground. His body was covered in dust, and he clutched his aching arm, his face pale. He was clearly at a disadvantage. Young man, in your next life, learn to choose your battles wisely. Zhao Wuji stepped forward, looking down at Chen Feng with a strange expression. He admired young heroes, but their relationship destined them to be enemies. You want to kill me? Chen Feng sneered. Since he dared to come alone, he naturally had his confidence. Even though Zhao Wuji's cultivation was higher, how could the throne of the Northern Territory not have some tricks up his sleeve? Without hesitation, Chen Feng took out a golden pill from his pocket and swallowed it. Visibly, Chen Feng's aura began to rise rapidly. The weakness vanished, and his cultivation soared to the peak of the transformation stage. You seeing the excited Chen Feng, Zhao Wuji was stunned. Old man, I'm going to show you something. Feeling the powerful internal energy surging through him, Chen Feng grinned. This pill was extraordinary, a divine pill awarded to him for his military exploits. It could greatly enhance his cultivation for a short time without any side effects, but it will only last 15 minutes. This time was enough to deal with Zhao Wuji. While Zhao Wuji was still in shock, Chen Feng kicked him in the abdomen, returning the favor. Caught off guard, Zhao Wuji was sent flying, landing hard on the ground, creating a deep human-shaped pit. Chen Feng walked over, pulled Zhao Wuji out of the pit, and slapped his face several times. The nearby Zhao family members, seeing their grand elder being humiliated, couldn't stand it anymore and charged at Chen Feng. But to Chen Feng, their innate stage cultivation was like that of chicks. Chen Feng raised his hand, sending out a sword beam that knocked the Zhao family members away. Some lay on the ground groaning, while others were knocked unconscious. How infuriating seeing Chen Feng about to slap him again. Zhao Wuji broke free, his face red with rage. His eyes were filled with undisguised killing intent. In all his years, he had never suffered such humiliation. Chen Feng's actions had completely enraged him. Kid, prepare to die. Zhao Wuji charged at Chen Feng, his hand forming a brilliant sword beam that shot towards Chen Feng with blinding speed. The air around them hummed with the force of the attack. Zhao Wuji was truly enraged this time, holding nothing back. Chen Feng sneered, forming an invisible shield of protective energy around him, blocking Zhao Wuji's attack. The two flew into the air, exchanging dazzling moves, making it hard to follow. The surrounding trees were left in shambles from the impact of their battle. Chapter 188, Ji Menglan's Initiative. Young Master, is it comfortable? This won't work, I can't keep wasting time here. Seeing that Zhao Wuji had no intention of retreating, Chen Feng frowned slightly, thinking to himself. Continuing to fight like this was very unfavorable to him, as he only had 15 minutes. Chen Feng gathered all his internal energy into his palm and struck fiercely at Zhao Wuji's chest. Zhao Wuji's face showed a hint of surprise. Not daring to be careless, he gathered all his strength to block Chen Feng's attack. Unfortunately, he underestimated the power of Chen Feng's strike and underestimated Chen Feng's determination to kill. Under this terrifying attack, Zhao Wuji was forced back dozens of steps before he could stabilize himself, his face turning pale, and blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Chen Feng's face didn't look good either. Although Zhao Wuji blocked the deadly blow, Chen Feng knew that Zhao Wuji was already injured and couldn't continue fighting him. This strike had almost drained all his internal energy, and he didn't want to entangle with Zhao Wuji any longer. He did not plan for mutual destruction and didn't want to perish together with this old man. Zhao Wuji had lived a long life, but Chen Feng had not lived enough yet. Continuing the fight would not benefit him. Once the Zhao family's people wakes up, he would be in a passive position again. Without hesitation, Chen Feng gave Zhao Wuji a deep look and turned to leave. He couldn't kill him today, but he would find a way after improving his cultivation. Although taking the pill could temporarily enhance his cultivation, it was still external help. Relying on it wouldn't let him defeat Zhao Wuji. Zhao Wuji watched Chen Feng's departing figure, his face turning ashen, but he didn't stop him. He was already severely injured and couldn't match Chen Feng. What a formidable Chen Feng! As Chen Feng's figure disappeared, Zhao Wuji couldn't hold it in any longer and spat out a mouthful of bright red blood, his face looking extremely ugly. Chen Feng wandered aimlessly through the woods in the suburbs. He hasn't been here before and was unfamiliar with the terrain, so he could only follow his memory to find his way back. Suddenly, a honking sound rang in his ears, and a black Maybach stopped in front of him. Two people got out of the car. Seeing the newcomers, Chen Feng's eyes widened in shock. Damn, what was Jiang Che, this B****, doing here? He has not forgotten that Jiang Che stole his fiancée, Xiao Qingge. Why are you here? Chen Feng asked with a gloomy face, his intuition telling him that this guy had no good intentions and was here for him. Knock him out and take him back. Jiang Che didn't bother to respond to Chen Feng and instead instructed Along. He could see that Chen Feng had reached the end of his rope and had exhausted his internal energy. Although Along was only at the peak of the innate stage, dealing with Chen Feng was a piece of cake. Yes, Along responded, took a baseball bat from the car, and struck Chen Feng on the head. Chen Feng didn't even have time to say a word before he fell unconscious. Put him in the car, we're heading back. Jiang Che said and got back into the Maybach's back seat. After stuffing Chen Feng into the trunk, Along got into the driver's seat, and they headed back to Crouching Villa under the moonlight. By the time they returned to Crouching Dragon Villa, it was already 11 at night. After having the bodyguards tie up Chen Feng in the basement, Jiang Che went straight to his bedroom to sleep. Chen Feng had exhausted his internal energy and wouldn't recover for a few days. Jiang Che wasn't worried about him escaping. The next morning, at dawn, Jiang Che slowly climbed out of bed, opened his sleepy eyes, washed up, and went downstairs. System, do you have any pills that can help restore internal energy? Jiang Che asked curiously. Ding, filtering based on the host's requirements. Vitality pill, price 1000 villain points, instantly restores internal energy to peak state upon use. Exchange one vitality pill for me. Without hesitation, Jiang Che exchanged a vitality pill from the system. 1000 villain points wasn't too expensive. With this pill, he could restore Chen Feng's internal energy instantly and then squeeze out his last bit of value. Thinking this, Jiang Che took out his phone and called Lin Xian. After briefly explaining, Jiang Che hung up the phone. Then he noticed Ji Menglin looking at him with a somewhat resentful gaze, and Jiang Che found it amusing. What's wrong? Are you itching for a treatment again? What's your relationship with my fourth senior sister? Ji Menglin asked helplessly. She realized she might have underestimated him. This B****-starred Jiang Che not only had an unclear relationship with her junior sister but also seemed to have something ambiguous with her fourth senior sister. It's exactly what you think. Jiang Che shrugged and admitted directly. There was no need to hide such things. When will you help me improve my cultivation? Ji Menglin looked at Jiang Che with some resentment. She had heard the conversation between Jiang Che and Lin Xian just now. Jiang Che asked Lin Xian to come over so that he can help her improve her cultivation. Last time, it was her junior sister Jiang Yuner, and this time it was her fourth senior sister Lin Xian. When would it be her turn? After all, she had been forcibly treated by Jiang Che for so long and had a close relationship with him, no less than those two. Thinking about how Jiang Yuner had advanced from early innate to peak innate in less than a month, Ji Menglin was full of envy. Now, with Jiang Che helping Lin Xian to improve her cultivation, she would be at the bottom among her sisters with her mid-innate stage cultivation. Depends on your performance. Perform well, and I'll help you improve your cultivation next time. Jiang Che said with a smile. Once Ji Menglin is willing to submit to him, he would then help her improve her cultivation. Clearly, Ji Menglin hadn't reached that point yet. She was just purely afraid of him now. The Star Devourer technique was incredibly powerful and domineering, but it was useless to him. The lower the cultivation of the user, the more effective the technique. His cultivation was 3 small stages higher than Chen Feng's. Even if he absorbed all of Chen Feng's internal energy, it wouldn't be useful. On the contrary, Lin Xian was the best candidate. Her cultivation was only at the early innate stage, and this was an excellent opportunity for her to break through to transformation. Before Jiang Che could give orders, Ji Menglin walked behind him and started massaging his shoulders. To gain Jiang Che's trust, she was willing to do anything. Ji Menglin asked coyly, "Young master, is it comfortable?" Saying this made her blush. After all, the words were too suggestive, and she had never done this before. "Not bad, quite comfortable," Jiang Che complimented lightly. Since her training with 2 gold medal masseuses, Ji Menglin had become more experienced in serving people. Chapter 189, Ji Menglin's Resentment. "Senior sister, you are a bad woman." An hour later, Lin Xian finally arrived. Seeing Ji Menglin massaging Jiang Che's shoulders, Lin Xian was momentarily stunned, her expression somewhat bewildered. Damn, did she see it wrong? The always extremely proud Ji Menglin, who never paid any attention to any man, was actually massaging Jiang Che's shoulders. "Senior sister, you are here." Noticing Lin Xian's strange gaze, Ji Menglin's face turned slightly red, feeling a bit embarrassed. Last time, Zhang Yuner looked at her with the same gaze, it was really embarrassing. "Why are you here?" Lin Xian looked at Jiang Che, then at Ji Menglin, and asked with a strange look in her eyes. If she remembered correctly, her junior sister should be on a mission, right? How did she end up here with Jiang Che? I am here to work for Jiang Che. Ji Menglin hesitated for a moment and said. She couldn't possibly say that she was forcibly brought here by that old B***starred Jiang Che, right? What about her face? Work. Are you short of money? Hearing Ji Menglin's words, Lin Xian frowned even deeper, her gaze shifting between Jiang Che and Ji Menglin. Her intuition told her that it wasn't that simple. Ahem, she is indeed here to work for me. Jiang Che coughed twice and said, not delving too much into the matter with Lin Xian. He handed over the Star Devourer technique to her and continued. This is the Star Devourer technique. Once you learn it, come to the basement and find me, there will be a surprise. You just need to learn the most basic internal energy cultivation method for now, and the more profound techniques can be learned slowly later. After saying that, Jiang Che walked directly towards the basement, planning to help Chen Feng recover his internal energy first, to make it easier for Lin Xian to absorb. After Jiang Che left, Lin Xian looked at the technique in her hand, curiously flipping through it. Before she came, Jiang Che had already told her briefly that he wanted to help her improve her internal energy by absorbing others' internal energy. Her eyes scanned back and forth on the rare copy of the Star Devourer technique, marveling at it. She didn't expect that such a technique that could cultivate by absorbing others' internal energy actually existed in this world. Quickly memorizing the key points of the technique, Lin Xian's expression became extremely serious. After leaving the mountain, she hardly had any time to cultivate. Now that she finally had a way to improve her cultivation, she didn't want to give it up. Senior sister, can I have a look at this technique? After Jiang Che left, Ji Menglin looked at Lin Xian with anticipation and asked. No, Lin Xian shook her head and directly refused her request. Before leaving, Jiang Che didn't say that Ji Menglin could also learn this technique. If she taught it to Ji Menglin without permission and made Jiang Che angry, it wouldn't be worth it. Senior sister, you are such a bad woman. Ji Menglin looked at Lin Xian resentfully. She really didn't expect her to refuse so bluntly and decisively. You don't care about our friendship, do you? You don't care about the deep sisterhood we have had for years in the sect, do you? Senior sister, I really want to learn this technique, just let me have a look. If you don't tell, and I don't tell, Jiang Che won't know. Ji Menglin walked to Lin Xian's side, shaking her arm continuously and said coquettishly, knowing that Lin Xian was most susceptible to this kind of persuasion. No, if you want to learn, go and ask Jiang Che yourself. If he agrees, I will let you learn. Lin Xian shook her head, saying seriously and refusing Ji Menglin without hesitation. This made Ji Menglin very annoyed. She snorted a few times and sat on the sofa nearby, looking like a bullied little wife. After Jiang Che arrived at the basement, he saw Chen Feng tied to a chair, sleeping soundly, feeling somewhat speechless. Damn, this guy's heart is really big, even in his place he can still sleep. Go get a basin of cold water. Jiang Che instructed the bodyguard beside him and sat down on a chair. Pour it on him. After the bodyguard brought back a basin of cold water, Jiang Che instructed. Without any hesitation, the bodyguard poured the whole basin of cold water on Chen Feng. Cough, cough. The cold water soaked Chen Feng's clothes, making him shiver and cough, and he slowly opened his eyes. At first, he was still a bit confused, but when he saw Jiang Che sitting opposite him with a playful look on his face, he remembered what happened last night. After fighting with Zhao Wuji, he was knocked out by Jiang Che, who appeared halfway through. What happened after that, he had no idea. Observing his surroundings, Chen Feng found himself in a place that looked like a basement. He looked at Jiang Che with wary eyes. What exactly do you want? He didn't think that this guy brought him here for anything good. Nothing much, just helping you recover your internal energy. Jiang Che said with a gentle smile, standing up and walking to Chen Feng's side, forcibly prying open his mouth and feeding him a vitality pill. What did you feed me? Chen Feng looked at Jiang Che with anger, thinking that he had been poisoned, but soon he was confused. Because he felt his dissipated internal energy was gradually recovering. Could it be that this guy was really helping him? But why would Jiang Che do this? He had no relationship with him, they even had enmity. Could it be that Jiang Che felt guilty for taking his fiancée and wanted to help him recover his internal energy? But if that was the case, why did he knock him out last night? Chen Feng's mind was in chaos, unable to understand why Jiang Che was doing this. Has your internal energy recovered? Seeing Chen Feng's bewildered look, Jiang Che asked with a smile. Recovered, thank you. Chen Feng nodded, standing up from the chair, shaking off the cold water on his body, and thanked Jiang Che with a complex look in his eyes. After recovering his internal energy, it was easy for him to break free from the ropes. No need to thank me, it's what I should do. Jiang Che shook his head, looking at Chen Feng with a strange expression. Does this guy really think I am helping him? If there's nothing else, I'll leave now. Chen Feng looked at Jiang Che for a long time before speaking, still bewildered by today's events. But it was clear that he couldn't make a move against Jiang Che now. After all, the other party had saved his life. As for Xiao Qingge, he would have to deal with that later. At this moment, Lin Xian walked in from outside and stood beside Jiang Che, looking at Chen Feng with a frown. Is this the surprise you mentioned? She still had some impression of Chen Feng. They had met once at the Lin family house. You are Elder Lin's granddaughter, why are you here? Seeing Lin Xian's arrival, Chen Feng was dumbfounded, a bad premonition rising in his heart. It seemed that Jiang Che and Lin Xian knew each other, and their relationship was not simple. Damn it, Jiang Che had such a woman and still went after his fiancée. Yes, he is the surprise I mentioned. He has the cultivation of the late stage of transformation. If you absorb all his internal energy, it's not impossible for you to break through to transformation. Jiang Che nodded, speaking frankly. You hearing Jiang Che's words, Chen Feng's face turned pale, finally understanding what Jiang Che wanted to do. This B***** wanted to recover his internal energy so that this woman could absorb it. He had heard of such evil techniques that could absorb others' internal energy. He didn't expect Jiang Che to have such a technique. Really noisy. Jiang Che frowned and slapped Chen Feng unconscious from a distance. Although Chen Feng's strength had recovered, he couldn't withstand Jiang Che's strike. Here, put your hand on his crown and follow the technique to absorb his internal energy. Jiang Che took out a pair of white gloves from the system space and handed them to Lin Xian. Lin Xian rolled her eyes at Jiang Che, thinking he was really petty. But she didn't say much. After putting on the gloves, she walked to Chen Feng and began to absorb his internal energy. Chapter 190, Waste Utilization, Chen Feng's Final Value. As Lin Xian gradually absorbed Chen Feng's internal energy, his complexion visibly turned pale. An hour later, Lin Xian withdrew her hand from Chen Feng's forehead, her face flushed red, and she looked somewhat excited. I feel like I'm about to break through. Go back to the living room to break through. Jiang Che said with a smile, as it was obviously not suitable to break through here. Lin Xian nodded, not saying much. She clearly realized this too and directly turned back to the living room. After Lin Xian left, Jiang Che had someone bring a basin of cold water and poured it directly onto Chen Feng. Chen Feng quickly opened his eyes, feeling his body devoid of internal energy. Remembering what happened before he fainted, his expression turned angry and somewhat ferocious. Damn it, Jiang Che, this inhuman B****. He thought he had some good intentions. Cutting off someone's path to wealth is like killing their parents. This guy had drained all his internal energy. Even if he survived today, what would be the point of living? Someone who had reached the peak would never be content with a lowly life. It would take 7 or 8 years to recover even if he started cultivating again. Jiang Che, you will not die. Good. Death. Chen Feng gritted his back teeth, his face livid as he looked at Jiang Che, cursing word by word. Many people have said those words, but without exception, they were all killed by me. You won't be an exception either. Jiang Che glanced at Chen Feng, a disdainful smile playing on his lips. After saying that, Jiang Che directly picked up a handgun from the side and pressed it against Chen Feng's forehead. Chen Feng, now a useless person without any cultivation, naturally couldn't resist. You can't kill me, I am the god of war's throne. If you kill me, the war god won't let you off. Chen Feng looked at the dark gun muzzle against his forehead, feeling a bit panicked, but he still swallowed hard and pretended to be calm. I am not afraid of him. If he has the guts, let him come. But you won't have the chance. You can tell him in a dream. Jiang Che smiled sinisterly, leaning close to Chen Feng's ear and said, Actually, it was my Jiang family that exterminated your Chen family years ago. I just teamed up with Lin Kanghai to create a scam. I didn't expect you to fall for it so easily. And, I must say your wife is really juicy. You. Hearing Jiang Che's words, Chen Feng's eyes widened in terror. He never thought that this whole thing was orchestrated by Jiang Che from the start. But before he could finish a sentence, the sound of the trigger being pulled echoed, and Chen Feng's head tilted as he died. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing the son of destiny. Chen Feng, reward, mysterious treasure box ×1. Ding! Detecting that Chen Feng is dead, the system has automatically found the next son of luck for the host. Does the host accept the storyline? Except putting the handgun back on the table, Jiang Che glanced at Chen Feng's corpse and said calmly. Ding! The storyline is being transmitted. Farmer in the city. After accepting the storyline transmitted by the system, Jiang Che was somewhat speechless. Damn it, nowadays anyone can become the protagonist. Those protagonists from the mountains before were one thing, but this time, it's a farmer. The protagonist, Huang Xiaolong, comes from a poor and backward mountain village. He accidentally obtained the inheritance of an ancient Qi practitioner, and after 2 years of hard cultivation in the mountains, he boarded a train to Linjiang City. He knows medicine, Taoism, martial arts, and treasure appraisal. In short, he is an all-round protagonist. The story begins with Huang Xiaolong reading the face of a big shot who owns a chain of hotels in Linjiang City on the train, being ridiculed by people at the train station, and finally slapping everyone in the face and gaining the recognition of the big shot. This guy has a quirk. No matter where he goes, he always wears those old Beijing cloth shoes covered in mud. Despite being ridiculed many times, he remains indifferent. After arriving in Linjiang City, he begins to encounter all kinds of beauties, marries a rich and beautiful woman, and ascends to the peak of life. Throughout the story, there are at least 30 female protagonists. What a brainless dog! After a few mild complaints, Jiang Che continued to communicate with the system in his mind. Where is Huang Xiaolong now? Huang Xiaolong is currently on the train and will arrive in Linjiang City around 5 o'clock this afternoon. It seems the story has begun. Jiang Che thought for a moment. The story begins with Zhang Yuner going to a temple to pray with a few classmates and meeting Huang Xiaolong, who also went there. This guy, like Yang Wei, insists that he and Zhang Yuner are destined to be together. Zhang Yuner naturally didn't believe him, mocked him, and was finally humiliated. Jiang Che was not surprised at all. He knew that heroines like Zhang Yuner would attract the attention of various protagonists. After figuring all this out, Jiang Che directly called the bodyguards and had them take Chen Feng's body to the Zhao family. Although this guy was dead, he still had some value and could be used to gain favor with the Zhao family. Take his body to Zhao's group and tell them I killed him. Let them thank me properly. After instructing the bodyguards, Jiang Che turned and left the basement. He believed that the Zhao family would understand his intentions and would definitely give him some compensation. Otherwise, it wouldn't make sense in terms of feelings and reason. Following the principle of taking advantage of any benefits, Jiang Che thought it was necessary to do so. Yes, young master. The bodyguards respectfully responded as they watched Jiang Che's departing figure and then carried Chen Feng's body out of the basement. After leaving the basement, Jiang Che took a breath of fresh air outside and directly took out his phone to call his grandfather. Chen Feng was dead, and the vacant throne in the north definitely needed someone to replace it. He had previously promised Lin Kanghai to let Lin Tianlong take this position. This would completely bind the Lin family to him, giving him more influence in the north. He was not afraid that Lin Tianlong would disobey him after taking the throne. If he had the ability to put him up there, he naturally had the ability to take him down. "Hello, brat, why are you calling me?" The phone was quickly answered, and the powerful voice of Zhang Jingshan came from the other end, sounding somewhat puzzled. "Grandpa, are you still in Linjiang City? I need your help with something," Jiang Che asked straightforwardly. "I'm currently in the imperial capital for a meeting, and I'll be back in a few days. If you have something to say, just say it. I want you to help me get Lin Tianlong onto the northern throne." Jiang Che didn't beat around the bush, directly stating the purpose of his call. "Who is this Lin Tianlong? As far as I know, there is no vacant position on the northern throne right now. It might be difficult to arrange this." After a moment of silence, Zhang Jingshan said with a frown. "Lin Tianlong is from the Lin family. One of the original 4 northern thrones, Chen Feng, has been killed by me. The news should reach the north soon. When the time comes, I'll need your help to get Lin Tianlong onto the throne." "So that's how it is. Wait for my news then." Hearing Jiang Che's words, Zhang Jingshan's expression cleared up. If there was already a vacancy on the northern throne, this matter would be much easier. "At most 3 days, I'll have Lin Tianlong in position. If there's nothing else, I'll hang up now." After finishing, Zhang Jingshan hung up the phone directly. He didn't ask Jiang Che why he intervened in the north or why he killed Chen Feng. After all, it was his precious grandson. He would spoil him, no matter what happens. Hanging up the phone, Jiang Che headed directly towards the living room. Based on the time, Lin Xian should be about to successfully break through now. Chapter 191, Do you intend to take all of his sisters in one go? In the living room, looking at Lin Xian, who was smiling like a flower, Ji Menglin's expression was somewhat resentful, her eyes full of envy. Although Lin Xian hadn't broken through to the transformate realm, she had advanced from the early stage of innate directly to the peak of innate, which was already quite impressive. "What, are you envious seeing Ji Menglin like this?" Lin Xian smiled and teased her a little. She didn't believe Jiang Che's nonsense about Ji Menglin working for him. She had already guessed something about their relationship. Jiang Che was really quite the playboy, not even sparing herself and her junior sister. Now even Ji Menglin had fallen into his trap. Why was this guy always fixated on their few senior and junior sisters? Did he want to take them all in one go? Thinking about this, Lin Xian couldn't help but fall into contemplation. She thought that with Jiang Che's shameless personality, he might actually do something like this. As the two were talking, Jiang Che walked in from outside the living room, a light and carefree smile on his face, looking like in a very good mood. Breakthrough to the peak of innate. Not bad. Feeling the aura Lin Xian inadvertently released, Jiang Che nodded in satisfaction. Although she didn't break through to transformation in one go, it was still quite good for now. "Thank you very much this time," Lin Xian said sincerely, her eyes full of gratitude as she looked at Jiang Che. Without Jiang Che's help, she didn't know when she would have been able to break through to her current cultivation level. "If you want to thank me, just satisfy one of my hobbies next time." Jiang Che raised an eyebrow and said playfully. "Bah, you are really shameless." Hearing Jiang Che's words, Lin Xian's face turned red, and she scolded him angrily. Ji Menglin was still there, and she didn't expect Jiang Che to say such things without blushing or skipping a beat. He really was a scumbag. Not caring about his own dignity at all. Ji Menglin's eyes darted back and forth between the two of them, her heart full of complaints. Just now, when she asked Lin Xian, she didn't admit it, saying that Jiang Che was just an ordinary friend. Ordinary friends who flirt with each other right in front of her. And satisfy Jiang Che's certain hobbies. After spending more than half a month together, Ji Menglin had some understanding of Jiang Che's hobbies. This shameless guy would sometimes give Ah Qing blood circulation and disperse cold right in front of her. Jiang Che ignored Ji Menglin's strange look, not bothering to explain anything to her. It wasn't something that couldn't be seen by others anyway. Jiang Che planned to be honest with Shen Qingqiu about his situation the next time they met. He had a way to deal with her. "Chen Feng is dead. I will arrange for Lin Tianlong to take the position as one of the northern throne. When you go back, remember to tell your grandfather. Thank you. Lin Xian looked gratefully at Jiang Che, thinking that he did it entirely for her sake. The position of the northern throne was not too big nor too small. Jiang Che might not care about it, but for their Lin family, it was undoubtedly a huge opportunity. As long as Lin Tianlong could secure the position of the northern throne, the status of their Lin family would rise accordingly. It wouldn't be impossible for them to become the top family in Linjiang City. Remember to come to me when you have time. I will give you a surprise. Whispering a few words in Jiang Che's ear, Lin Xian's face turned red, and she left quickly as if escaping. She had already come to accept Jiang Che's strange hobbies now. Looking at Lin Xian's departing figure, Jiang Che couldn't help but feel a bit expectant. You really are a scoundrel. Aren't you afraid I'll tell our senior sister about these things? Ji Menglin looked at Jiang Che and complained helplessly. She wondered if their senior sister would be so angry she'd spit blood if she knew what Jiang Che had done. Since I dare to do it, obviously I'm not afraid. But if you dare to complain to Qingqiu, I don't mind treating your androphobia. Jiang Che glanced at Ji Menglin and took out medical instruments from his system space, shaking them in front of her. Indeed, 3 days without a beating, and she starts causing trouble. These days, without treating Ji Menglin, Jiang Che clearly felt that she was becoming a bit arrogant. Now she even dared to threaten him. Seeing the medical instruments Jiang Che took out, Ji Menglin's face turned white, her eyes full of fear. She hadn't forgotten the shadow Jiang Che left on her. She didn't dare stay here any longer, running back to her room. She feared staying here would lead to Jiang Che treating her again. She believed he would do it. Given the precedent, Jiang Che was not a man of principles. A Maibach driven by Along, carrying Chen Feng's body, arrived at the Zhao Group's building. After parking the car and identifying himself, Along asked the receptionist to inform the Zhao family members to come down and claim Chen Feng's body. About 5 or 6 minutes later, Zhao Wuji came out of the building wearing a Chinese-style tunic suit. His face looked pale, still not recovered from the internal injuries caused by Chen Feng last night. Are you from the Zhang family? Looking at the burly man in black, Zhao Wuji cupped his fists and asked politely. The receptionist had already informed him of Along's identity. Even though he was just a bodyguard from the Zhang family, Zhao Wuji dared not be neglectful, treating him with respect. Others might not know the terror of the Zhang family, but as the most senior member of the Zhao family, he had some understanding of the Zhang family. Moreover, he could keenly sense that the man in front of him was not an ordinary person but a martial artist with cultivation, at least an innate expert. Yes, I am from the Zhang family. Our young master asked me to bring this person to you. Along glanced at Zhao Wuji, opened the trunk of the Maibach, revealing Chen Feng's body. Chen Feng had been dead for less than 2 hours, and his body hadn't started to rot or stink, looking just like an ordinary sleeping person. But Zhao Wuji was not an ordinary person. He naturally sensed that Chen Feng was long dead. He frowned and looked at Along, asking with some confusion. I don't know what your young master means. Our young master said this is an enemy of your Zhao family. Knowing you were no match for him, he dealt with him for you and sent him over. He hopes your Zhao family can give our young master some reward as payment for killing him for you. Hearing Along's words, Zhao Wuji's mouth twitched violently, his expression turning strange. He couldn't understand how Jiang Che knew about the enmity between his Zhao family and Chen Feng, and why he took it upon himself to kill Chen Feng. But Chen Feng was already dead, and asking these questions now was obviously inappropriate. Jiang Che was clearly asking for a reward and he couldn't refuse. After pondering for a while, Zhao Wuji slowly said, Thank young Master Jiang for avenging our Zhao family. As for the reward, I need to discuss it with the head of the family after I return. Jiang Che had sent Chen Feng's body over, so he wouldn't be satisfied with small profits. It was clear he intended to take advantage of the situation, and Zhao Wuji had to endure it silently. After all, they couldn't afford to provoke Jiang Che, and he did avenge the Zhao family. Be quick about it. Our young master doesn't like to wait. Along glanced at Zhao Wuji, then signaled the bodyguards who came with him to carry Chen Feng's body down before driving away. The task was completed. He didn't bother talking more with this old man. He'd rather spend the time visiting heaven on earth a few more times. Watching the Maibach drive away, Zhao Wuji felt a bit stifled. He didn't expect even a small bodyguard to look down on him so much. But he could only endure this frustration silently. The Jiang family was not to be provoked. Load it into the car, we're heading back to the Zhao family. He instructed the people who came with him and got into the car. The mission in Linjiang was over, and he could return to report. On a green train heading to Linjiang City, a young man with ordinary looks sat by the window. He looked about 20 years old, wearing a plain white t-shirt that looked like it came from a roadside stall for 10 yuan. He wore light blue jeans with patches on the legs and a pair of old Beijing cloth shoes covered in mud, looking like he had just returned from working in the fields. His name was Huang Xiaolong, from a remote mountain village not far from Linjiang City. There, he had always lived a life dependent on the weather. They didn't even have electricity, let alone running water. All the able-bodied young men in the village had left to work in nearby cities. He was an orphan, raised on communal meals. 2 years ago, while hunting in the mountains, he accidentally obtained the inheritance of an ancient Qi practitioner in a cave. After 2 years of hard cultivation, Huang Xiaolong left the village and came to Linjiang City. This was his first time leaving the poor village for the big city. His eyes kept looking out the train window. The train had already entered Linjiang City, and his eyes were full of curiosity as he looked at the towering buildings around. Chapter 192, Don't judge a book by its cover. Such a country bumpkin, what's there to look at? Haven't you ever been to a big city before? A heavily made-up woman beside him looked at Huang Xiaolong's behavior, then glanced at his shabby attire and directly mocked him, her face full of disdain. As everyone knows, no matter where the protagonist goes, they can't avoid being mocked. Huang Xiaolong was no exception. Hearing the woman's sarcastic words, Huang Xiaolong frowned and turned his head, feeling somewhat displeased. However, he quickly smiled again. By observing the woman's face, Huang Xiaolong knew that she was in serious trouble recently. There was a cloud of black energy between her eyebrows that lingered, indicating she would soon experience some unfortunate events. What are you smiling at, bumpkin? Seeing Huang Xiaolong's bright smile, the middle-aged woman frowned, asking angrily. I am smiling because you are about to face disaster without realizing it, and there is a risk of being swept out of the house. Huang Xiaolong sneered, saying this after a simple face reading. He also saw that this woman was not a good person. Despite being in her 40s, she didn't live a stable life. Because her husband was often away on business trips, she spent money on several young men. If her husband found out, kicking her out would be the least of her worries. What do you mean? The middle-aged woman frowned even more after hearing Huang Xiaolong's words. She thought Huang Xiaolong was cursing her, as she didn't believe in fortune-telling. Huang Xiaolong didn't say more, turning back to look out the window. He didn't want to meddle in others' family affairs, letting her husband find out on his own. Seeing Huang Xiaolong silent, the middle-aged woman's attitude became more arrogant. She thought Huang Xiaolong was retreating because he couldn't win the argument. She despised these country bumpkins the most. Who knows which backwater place this fraud came from, dressing so shabbily like a bumpkin. Do you really want me to expose all your deeds? Seeing the woman's persistent attitude, Huang Xiaolong sneered. He decided not to hold back anymore. Although he was humble, he was not someone to be trifled with, having inherited the skills of an ancient Qi practitioner. The woman's repeated taunts had already made Huang Xiaolong somewhat angry. What have I done? Don't talk nonsense. Facing Huang Xiaolong's sharp gaze, the middle-aged woman felt a bit panicked but still pretended to be calm. She didn't believe that this guy could see through what she had done, as it seemed too far-fetched. You haven't been home much lately, have you? Huang Xiaolong didn't respond to the woman but turned to the obese middle-aged man next to her. He looked at the man with pity, as if seeing the vast grasslands on his head. That's right, how did you know? The middle-aged man frowned, looking at Huang Xiaolong with some confusion. He was relatively low-key, so when his wife argued with the young man just now, he didn't immediately stand up to belittle Huang Xiaolong with her. Instead, he kept advising her not to look down on anyone. As the saying goes, you can't judge a book by its cover. He had also risen from being a poor boy to a millionaire. I suggest you check your wife's phone. She hasn't been doing anything good behind your back. Huang Xiaolong sneered, not saying too much but giving the middle-aged man some face. Before the middle-aged man could respond, his wife couldn't help but speak up. Honey, don't listen to him. I haven't done anything to betray you. He's just a fraud. Seeing his wife's panic, the middle-aged man frowned and spoke in a low voice, let me see your phone. Originally, he didn't take Huang Xiaolong's words seriously, but seeing his wife's panic made him suspect something unusual. "No, you can't look." The middle-aged woman shook her head desperately, refusing. Seeing her like this, the middle-aged man began to believe Huang Xiaolong's words even more. If she hadn't done anything wrong, why was she so panicked? The middle-aged man snatched the phone from her hand and started looking through it. The more he looked, the darker his expression became. On a social media platform, he saw chat records between his wife and several different men, all very suggestive. Even a fool could tell what kind of relationship they had with his wife. Normally, he didn't have the habit of checking his wife's phone, believing it unnecessary. He trusted that his wife loved him. Unexpectedly, his leniency made this woman bolder, and she ended up cheating on him. "Honey, let me explain." "What is there to explain?" The middle-aged man looked at his wife with a dark expression, his eyes almost spitting fire, feeling extremely angry. "I was just playing around with them, honey. You have to believe me." The middle-aged woman shook her head desperately, trying to explain, but was interrupted by the middle-aged man. "What else is there to say? You bitch. We're getting a divorce when we get back. How dare you betray me? I'll make sure you leave with nothing." "No honey, listen to me." The middle-aged woman sobbed and grabbed the man's arm, still trying to win him back. The middle-aged man, overwhelmed by anger, didn't care if they were in a public place. He slapped her hard across the face. "Bitch, don't bother me anymore. Get out." Seeing her husband's murderous gaze, the middle-aged woman shivered involuntarily. She knew her husband was really angry this time. Feeling the pointing and staring from others around, she couldn't stay any longer. She gave Huang Xiaolong a hateful glance and left in disgrace. This train car was clearly no longer suitable for her to stay in. She had to find a seat in another empty car. "Master, thank you." After she left, the middle-aged man took a deep breath and looked at Huang Xiaolong with a grateful expression. If the other party hadn't intervened today, he might have been kept in the dark for a while longer. It was ridiculous to wear such a big green hat without knowing it. "You have a serious illness and probably don't have long to live." Huang Xiaolong glanced at him and said lightly. "This how do you know, master?" The middle-aged man was stunned, looking at Huang Xiaolong in disbelief. He wasn't angry at his rude words because he indeed had a serious illness. After the initial shock, the middle-aged man became extremely excited. Since the other party could see his serious illness at a glance, maybe he could cure it too. After all, he had just witnessed the other party's miraculous means, easily seeing through his wife's affairs. "You have irreversible liver cirrhosis, and it is already in the late stage, possibly turning into cancer at any time." "Yes, master, you are absolutely right. Is there any hope for me?" The middle-aged man nodded vigorously, looking at Huang Xiaolong with great hope. He had almost given up on his condition, accepting it. But now, encountering this miraculous young man, he thought maybe he had a way to treat him. This rekindled his hope, which had long been extinguished. Chapter 193. Young master, my cold illness has flared up again. Although it's a bit troublesome, it's still a piece of cake for me. Huang Xiaolong said with a smile. The inheritance he received from the ancient Qi practitioner included not only martial arts cultivation techniques but also various complicated Taoist techniques, medical skills, and more. "Please, little divine doctor, save me. I'm willing to pay any amount for your consultation," the middle-aged man said with a trembling voice, his expression full of excitement. His attitude towards Huang Xiaolong was even more respectful, almost ready to kneel in gratitude. He finally had a chance to save his life, and he would grasp it no matter what. "I can treat you, but not here." Huang Xiaolong shook his head and said. Treating a patient in a public place was obviously not appropriate, he needed a quiet environment. "How about you come with me to Linjiang City later?" the middle-aged man asked nervously, fearing that Huang Xiaolong would refuse. He knew Huang Xiaolong was getting off at Linjiang City, as it was the final destination of the train. "Okay, I don't have anything else to do." Huang Xiaolong shrugged and said. Since he had met the man and the man's attitude was respectful, he was willing to help treat his illness. "That's great, thank you, little divine doctor." Hearing Huang Xiaolong's words, the middle-aged man breathed a sigh of relief, feeling a weight lifted off his shoulders. As long as the other party was willing to help, that was enough. "Little divine doctor, are you here in Linjiang City to treat someone?" the middle-aged man asked curiously, starting to chat with Huang Xiaolong. "No, I'm here to make a fortune." Huang Xiaolong shook his head and said seriously. Although he only had an elementary school education, he believed that with his skills, he could make a name for himself in Linjiang City. May I ask the divine doctor's name? I am Deng Wenchong. I'm Huang Xiaolong. After chatting with Deng Wenchong for a while, the train soon arrived at the station. Huang Xiaolong got off the train with Deng Wenchong. As for Deng Wenchong's wife, he didn't bother with her at all, focusing only on getting Huang Xiaolong to treat his illness. This is the big city. It truly is bustling. After walking out of the train station and looking at the towering skyscrapers around, Huang Xiaolong was filled with emotion. No wonder the young people from the village couldn't get used to returning after coming out. His small mountain village couldn't compare to Linjiang City at all. If it were him, he would also choose to stay here and never return to that backward mountain village. Master Huang, is this your first time in Linjiang City? Seeing Huang Xiaolong's expression, Deng Wenchong frowned and asked curiously. Through their conversation on the train, their relationship had become closer. Yes, it's my first time in Linjiang City. The big city is really different from the small mountain village. Huang Xiaolong looked around constantly, like a country bumpkin entering the Grand View Garden, his behavior comically unsophisticated. People around stopped and watched Huang Xiaolong's ridiculous appearance, pointing and whispering about him. Huang Xiaolong ignored their strange looks, or rather, he was used to it. Deng Wenchong, on the other hand, felt a bit embarrassed. He quickly said to Huang Xiaolong, Master Huang, why don't we go to my hotel first? I'll arrange some lunch for you. Sure, let's go. Huang Xiaolong nodded and agreed, following Deng Wenchong to a nearby Audi A6. In Crouching Dragon Villa, in the study, Jiang Che was reading a famous book when Ah Qing suddenly pushed the door open, carrying a pot of hot tea. After approaching, Ah Qing placed the teapot on Jiang Che's desk, poured him a cup of hot tea, and said in a soft voice, her face slightly flushed, Young master, have some tea. Jiang Che looked up at Ah Qing, his expression a bit strange, but he didn't say much and took a sip of tea. Since his cultivation breakthrough, Jiang Che found that this little maid's cold illness flared up more frequently. Could it be a side effect of the cultivation breakthrough? But it shouldn't be. The higher the cultivation, the less likely the cold illness should flare up, right? Or was Ah Qing's physique too special, different from others? After thinking for a long time without figuring out the reason, Jiang Che fell into contemplation. Young master, the cold illness has flared up again. Ah Qing pulled a chair and sat opposite Jiang Che, took off her small leather shoes, revealing her jade-like feet wrapped in white silk. She bit her lower lip, her charming eyes seeming to overflow with water. It shouldn't be, I just treated you yesterday. Ah Qing's words interrupted Jiang Che's thoughts. He frowned at her, puzzled. This physique was really troublesome. He had to give her blood circulation and stasis removal treatment every few days. But fortunately, he was proficient in the Ghost Gate 13 needles, a world-class art, so treating a small cold illness was a piece of cake. Since my cultivation improved, the cold illness flares up more frequently. Ah Qing shook her head, her pretty face full of confusion. She didn't understand why she had such a strange physique. After all, she felt a bit guilty for disturbing Jiang Che every time. Little did she know that Jiang Che, being a benevolent doctor, was more than happy to help her with the treatment. Young master, forget it, I'll just endure it. Ah Qing said shyly, trying to pull back her white silk-covered feet, but Jiang Che stopped her. He said righteously, illness must be treated. You know, I'm a doctor, and I can't stand to see you suffer. Jiang Che spoke nobly and began to give Ah Qing blood circulation and stasis removal treatment for her cold illness. Thank you, young master. You are so good to me. Seeing Jiang Che tirelessly treating her, Ah Qing said gratefully. She felt she owed her young master too much. As a maid, not only did she fail to take care of him, but she also needed his help with her treatment. Jiang Che, feeling refreshed, went downstairs, lit a cigarette, and hummed a tune, his face looking content. As he reached the living room, he saw Ah Long standing at the door. Jiang Che asked curiously, aren't you supposed to be cultivating? Why are you here? Usually, his bodyguards would be cultivating in the nearby villa unless he summoned them. Young master, Huang Xiaolong has arrived in Linjiang City. He went to the Junyu Hotel with the hotel's owner, Deng Wenchong. Ah Long said respectfully to Jiang Che. Without Jiang Che's orders, he didn't dare to go upstairs, so he had been waiting here for over an hour. So that's it. Jiang Che nodded in realization. Calculating the time, Huang Xiaolong should have arrived in Linjiang City by now. As expected, he met Deng Wenchong, the first benefactor in his life. However, Jiang Che wasn't interested in watching a bumpkin treat someone. What did the Zhao family say? Seemingly remembering something, Jiang Che asked. Zhao Wuji has returned to Modu with his people. He said he would discuss it with the head of the Zhao family and give you a satisfactory answer. All right, you can go now. Jiang Che waved his hand, dismissing All Long. The guy was becoming more reliable in handling things. Yes, young master. All Long responded respectfully and left, returning to the nearby villa to continue cultivating. Chapter 194, Mischievous Zhang Yuner, Guard Against Fire, Theft, and Best Friends. The next day, Jiang Che drove towards the Zhang family residence. Yesterday, he had contacted Zhang Yuner. She planned to go to a temple to pray with friends today, which is also something that could relate to the start of a protagonist plot. Upon arriving at the Zhang family home, Jiang Che parked the car and called Zhang Yuner. After a short while, Zhang Yuner came out of the villa. Today, she was wearing a light blue short skirt, her slender legs wrapped in knee-high white stockings, her hair tied in twin tails, and her pretty face full of joy. Zhang Yuner ran towards Jiang Che, throwing herself into his arms, colliding with him playfully. Brother, you're here. Did you miss me these past 2 days? Jiang Che gently patted Zhang Yuner's head, a gentle smile on his face. Of course, I missed you all the time. Zhang Yuner looked up, speaking earnestly. All right, I'll believe you for now. Let's go. Weren't you going to the temple to pray? Let's go. Jiang Che pinched her soft, rosy cheek and opened the passenger door of his Bugatti, letting her sit inside. Jiang Che got into the car himself and was about to start the engine when he noticed Zhang Yuner staring at him. What's wrong? Jiang Che turned his head, puzzled, looking at Zhang Yuner with a bit of confusion. Brother, I can't fasten the seatbelt, Zhang Yuner said pitifully with innocent eyes, a sly glint flashing in her gaze. How can you not fasten the seatbelt? Jiang Che frowned, wondering if there was something wrong with the car. He lowered his head to check the seatbelt, and then his head disappeared. A few minutes later, Jiang Che, breathing in the milky fragrance, glanced at Zhang Yuner with mild annoyance. This little girl was getting more mischievous. Sit still and stop fooling around. Okay, Zhang Yuner nodded, her face slightly flushed, looking quite alluring. She felt incredibly embarrassed, not expecting herself to act on such a whim. She lowered her now burning face. How embarrassing. Seeing that Zhang Yuner had calmed down, Jiang Che restarted the car and drove towards a nearby temple called Luosha Temple. More than half an hour later, Jiang Che parked the car by the road near Luosha Temple and walked towards the temple with Zhang Yuner. Since it was the weekend, many people had come to the temple to pray, making the place lively. As the two walked to the temple entrance, 2 young girls were waiting eagerly. Yuyan, Xiaotong. Seeing the 2 girls at the temple entrance, Zhang Yuner beamed with joy and, holding Jiang Che's hand, they both walked over towards them. These 2 were her best friends, and they had agreed to come to the temple to pray together today. Oh, isn't this our Miss Zhang? When did you get yourself a man? The girl named Yuyan looked at Jiang Che beside Zhang Yuner and spoke with a teasing smile, her face full of mockery. They didn't know when Zhang Yuner had found such a handsome boyfriend. If this news spreads at Linjiang University, many boys' hearts would break. Hee, let me introduce you. This is my boyfriend, brother Xiao Che, our school's heartthrob. Jiang Che. Zhang Yuner wasn't angry at her friend's teasing. She held Jiang Che's hand and introduced him with a proud smile on her face. Being the girlfriend of the school's heartthrob was an honor not everyone could have. She had spent a lot to win Jiang Che's heart. Is he really Jiang Che? Yuyan was obviously stunned upon hearing Zhang Yuner's words, asking in disbelief. As a freshman at Linjiang University, how could she not know Jiang Che's name? He was the dream man of every girl at their school. Now, he had quietly gotten together with this little girl Zhang Yuner. Wasn't he supposed to be aloof? In the 3 years Jiang Che had been at the school, every day someone confessed their love to him, but he never accepted any of them. They had even thought he didn't like women. As Jiang Che gradually faded from the public eye, people's attention to him decreased, but she had never heard that Jiang Che had a girlfriend. Yes, he's Jiang Che, and also my brother Xiao Che. Zhang Yuner held Jiang Che's arm, speaking sweetly, her face full of happiness as if she had found her life's partner. Zhang Yuyan looked at Zhang Yuner with some resentment. They had agreed to be single together, to cherish their sisterhood, but now she had secretly found a boyfriend, and a rich, handsome one at that. How could she feel balanced in her heart? Zhang Yuyan had heard about Jiang Che's extraordinary family background. Although she didn't know the specifics, she knew he was very wealthy, often driving various luxury cars to school without repeating a single one. Hello, Senior Jiang. Another girl extended her delicate hand, wanting to shake Jiang Che's hand. Her eyes were nervous, and she looked a bit uneasy. After all, this was her dream man, a high and unattainable figure. She still felt today's events were somewhat unreal. Hello. Jiang Che smiled faintly and shook her hand briefly. Since she was Zhang Yun'er's friend, he gave her this courtesy. After a light handshake, Jiang Che quickly let go. He didn't take the opportunity to take advantage of her. Though her beauty would be considered goddess-like to ordinary people, she paled in comparison to Zhang Yun'er. And while he was a womanizer, he wasn't desperate. Not every woman could catch his eye. Lin Xiaotong withdrew her hand, her face flushed red, her mind a blur. She couldn't believe she had just shaken hands with her dream man, feeling as if she would faint from happiness. Seeing her best friend's starstruck look, Zhang Yun'er wrinkled her cute little nose. She realized bringing Jiang Che to meet these two women today was a mistake. She had forgotten Jiang Che's charm. Even she couldn't resist, let alone her two infatuated best friends. This was a miscalculation. Brother Xiao Che, wait here for me. I'll go pray and be right back. Zhang Yun'er said, then directly pulled her two best friends into the temple, not planning to let Jiang Che join them. Given the current situation, Zhang Yun'er wasn't sure if Jiang Che would do something inappropriate. Guard against fire, theft, and best friends had always been her motto. After getting together with Jiang Che, she had held this saying even more dearly. Watching the three girls walk away, Jiang Che didn't try to stop them. He did not plan to follow Zhang Yun'er into the temple to burn incense and pray. He came today to check out Huang Xiaolong and to spend some time with Zhang Yun'er. Since Zhang Yun'er had spoken, he could enjoy some peace and quiet. Chapter 195, Is Fulfilling Brother's Wish Something to Talk About? Yun'er, how did you manage to get Senior Jiang Che? Upon entering the temple, Zhang Yuyan couldn't wait to ask, her eyes full of curiosity. She didn't think it was Jiang Che who pursued Zhang Yun'er. After all, his persona was very aloof. This little girl must have used some special method to entice Jiang Che. Hearing Zhang Yuyan's words, Lin Xiaotong, who was beside them, also looked over curiously, quietly waiting for Zhang Yun'er's answer. She was also a bit surprised. This and that. Zhang Yun'er was taken aback, obviously not expecting Zhang Yuyan to suddenly ask her this question. How was she supposed to answer? Should she say it was because she fulfilled some of Jiang Che's special preferences that she managed to get him? Is this something that can be said out loud? She wasn't thick-skinned enough for that. Zhang Yun'er still cared about her reputation. What do you mean, this, and that? Just say it. Don't worry, I won't steal your boyfriend. I just want to ask for some advice so I can make the first move the next time I meet a handsome guy. Seeing Zhang Yun'er's hesitation, Zhang Yuyan assured her. She swore she had no intention of stealing her friend's boyfriend, she was just curious. Even if she wanted to, she would wait until they broke up first. Zhang Yun'er gave her friend a deep look, not believing her nonsense. The Buddha says, it cannot be said, these things rely on fate. I can't teach you. Making up an excuse, Zhang Yun'er walked straight towards the main hall of the temple. Zhang Yuyan was slightly disappointed but said nothing more, following Lin Xiaotong behind her. Outside the temple, Jiang Che squatted by the marble, feeling a bit bored as he watched the people passing by, searching for Huang Xiaolong. Suddenly, a young man wearing ripped jeans, a faded white shirt, and old Beijing cloth shoes covered in dirt came into his view. Seeing the person, Jiang Che's eyes lit up. With such obvious characteristics, if he couldn't recognize this guy as Huang Xiaolong, he should just quit being a villain. In the entire plot of Farmer in the City, Huang Xiaolong's outfit never changed. System, check his attribute panel. Main character, Huang Xiaolong. Cultivation level, peak transformation. Luck, 20,000. Golden finger, inheritance of an ancient Qi practitioner. Skills, advanced medical skills, advanced martial arts skills, advanced combat skills. 20,000 fortune points. Seeing Huang Xiaolong's attribute panel showing a full 20,000 fortune points, Jiang Che was shocked. Damn, This guy's fortune is so high. Thinking back to the original story, Jiang Che was somewhat relieved. This guy's story spanned thousands of chapters and he started cultivating immortality in the later stages. Moreover, as the plot progressed, his luck would only increase. This is what it means to be the chosen one. The higher the luck, the more heavenly protection one receives, commonly known as the Son of the Heavens. Noticing someone staring at him, Huang Xiaolong turned his head in confusion, seeing a handsome young man smiling at him. Although the smile seemed friendly, Huang Xiaolong felt uneasy, sensing ill intentions. Today, he had only come with Deng Wenchong to repay a favor and didn't expect to meet such a strange person. Little miracle doctor, what are you looking at? Seeing Huang Xiaolong stop in his tracks, Deng Wenchong asked curiously. Nothing, let's go. Huang Xiaolong took a deep breath, feeling indifferent. He thought it was just his uneasiness about adapting to the big city environment. At this moment, Jiang Che had already left his spot and headed towards the temple. Deng Wenchong didn't think much and led Huang Xiaolong into the temple. Done praying just as Jiang Che entered the temple, he saw Zhang Yuner approaching and asked in surprise. We're done praying, brother, let's go. Zhang Yuner grabbed Jiang Che's arm and said cheerfully. She didn't want to stay a moment longer, as her two friends' looks at Jiang Che were quite frightening. Jiang Che nodded and walked out of the temple with Zhang Yuner. After a few steps, they ran into Deng Wenchong and Huang Xiaolong entering the temple. Young Master Zhang, are you here to pray too? Deng Wenchong was chatting happily with Huang Xiaolong but stopped when he saw Jiang Che approaching, speaking respectfully. His attitude was extremely respectful, even somewhat humble. And you? Jiang Che frowned, pretending not to recognize him, and asked in confusion. I am Deng Wenchong from Junyu Hotel. We met at the banquet held at our hotel last time. Deng Wenchong quickly explained, trying to establish a connection with Jiang Che. After all, this was not someone anyone could curry favor with. Leaving a good impression on Jiang Che would give him more bragging rights during gatherings. I see. Do you need something from me? Jiang Che pretended to understand and asked indifferently, not showing much friendliness. Sensing Jiang Che's cold attitude, Deng Wenchong wasn't angry but smiled flatteringly. Nothing, just that I've admired you for a long time. I've heard a lot about your wealth and talent. Seeing you today confirms the rumors are true. Deng Wenchong flattered Jiang Che with every possible compliment. Brother, let's go. Zhang Yuner frowned, feeling annoyed by this talkative fat man. Damn, where did this clueless fat guy come from? Alright, let's go. Jiang Che nodded, not bothering with Deng Wenchong, and left with Zhang Yuner. But after a few steps, Huang Xiaolong blocked their way. Do you need something? Seeing yet another person blocking their way, Zhang Yuner looked displeased. Why were there so many clueless people these days? Even if they wanted to curry favor with Jiang Che, couldn't they pick a better time? Couldn't they see she was bonding with Jiang Che? Zhang Yuner's fair hands clenched tightly, feeling angry. Jiang Che looked at Huang Xiaolong with interest, knowing exactly what he was going to say. It was nothing but the same old story from the original novel about being destined with Zhang Yuner and fated for this life. He thought that with his intervention, this guy would be more reserved, but it seemed he was as thick-skinned as ever. Since Huang Xiaolong came up to be humiliated, Jiang Che would gladly oblige. Miss, is your name Zhang Yuner? Huang Xiaolong took a deep breath and asked excitedly, looking at Zhang Yuner. When he first saw her, he felt a mysterious connection and quickly calculated, discovering she was his destined partner and future wife. This made Huang Xiaolong ecstatic. He didn't expect to meet his future wife so soon after arriving in Linjiang City. He always believed he was destined for greatness. An old fortune teller told him he would become a dragon among men and marry many wives. After inheriting the ancient Qi practitioner's legacy, Huang Xiaolong believed it even more. Coming to Linjiang City, he planned to marry 10 or 8 wives. Morality and ethics didn't concern him. As a distinguished practitioner, it was their honor to marry him. As for Jiang Che, he automatically ignored him, despite hearing Deng Wenchong's respectful address. Growing up in hardship, Huang Xiaolong harbored resentment towards the privileged, with a bit of a vendetta against the rich. Why should they be born privileged while he had to struggle? If Jiang Che knew his place and left Zhang Yuner, fine. If not, Huang Xiaolong wouldn't mind teaching him a lesson. Chapter 196, If you can't speak, don't speak. Who are you and what do you want? Zhang Yuner frowned and asked impatiently. Let me introduce myself, I am Huang Xiaolong from Blackwind Mountain. I am your destined fate. Before Huang Xiaolong could finish his sentence, he was directly slapped by Jiang Che. Jiang Che's slap was without any restraint. Caught off guard, Huang Xiaolong was sent flying, landing several meters away, creating a human-shaped crater on the ground. What are you doing? Huang Xiaolong climbed out of the pit, dusted off his clothes, and looked at Jiang Che with a dark expression, furious inside. This B** attacked without warning, thinking he was an easy target. Moreover, Huang Xiaolong didn't remember provoking him. No wonder he felt an inexplicable disgust towards this guy outside the temple earlier. This B** was indeed no good. Huang Xiaolong clenched his fists tightly, glaring at Jiang Che with eyes full of undisguised killing intent. Ever since he inherited the legacy of the ancient Qi practitioner, he had never been so humiliated. The flames of anger burned within him, making his presence incredibly terrifying. People around noticed the commotion and stopped to watch, pointing and whispering about Jiang Che and the others. This young man can send someone flying with one slap. He must be a martial artist. Why do you think this young man hit someone in public? A middle-aged lady looked at the sullen Huang Xiaolong and asked curiously. I saw this man trying to harass the young girl, and then he was slapped by her boyfriend. An elderly man with a white beard stroked his goatee and said seriously. He had witnessed the entire incident and knew what happened. Scum. What a shameless old B****. How can our country still have such bad people? Hearing the old man's words, the crowd immediately pointed at Huang Xiaolong, their faces full of disdain. Why did you hit me? Listening to the crowd's continuous discussion, Huang Xiaolong was almost driven mad. He looked at Jiang Che angrily and growled. Damn it, these blind fools are really slandering me. How did I harass Jiang Yuner? I barely said a few words before Jiang Che sent me flying. He now suspected these people were actors hired by Jiang Che in advance. Why did I hit you? Because you're blind, kid, so I slapped you. Jiang Che looked at Huang Xiaolong mockingly, his eyes full of disdain. Today, I'll teach you on behalf of your father what it means to respect others, Jiang Che said, stepping forward to Huang Xiaolong and slapping his face repeatedly. Jiang Che knew this was a public place, so he didn't use internal energy, which would be too shocking. He just used his internal energy to temporarily block Huang Xiaolong's cultivation, preventing him from escaping. Huang Xiaolong tried to use his internal energy to escape Jiang Che's grasp, but he was bewildered when he found he couldn't use his energy. Damn it, where's my internal energy? Why can't I use it? So, Huang Xiaolong could only passively accept Jiang Che's slaps, whimpering something unintelligible. People around looked at Huang Xiaolong's swollen pig-like face and couldn't bear to watch, some even left, afraid Jiang Che might involve them. No one stood up to criticize Jiang Che because, after hearing the old man's words, they instinctively believed Huang Xiaolong was in the wrong. Ding, the host publicly beat Huang Xiaolong, not giving him a chance to rebut, changing the plot, rewarded with 2,000 villain points. Ding, Huang Xiaolong's luck 2,000, rewarded host with 4,000 villain points. Finally, Deng Wenchong couldn't bear to see Huang Xiaolong's miserable state anymore and stepped forward, pleading for Huang Xiaolong. Young Master Jiang, please be magnanimous and let him go. After all, he is young and might not understand, offending you. Deng Wenchong pleaded, looking sympathetically at Huang Xiaolong. After all, Huang Xiaolong was his savior, and he should step up to help. But this fool really picked the wrong person to provoke, daring to offend Jiang Che. Now, if Huang Xiaolong disappeared tonight, he wouldn't be surprised. Offending someone like Jiang Che could only result in a fate of being fed to the fish. Hearing Deng Wenchong's words, the already humiliated Huang Xiaolong was almost about to vomit blood. You old B****, if you can't speak, don't speak. What do you mean by letting him go like a fart? You're the fart, your whole family are farts. You're right, this guy is just an ant, not worth my anger. Jiang Che said with a smile, giving Huang Xiaolong one last slap, knocking him out. Jiang Che then threw Huang Xiaolong to the ground like a dead dog, clapping his hands with a disdainful look. What is your relationship with him? Turning to Deng Wenchong, Jiang Che asked coldly, looking like he was still angry and would chop him up and feed him to the fish if he didn't get a reasonable explanation. He's my benefactor. He cured my terminal illness. Feeling Jiang Che's cold and contemptuous gaze, Deng Wenchong trembled, answering shakily. Your benefactor. So he acted arrogantly because of your relationship, Jiang Che sneered, pressing his advantage. Since he was here, he wouldn't leave empty-handed. Today, he would take something from Deng Wanchong as compensation. That Junyu hotel of his looked quite nice. Though its annual net profit might only be tens of millions, it was still a famous 5-star hotel in Linjiang City. Not like that, young Master Jiang, you misunderstood. I never had such thoughts. Deng Wanchong quickly shook his head, sweating profusely, looking extremely nervous. He was cursing inside. Why did Huang Xiaolong have to provoke Jiang Che? Now, not only did Huang Xiaolong get beaten, but he even got dragged into this mess. Deng Wanchong was deeply regretful. He shouldn't have brought Huang Xiaolong to repay the favor today, or none of this would have happened. Now, not only did he not repay the favor, but he also got himself into big trouble. What do you think? Don't you think you owe me a reasonable explanation? Jiang Che still showed no kindness, his expression dark, seemingly on the verge of exploding. Deng Wanchong was almost in tears. How was he supposed to explain? Huang Xiaolong's reckless words caused this mess, and now he had to take the blame. To express my apology to you, young Master Jiang, I am willing to give you a bar in the south of the city as compensation. Deng Wanchong said, looking as if he had made a huge sacrifice. Saying this made his heart bleed. He was worth only a few tens of millions, relying on 2 5-star hotels and a bar to live. A bar? Who do you think you're dealing with? Hand over your Junyu hotel, and I'll let this matter slide. This hearing Jiang Che's demand, Deng Wanchong was stunned. He didn't expect such a large request. Junyu hotel was his life's work, how could he give it to Jiang Che? What, you don't agree? Jiang Che frowned, glaring coldly at Deng Wanchong. Just one look made Deng Wanchong feel like needles were pricking his back, his hair standing on end. From Jiang Che's eyes, Deng Wanchong sensed a thick killing intent, as if he would kill him if he didn't agree. I agree. Deng Wanchong swallowed hard, saying fearfully, his face trembling. Smart move, get lost with him. I expect to see the stock transfer agreement today. Hearing Jiang Che's words, Deng Wanchong felt relieved, quickly getting someone to carry Huang Xiaolong away, leaving in a sorry state. Chapter 197, Brother is so manly I like you even more. Jiang Che left the temple with Zhang Yuner, his expression looking quite pleased and his mood very good. Returning to the Bugatti with Zhang Yuner, Jiang Che noticed that the little girl was just staring at him silently. What, do I have flowers on my face? Jiang Che looked at her puzzled, noticing that the little girl had been looking at him like this recently. Was she sick? Hee, brother, you were so handsome today. Really manly. I like you so much, Zhang Yuner said with a giggle, getting close to Jiang Che. She made him bend down slightly, blinking her big eyes shyly at him, her eyelashes trembling slightly. She gently kissed Jiang Che on the cheek. This is a reward for you. Hope you keep up the good work and protect me. After saying this, Zhang Yuner jumped into Jiang Che's arms, resting her little head on his chest, greedily inhaling the intoxicating scent from him. At this moment, the little girl's heart was incredibly calm, feeling an unprecedented sense of security surrounding her. No one doesn't want to meet their hero, and Zhang Yuner was no exception. Jiang Che's actions today made her infatuated. She didn't see it as a perverse possessiveness but felt an unprecedented sense of security. Although she was a peak innate master herself, she also wished to meet her Prince Charming who would cherish her wholeheartedly. Clearly, she had found him. Jiang Che was her Prince Charming, her only choice. Alright, be good, let's go home first. There are many people here, aren't you shy? Jiang Che teased, touching her nose with his finger and then gently setting her down. Of course, I'm not shy. It's not illegal to kiss my brother. Zhang Yuner laughed, opened the passenger door, and sat down. Jiang Che also got into the driver's seat, started the car, and drove away from the ancient temple. Yuner is really lucky to have such a perfect boyfriend like Senior Jiang Che. And Senior Jiang Che is so domineering. I like it so much, Zhang Yuyan said enviously, watching the Bugatti Veyron drive away. Why couldn't she meet such a rich, handsome, and good-natured boyfriend? Every girl has a princess dream, and she was no exception. Jiang Che's actions today could impress any girl and drive countless women crazy. Lin Xiaotong also didn't say much, looking at Jiang Che's departing figure with a fascinated expression, feeling extremely envious of Zhang Yuner. Stop looking, he's gone. Let's hurry and take a taxi back to school. In a presidential suite of the Huali Hotel, Deng Wenchang brought Huang Xiaolong here after leaving the Rakshasa temple. This was also his hotel and his only remaining property now. He had already sent the shares transfer contract for the Junyu Hotel and another bar to Jiang Che. Since Jiang Che had already spoken, he couldn't disobey unless he didn't want to stay in Linjiang City anymore. Moreover, since he had given the Junyu Hotel to Jiang Che, it was obviously inappropriate for Huang Xiaolong to continue staying there. Looking at the unconscious Huang Xiaolong lying on the bed with a face swollen like a pig's head, Deng Wenchang's eyes were complex. Although this guy was his benefactor, curing his terminal illness, he also got him into big trouble. If it weren't for this guy, he wouldn't have ended up so miserable. Now, 20 years of hard work had been undone in a day. Although Huang Xiaolong was beaten badly by Jiang Che, he wasn't seriously injured, only his face was swollen. As Deng Wenchang was lost in his thoughts, Huang Xiaolong slowly woke up. He opened his eyes groggily, looking at the unfamiliar surroundings with some confusion. Just as he was about to get up from the bed, the pain from his face made him immediately give up the idea. He touched his swollen face, recalling the events before he passed out, his expression turning ashen, eyes filled with anger. "You're awake." Seeing Huang Xiaolong wake up, Deng Wenchang temporarily put aside his chaotic thoughts and asked calmly. His tone was neither happy nor sad, lacking the previous respect and warmth for Huang Xiaolong. "Mr. Deng, where am I?" Huang Xiaolong asked in confusion, looking at the unfamiliar surroundings. His memory was still stuck on being slapped by Jiang Che in the temple. "This is my Wanli Hotel. You were knocked out by Jiang Che, and I had you brought here." Deng Wenchang lit a cigarette, speaking slowly, the smoke swirling around his face, making it hard for Huang Xiaolong to see his expression. "Mr. Deng, who exactly is this Jiang Che? Why is he so arrogant?" Hearing this, Huang Xiaolong couldn't help but feel indignant and asked angrily. He thought he was already quite arrogant, but Jiang Che was even more so. He is the eldest grandson of the Jiang family, the top family in Linjiang City. The Jiang family's influence in Linjiang City is beyond your imagination. It's best not to provoke him. Deng Wenchang kindly reminded, looking at Huang Xiaolong. Although this guy almost ruined him, Huang Xiaolong had first saved him. Since they met by chance, he wouldn't hold a grudge against him, but he wouldn't interact with him anymore either. "Even you can't do anything about him, Mr. Deng?" Hearing Deng Wenchang's words, Huang Xiaolong asked blankly. In his mind, Deng Wenchang was already a big shot with power and money, as he hadn't encountered other wealthy people. "You overestimate me. I'm not even qualified to carry his shoes." Deng Wenchang laughed self-deprecatingly. His worth might seem significant to ordinary people, but compared to the Jiang family's multi-billion-dollar enterprise, he was nothing. It was like a firefly trying to compete with the moon, an overestimation of one's abilities. "I gave Junyu Hotel to Jiang Che as compensation. Otherwise, do you think you would still be alive?" Deng Wenchang said, lighting another cigarette and speaking with frustration. "What this?" Hearing this, Huang Xiaolong was dumbfounded. He never imagined Jiang Che's background was so deep, forcing Deng Wenchang into such a position. He then felt a bit guilty, realizing that his reckless behavior had caused all this trouble. "Mr. Deng, I'm sorry, it's all my fault. I promise to repay you a hotel when I make big money in the future," Huang Xiaolong assured, patting his chest. For someone with his skills, making money wasn't difficult. "No need. You'd better leave here as soon as you're well. We don't need to keep in touch. I still want to stay in Linjiang City for a few more years." With that, Deng Wenchang left without looking back. He believed Huang Xiaolong could make money with his miraculous medical skills. But having offended Jiang Che in Linjiang City, Huang Xiaolong wouldn't have any future opportunities. If he stayed too close to Huang Xiaolong, he might get dragged into trouble, facing Jiang Che's revenge. Having just cured his terminal illness, he didn't want to die now. He had confidence in making a comeback. Watching Deng Wenchang's departing figure, Huang Xiaolong felt complicated. Had he really made a mistake this time? Chapter 198, revealing the truth to Shen Qingqiu, blame the damn system. At Crouching Dragon Villa, Jiang Che carefully checked the share transfer agreement handed over by the bodyguard and signed it after confirming it was correct. From now on, Junyu Hotel was his. Although Junyu Hotel couldn't compare to the Jiang family's trillion-dollar assets, even a mosquito is meat, and a free property should not be refused. Where is Huang Xiaolong now? Handing the contract to a maid to deliver to his mother at the Jiang family, Jiang Che looked at the bodyguard in front of him and asked. Huang Xiaolong was temporarily staying at Deng Wenchong's splendid hotel but has already left. He is currently wandering around Linjiang City. Jiang Che nodded thoughtfully. With his intervention, Deng Wenchong couldn't stay close to Huang Xiaolong, or he would face Jiang Che's wrath. Jiang Che wasn't surprised by this. Deng Wenchong was a smart person and would definitely choose self-preservation. You may leave for now. I'll call you if I need anything. Yes. The bodyguard responded and respectfully left. Jiang Che was about to get up and leave the living room when his phone rang in his pocket. Seeing that it was his mother calling, he answered without hesitation. Hello, what's up, Mom? The Zhao family from Modu has given all their properties and businesses in Linjiang City to our Zhang family, saying it's payment for your help. What did you do for them? Su Shanshan asked curiously. She had heard a bit about the Zhao family from Modu. Although the Zhao family was based in Modu, they had managed to secure some businesses and land in Linjiang City through connections. The combined value of these properties was immeasurable, yet they just handed them over to the Zhang family. This made her feel incredulous and curious about what her precious son had done. Oh, that matter. Jiang Che was slightly enlightened by her words. He hadn't expected the Zhao family to be so generous this time. I killed someone for them and took some well-deserved compensation. Alright, I got it. If there's nothing else, I'll hang up first. Su Shanshan nodded and hung up the phone. She mainly called to confirm with Jiang Che. Since the information was verified, she needed to sign the contract. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Che stood up and walked out of the living room. With nothing else to do, he wasn't in a hurry to deal with that fool Huang Xiaolong. Jiang Che decided to visit Shen Qingqiu's company. He missed his fiancée after a few days of not seeing her. An hour later, Jiang Che parked his car downstairs at the Shen Group and headed straight to Shen Qingqiu's office on the 16th floor. Along the way, people kept greeting Jiang Che. They all knew his relationship with Shen Qingqiu and were very flattering. In the CEO's office on the 16th floor, Shen Qingqiu was reviewing documents when Jiang Che walked in without any notice. Shen Qingqiu frowned, annoyed, and looked up to see who dared to barge in. Seeing that it was Jiang Che, she was surprised, and a hint of joy flashed in her eyes. What are you doing here? She was a bit surprised by Jiang Che's visit since he had never actively sought her out. It was always her who missed him and asked him to come. I missed you, so I came to see you. Jiang Che pulled a chair and sat opposite Shen Qingqiu, smiling mischievously, dropping his usual aloof demeanor. Leer Shen Qingqiu snorted, seemingly indifferent, but her heart was sweet. Obviously, she enjoyed Jiang Che's words. What are you busy with? Jiang Che asked curiously, seeing the pile of documents in front of Shen Qingqiu. Nothing much, just handling some routine documents. Shen Qingqiu shook her head and continued, there's a banquet tomorrow night. Do you have time to accompany me? She looked at Jiang Che expectantly, happy to be with him. Of course, I have time. Jiang Che smiled, saying he came to see Shen Qingqiu for this matter. There was a birthday banquet at the Bai family tomorrow night. As one of the 4 major families in Linjiang City, many dignitaries would attend. In the original story, Huang Xiaolong attended the banquet with Deng Wenchong. Although Huang Xiaolong and Deng Wenchong had a falling out, Jiang Che believed he would still attend. This was Huang Xiaolong's first step to fame in Linjiang City, but with Jiang Che around, his plans would not succeed. What is your relationship with my junior sister Lin Xian and Ji Yu Yunqi? As if suddenly remembering something, Shen Qingqiu's smile faded, and she looked at Jiang Che sternly. She recalled her cousin Lin Nan mentioning it, and she realized that Jiang Che's relationship with them was not simple. Why do you ask this all of a sudden? Jiang Che looked at Shen Qingqiu with some surprise but showed no panic. He had anticipated this day would come, just not so soon. Jiang Che had long planned to reveal the truth to Shen Qingqiu. Keeping it hidden wasn't a solution. I feel your relationship with them isn't simple. So, do you really have something with them? Shen Qingqiu's tone was cold, feeling deceived. Jiang Che's words seemed to confirm her suspicions, making her feel betrayed. She had always trusted Jiang Che despite hearing similar rumors. To find out he had really done such a thing was a blow. Our relationship is indeed not simple, Jiang Che admitted frankly, seeing no point in hiding it. Do you think you deserve me after doing this? Shen Qingqiu asked painfully, her face showing her hurt. But in my heart, you are always number one. No one can compare to you. Jiang Che said earnestly. In terms of family background, appearance, cultivation, and character, Shen Qingqiu was his best match. But his own naturally flirtatious nature left Jiang Che helpless. He couldn't just give all the heroines to the protagonist, right? Blame the damn system for making him deal with the protagonist. Now he was entangled in so many love debts. Chapter 199. Guard against thieves day and night, but it's hard to guard against family. After pushing the blame onto the system, Jiang Che felt a lot more at ease. Moreover, the situation had already happened, and it wasn't like he could just ignore those women, right? He just needed to restrain himself more in the future. If things really didn't work out, he could just kill any heroines he encountered. You probably said the same thing to them, right? Shen Qingqiu sneered. She wasn't angry about Jiang Che finding other women, just that he didn't tell her about it. She knew this was a common problem among children of large families. Her father had plenty of romantic debts when he was young. This was unavoidable. But what troubled her was that Jiang Che had messed around with her junior sisters. If he had found other women, she had the confidence to get rid of them, either by threats or by spending money, and eventually make Jiang Che change his mind. But how could she deal with her own junior sisters? She couldn't threaten them, could she? Of course not. I've only said that to you. Jiang Che shook his head seriously. He wasn't stupid, he couldn't admit to this now, or Shen Qingqiu would go berserk. Are you serious? Shen Qingqiu looked at him with a strange expression. She would have believed it in the past, but now she didn't. Of course it's true. My sincerity to you is witnessed by heaven and earth. And what about Lingxi and Yuner? Shen Qingqiu frowned, remembering that Jiang Che had gone to the capital with Zhou Lingxi for a while. Who knew what they did during that time? And there was Zhang Yuner, who always looked at Jiang Che with a certain affection. As Jiang Che touched his nose, feeling a bit guilty. Shen Qingqiu pointed at Jiang Che, her white jade-like fingers trembling. She didn't expect this scumbag to admit it so easily without even trying to explain. Was she too lenient with him? This dog of a man. Shen Qingqiu felt she needed to fulfill her duties as a fiancée. Otherwise, if she let Jiang Che go unchecked, wouldn't he run wild? Don't get too angry, it's bad for your health. Jiang Che said with concern. You should leave. I need to calm down. Shen Qingqiu took a deep breath. She needed to calm down after such a big incident. Although she never gave Jiang Che a good face, she didn't speak harshly. The situation had already happened, and scolding Jiang Che wouldn't help. All right, I'll come find you tomorrow night. Jiang Che didn't hesitate and left, knowing she needed time to think calmly. It was his fault, after all. But Shen Qingqiu never blamed him, even though she was angry. She still left him some dignity. This moved him deeply, knowing it was his fault. In principle, he had betrayed her. After Jiang Che left, Shen Qingqiu drank a large glass of water to calm down. Then she took out her phone and called Lin Xian, Jiu Yunqi, and Zhang Yuner. She couldn't get anything from Jiang Che, so she could only ask her junior sisters. And she was filled with anger, unable to vent it on Jiang Che, so she would take it out on her junior sisters. As for Zhou Lingxi, who was still in the capital, she couldn't directly question her. After hanging up, Shen Qingqiu sat back down, her expression cold, waiting for her junior sisters to arrive. An hour later, Jiu Yunqi and Lin Xian arrived at Shen Qingqiu's office. Sister, why did you call us here? Lin Xian asked weakly, looking at Shen Qingqiu. She had sensed the bad tone in Shen Qingqiu's voice on the phone. She thought she had done something wrong and made Shen Qingqiu angry. What is your relationship with my fiancé Jiang Che? Shen Qingqiu sneered, looking at her two junior sisters, feeling a surge of anger. Guarding against thieves day and night, but it's hard to guard against family. She thought she only needed to guard against outside women but never thought she had to be on guard against her own junior sisters. This Lin Xian was stunned, wondering if Shen Qingqiu had discovered her relationship with Jiang Che. But it shouldn't be. Hadn't she been discreet enough? What do you mean, this? Confess honestly, or face the consequences, Shen Qingqiu said angrily. These foxes had all hooked up with her fiancé. If others found out, they'd think she, Shen Qingqiu, wasn't attractive enough. Lin Xian hesitated, unsure whether to tell the truth. Hee, sister, I'm here. Just then, a cheerful voice like a lark came from outside the office. Zhang Yuner walked in with a joyful expression, but as soon as she entered, she saw Shen Qingqiu's cold, dark face. Zhang Yuner shivered, having not seen her senior sister like this since coming down the mountain. The office atmosphere was tense. Had someone made Shen Qingqiu angry? Sister, why did you call us here? Zhang Yuner asked in a sweet voice, blinking her big eyes. What is your relationship with my fiancé Jiang Che? Shen Qingqiu asked, frowning at Zhang Yuner. She also noticed Lin Xian and Zhang Yuner's cultivation had advanced to the peak innate level, which was unbelievable. How had they both jumped 3 small realms to reach the peak innate level in such a short time? Had they had some fortuitous encounters recently? Jiang Che is my brother, Zhang Yuner stammered, her eyes avoiding Shen Qingqiu's, unsure of what to say. Chapter 200, Shen Qingqiu's Criticism Assembly. He's your lover, right? Shen Qingqiu sneered, her expression very unpleasant. Seeing Shen Qingqiu's scrutinizing gaze, Zhang Yuner felt ashamed and lowered her head, her delicate hands nervously clenching together. Shen Qingqiu glared at her 3 junior sisters with frustration and said calmly, just confess. Who wants to go first? I'll go first. Zhang Yuner glanced at Lin Xian and Jiyu Yunqi with a strange look. She truly hadn't expected her 2 senior sisters to be in the same situation as herself. The last time at home, Ye Chen came to seek revenge on me, and my brother happened to come and save me. That's when I started pursuing him, Zhang Yuner said bashfully after some hesitation. After all, it had been her actively pursuing him from the start, which made her feel a bit shy. Didn't you consider that he is my man? How could you do this to me? Shen Qingqiu looked at the little girl with scrutinizing eyes, gritting her teeth. Don't worry, senior sister. I won't steal your boyfriend. Zhang Yuner said with a smile, walking up to Shen Qingqiu and shaking her arm. I just want to be his little wife. I won't fight for your main wife's position. From the beginning, that was her intention. After all, she knew her actions were somewhat out of line. Seeing Zhang Yuner speaking so earnestly, Shen Qingqiu was speechless. Although she was filled with anger, she couldn't bring herself to scold her. She had always been very doting on Zhang Yuner, and seeing her act so coquettishly, Shen Qingqiu couldn't say a harsh word. I'll let you off this time. With a cold snort, Shen Qingqiu turned her gaze to Lin Xian and Jiyu Yunqi, her attitude much less friendly, her tone icy. You two, who wants to go first? Although Zhang Yuner was already an adult, her petite stature and youthful appearance made Shen Qingqiu subconsciously treat her like a child. But Lin Xian and Jiyu Yunqi were not children, so Shen Qingqiu showed no mercy. Zhang Yuner pulled a chair over, sat down, and swung her legs in white silk stockings, eagerly watching the show. I met Jiang Che at university, and that's how we got to know each other. At first, I didn't know he was your fiancé. Lin Xian briefly recounted how she and Jiang Che met, then stepped aside quietly, looking like a student who had made a mistake. And you? Shen Qingqiu turned to Jiyu Yunqi, frowning. It was Jiang Che who threatened me from the beginning, Jiyu Yunqi said frankly. She wasn't lying. Ever since Jiang Che had inexplicably threatened her at her bar, she had been at his mercy. Her feelings towards Jiang Che were complex, filled with resentment. After all, he had treated her quite poorly. Yet, sometimes, she found herself inexplicably attracted to his domineering nature. But she dared not show her hatred towards Jiang Che, or he would make her suffer even more. Facing Shen Qingqiu's scrutinizing gaze, Jiyu Yunqi appeared quite candid. He threatened you? Shen Qingqiu frowned, pondering. She didn't doubt Jiyu Yunqi's words. She knew Jiang Che wasn't as kind as he seemed. He was very good at disguising himself, even deceiving her. Regardless, you all were wrong. I've decided to discipline you with the sect's rules today. Shen Qingqiu glanced at the 3 of them and said coldly. She couldn't let this go unpunished, she needed to vent her anger. But senior sister, I was forced, Jiyu Yunqi said, feeling aggrieved. Damn it, she was coerced by Jiang Che and now being punished by her senior sister. What kind of justice was this? Follow me. Shen Qingqiu gave them no chance to explain further and left the office, heading towards her private room. The 3 women exchanged glances, none wanting to follow her, knowing what awaited them. This is our fault, we should go. Lin Xian sighed and led the way. Zhang Yuner and Jiyu Yunqi exchanged looks, then reluctantly followed. Will you still misbehave? An hour later, Shen Qingqiu looked at the 3 women in front of her and sneered. They had been thoroughly disciplined and were now very submissive. No, we won't. Zhang Yuner quickly shook her head, still feeling scared. Shen Qingqiu had shown no mercy. Lin Xian also shook her head in assurance, while Ji Yunqi's face was flushed and her breathing was uneven. Being disciplined by Shen Qingqiu had strangely awakened some odd feelings in her. "What's wrong with you?" Shen Qingqiu asked Ji Yunqi, frowning. Had she hit her too hard? But that shouldn't be the case. Ji Yunqi had cultivation and shouldn't be hurt that easily. "I'm fine." Ji Yunqi shook her head, calming herself and dismissing her chaotic thoughts. Shen Qingqiu didn't dwell on it, looking at her three junior sisters. "Do you know if Jiang Che has other women?" "Probably not," Lin Xian said uncertainly. She hadn't known about his relationships with Ji Yunqi and Zhang Yuner until now. Feeling even more resentful towards Jiang Che, she thought he was too much of a scumbag, causing all these problems. Zhang Yuner and Ji Yunqi both shook their heads. Zhang Yuner didn't want to say anything, knowing her fifth sister, Ji Menglin, also had a complicated relationship with Jiang Che. She feared telling the truth would make Shen Qingqiu even angrier. As for Ji Yunqi, genuinely didn't know. "All right, you can go. From now on, keep an eye on Jiang Che. Don't let him find other women, or you'll be held responsible." After warning her junior sisters, Shen Qingqiu waved them off. Since the situation had already occurred, she had to accept it. She had vented her anger by disciplining her junior sisters, so she felt somewhat relieved. With her busy schedule, she will rely on her junior sisters to monitor Jiang Che, hoping he wouldn't mess around anymore. "We'll leave now, senior sister." The women tactfully left, not wanting to disturb Shen Qingqiu further. Chapter 201, The Partial Jiang Che and Ji Yunqi's Resentment. Jiang Che, that B*****, is such a scumbag. Outside Shen Qingqiu's office, Ji Yunqi clutched her little bottom, cursing. It was bad enough that Jiang Che threatened her, but he also deceived her two junior sisters. If it weren't for that B******, Jiang Che, how would she have suffered this undeserved disaster today? After venting her anger, Ji Yunqi looked at her two junior sisters in confusion. She was about to ask why they didn't resent Jiang Che, but she was stunned. Damn, when did her two junior sisters break through to the Pekinate level? She hadn't noticed earlier in Shen Qingqiu's office due to the tension, but now she saw that both of them had reached Pekinate level. Had they had some sort of fortuitous encounter? "When did you both break through to the Pekinate level?" Ji Yunqi asked in a daze. It hadn't been that long since she last saw them, and now both had reached the Pekinate level. Did they have some kind of fortuitous encounter? "Jiang Che helped me break through. Brother helped me break through." Zhang Yuner and Lin Xian said simultaneously. They looked at each other with a meaningful gaze. "Jiang Che helped you both break through." Ji Yunqi's expression turned complex. No wonder her two junior sisters had no complaints about Jiang Che, they had both benefited from him. They both got benefits, but why didn't she? Jiang Che was so biased. She had been bullied by him so many times. "Sister, did brother also teach you the Star Devourer technique?" Zhang Yuner asked Lin Xian curiously. "Yes, Jiang Che did teach me a martial art called Star Devourer." That B***** is so biased. Hearing Lin Xian's words, Ji Yunqi couldn't take it anymore and started cursing Jiang Che again. She had suffered all the hardships but got no benefits. Zhang Yuner giggled as the three women walked out of Shen Qingqiu's company side by side. At Crouching Dragon Villa, in an ancient-style courtyard, Jiang Che sat on a chair, watching Fu Bo train his bodyguards. "Young master, Along has broken through to the Pekinate level." Fu Bo walked to Jiang Che's side, stroking his goatee with a proud expression. After all, he had trained him personally. Since taking the pill Jiang Che gave him and training diligently, Along's cultivation had advanced rapidly in the past few months. "Not bad, at least he's useful now." Jiang Che shrugged and casually praised him. The protagonist he encountered had increasingly higher cultivation levels. Next time, he might even face a man-in-heaven warrior. Along's strength might not be enough, but it was sufficient to deal with lower-level protagonists. "Keep pushing them to train." Jiang Che left after dropping that line. He wasn't interested in watching them train, finding it too boring. "Young master, take care." The next night, Jiang Che drove to Shen Qingqiu's Beehive Flower Villa and waited for her to come out. They had agreed to attend a birthday banquet at the Bai family together. Shortly, Shen Qingqiu emerged from the villa. She wore a black evening dress with a hairpin and light makeup, looking less aloof and more like an enchanting night elf. Seeing Jiang Che, Shen Qingqiu's expression remained unchanged, still showing signs of anger. Jiang Che smiled and took out the roses he had bought, handing them to Shen Qingqiu. Don't be angry. I promise I won't go around flirting around anymore, Jiang Che assured earnestly. I'll forgive you this time, but don't mess around in the future taking the roses, Shen Qingqiu said with a touch of pride. After a day, her anger had mostly subsided. But she didn't want to admit it, not wanting Jiang Che to think she was easily appeased and continue misbehaving. Yes, I won't mess around anymore. Jiang Che quickly promised, opening the passenger door for Shen Qingqiu to get in. He got into the driver's seat and drove towards the Bai family's estate. He had a good guess about Shen Qingqiu's thoughts. She probably wasn't very angry anymore, or she wouldn't have agreed to meet him. Playing soothing music, Jiang Che maintained a steady speed of about 70. There was still time before the Bai family's banquet, so he wasn't in a rush. Unusually, Jiang Che didn't cause any trouble. He chatted with Shen Qingqiu about recent interesting events while driving. Soon, Shen Qingqiu forgot about yesterday's incident, laughing occasionally at Jiang Che's humorous stories. Cars were already parked along both sides of the road outside the Bai family's estate. Jiang Che parked, got out, and naturally took Shen Qingqiu's arm as they walked into the estate. Young Master Jiang, hello. Didn't expect to see you here, young Master Jiang. Haven't seen you for a while, young Master Jiang. You seem even more handsome. Is that President Shen? I didn't expect you and young Master Jiang to be together. As soon as they entered the estate, a crowd surrounded them, flattering Jiang Che and Shen Qingqiu with their words. Jiang Che responded with a polite smile. In public, he still had to watch his behavior. Although these people didn't have as strong a background as he did, having more friends was always beneficial. They might even help him deal with a protagonist in the future. Boss, you're here. Jiang Che was exchanging pleasantries when he heard a delighted voice from afar. He looked over and saw Li Chengfeng. It had been about a month since Jiang Che last saw Li Chengfeng at a banquet at the Wang family, so he was surprised to see him here today. Chapter 202, He dares to speak disrespectfully to you. He's courting death. Boss, you're here. Hello, sister-in-law Li Chengfeng walked up to Jiang Che and respectfully greeted him. He glanced at Shen Qingqiu, who was holding Jiang Che's arm, and revealed a mischievous smile. He had previously heard Jiang Che mention that Shen Qingqiu was his fiancée. He didn't expect that after not seeing each other for a while, the person known as the Ice Mountain Goddess would really be taken by Jiang Che, and there were also ambiguous relations with Lin the school beauty. Li Chengfeng secretly gave a thumbs up in his heart, truly worthy of his boss, just amazing. With Li Chengfeng's intervention, Jiang Che seized the opportunity to leave the group of hypocrites. The three of them headed towards the villa's living room while chatting with Li Chengfeng along the way. What have you been doing recently? Not much, just playing around aimlessly all day. Li Chengfeng shrugged and said. He wasn't the only heir of the Li family, and being naturally carefree, he had no intention of becoming the family head, so he lived leisurely every day. In the living room, many people who could usually only be seen in newspapers were present today. They gathered together, chatting and laughing. There were countless celebrities present, including wealthy children from various families, heiresses, young entrepreneurs, and outstanding youths. The older generation sat in the center of the living room discussing business matters. The Bai family, being one of the four major families in Linjiang City, held considerable prestige in Linjiang City. This birthday banquet was essentially a small gathering, where many collaborations were discussed and finalized. Jiang Che, with Shen Qingqiu, sat on a sofa in the corner, scanning the surroundings for Huang Xiaolong. Unable to find Huang Xiaolong, Jiang Che instead spotted a familiar person. Lu Lei. Lu Lei also noticed Jiang Che and jogged over, his face full of flattery. Young Master Jiang, you're here. You've been doing well lately. Seeing Lu Lei's smug expression, Jiang Che spoke in a flat tone. It seemed that after taking the seat of the Lu family head, this guy was living more comfortably. All of this is thanks to young Master Yang's support, otherwise, I wouldn't be where I am now. If there's anything young Master Jiang needs, just say the word. I, Lu Lei, will not hesitate even if I have to climb a mountain of swords or plunge into a sea of flames. Lu Lei hurriedly expressed his loyalty. He knew that everything he had now was given by Jiang Che. Just as Jiang Che could make him the head of the Lu family, he could also dethrone him. Jiang Che then glanced at a certain direction and found Huang Xiaolong. who was conversing with an old man nearby, and a playful smile appeared on his lips. Of course, it's true. If there's anything young Master Jiang needs, just give the order. Lu Lei, will do it even if it costs my life, Lu Lei said seriously, his expression very earnest. You don't have to die, but I do need you to do something for me. Saying this, Jiang Che pointed in the direction of Huang Xiaolong and continued. See him. Go over there and cause trouble for him, embarrass him in front of everyone. Following Jiang Che's gaze, Lu Lei saw the young Huang Xiaolong and was slightly taken aback. But he didn't think much about it. Since Jiang Che wanted him to cause trouble for this person, that person must be Jiang Che's enemy. He silently mourned for Huang Xiaolong for 2 seconds and then walked straight towards him. Those who offended Jiang Che generally didn't have good outcomes, but that wasn't his concern. He only needed to follow Jiang Che's orders and do his job well. He had framed many people before, so he felt no guilt. Is that guy your enemy? After Lu Lei left, Shen Qingqiu frowned and curiously asked Jiang Che. She had heard their conversation and couldn't understand how a young man, dressed so shabbily and looking like a bumpkin, could offend Jiang Che. Yes, at a banquet last time, he spoke disrespectfully to me, so I hold a grudge against him. Jiang Che casually lied. He wasn't foolish enough to tell Shen Qingqiu that it happened when he was with Zhang Yuner at the temple. Otherwise, she would definitely get angry. He dared to speak disrespectfully to you. Hearing Jiang Che's words, Shen Qingqiu frowned, her expression cold and somewhat angry. She couldn't bear to say anything harsh to Jiang Che, yet this guy dared to be disrespectful to him. He was courting death. Shen Qingqiu looked at Huang Xiaolong a few more times, memorizing his appearance, planning to find an opportunity to deal with him severely next time. On the other side, Huang Xiaolong, who was checking an old man's pulse, suddenly shivered, feeling as if he was being stared at by a prehistoric beast. He even stopped checking the pulse, looking around in confusion, secretly frowning, with some doubts in his heart. He believed that his feeling was not wrong. The killing intent he felt just now was definitely not an illusion. Mr. Huang, why did you stop checking my pulse again? Seeing Huang Xiaolong suddenly stop the treatment, the old man being diagnosed looked at him in confusion. His name was Wei Changming, a member of the prominent Wei family in Linjiang City. He had received an invitation from the Bai family to attend the banquet and met Huang Xiaolong. After some conversation, he found that this young man was quite extraordinary. Although he himself had some medical knowledge, he wasn't very proficient, but he was better than most people and discovered that Huang Xiaolong's medical skills were profound. Recently, he had been feeling some chest tightness and loss of appetite, so he asked Huang Xiaolong to diagnose him. It's nothing, Mr. Wei. I'll continue checking your pulse. Huang Xiaolong smiled and placed his hand back on Wei Changming's arm to continue checking his pulse. However, he remained alert inside, as he didn't believe that the fleeting killing intent he felt earlier was just his imagination. Mr. Wei, have you been feeling dizzy, having blurred vision, and suffering from insomnia and frequent dreams lately? After checking Wei Changming's pulse, Huang Xiaolong quickly frowned and asked, as he found that Wei Changming's condition was quite complicated. Chapter 203, Just a Quack. Don't blame the road for being rough if you can't walk straight. That's right, I've been feeling something recently. What kind of illness do I have? Wei Changming nodded and asked curiously. He had only recently started feeling this way and hadn't had a chance to go to the hospital for a checkup. It's not a serious illness, just the early signs of dementia. Just take some preventive measures. Huang Xiaolong said with a faint smile. The old man looked at least 70 or 80 years old, so it was normal for him to have this kind of illness. Dementia. Wei Changming was stunned for a moment, his expression turning a bit strange. He didn't expect that one day he would also get this illness. But overall, it wasn't something that couldn't be prevented. As long as he paid more attention to exercise, did more brain-boosting activities, and drank 6 walnut juice, it would be fine. Thank you, Mr. Huang, for identifying the cause of my illness. Wei Changming's old face was full of wrinkles as he smiled at Huang Xiaolong. He was still very grateful to Huang Xiaolong. No matter what, the other party had found the cause of his illness. You're welcome, Mr. Wei. This is what I should do as a doctor. Huang Xiaolong said humbly, without any arrogance, his attitude very modest. He naturally had his own plans, which was to use this old man to get free publicity. Soon, more and more celebrities would come to him for treatment, and he could make a fortune. Overall, it wasn't a loss, and it was currently the fastest way for him to make money. The more Wei Changming looked at Huang Xiaolong, the more satisfied he became. His face was full of a kind smile. Not only did this person have superb medical skills, but he was also humble and kind, without too much arrogance. In the future, he would definitely be a popular figure in Linjiang City. Their conversation attracted the surrounding celebrities. They gathered around Huang Xiaolong, scrutinizing him from head to toe, their eyes full of suspicion. They had all heard the conversation between Wei Changming and Huang Xiaolong just now, but they couldn't believe that such a young man, who looked only in his early 20s, could have such abilities. Seeing the skeptical looks around him, Huang Xiaolong wasn't angry. Instead, he secretly smiled. This was exactly the result he wanted. Since this people don't believe in him, he will show his superb medical skills and slap their faces. In the end, they would come to him for treatment one by one, lining up to give him money. Just as Huang Xiaolong was enjoying his unlimited imagination, Lu Lei walked up to him. Seeing Huang Xiaolong's complacent face, Lu Lei sneered, looking at him mockingly, "Just a quack, I really don't know what you have to brag about." Of course, he didn't know if this guy had any real skills, but even if the other party had godlike medical skills, he could still turn white into black. "Why do you say that, sir?" Seeing Lu Lei's provoking look, Huang Xiaolong squinted his eyes slightly, a hint of danger flashing in them. His fists clenched unconsciously, feeling a bit angry. Damn it, he didn't even know this guy, and this guy just came over to frame him. "Master Lu, I don't know why you say that. This young brother Huang does have real skills." Wei Changming, standing aside, frowned and looked at Lu Lei with some confusion. Of course, he recognized Lu Lei, the new head of the Lu family. "Real skills? Then why don't you see what's wrong with me? I've been feeling a loss of appetite recently, often feeling back pain and weakness." Hearing Wei Changming's words, Lu Lei became even more disdainful and made up nonsense. He wasn't sick at all, he just said this to embarrass Huang Xiaolong. Saying this, he extended his arm, letting Huang Xiaolong take his pulse. "You're not sick." After taking Lu Lei's pulse, Huang Xiaolong said, somewhat displeased. This guy wasn't sick at all, and he could see it. This guy just came over to pick a fight and mess up his good thing. But Huang Xiaolong was a bit puzzled. He didn't remember having any grudges with the other party, so why was this guy targeting him? A quack is a quack. If you can't walk straight, don't blame the road for being rough. How can someone like you come out to swindle people? Go home and practice for a few more years. Lu Lei didn't care about Huang Xiaolong's livid face, he spoke to himself, not leaving any face for the other party. So he's a quack. I thought he had real skills. Yeah, I almost got fooled by this guy. Even I know that Master Lu has old rheumatism. This guy claims to be a divine doctor but can't even see this. How ridiculous, a middle-aged man wearing gold-rimmed glasses chimed in. Lu Lei had already talked him in advance, asking him to cooperate in the act. Hearing his words, the surrounding people showed disdainful expressions towards Huang Xiaolong. They had almost been fooled by Wei Changming. Compared to Wei Changming, Lu Lei's words were more convincing. After all, Lu Lei was the current head of the Lu family, one of the 4 major families in Linjiang City. People were like this, they only believed in authoritative figures. Even if Huang Xiaolong really had skills, without any background, just relying on his words, they couldn't trust him. Of course, some people saw that Lu Lei was deliberately picking a fight and quietly distanced themselves from Huang Xiaolong. Although they didn't understand why Lu Lei was targeting a young man who seemed to be only in his 20s, it wasn't their concern. "Wang, old brother, long time no see. Shall we have a drink?" Lu Lei looked at a middle-aged man beside him and said with a smile. Jiang Che had asked him to make Huang Xiaolong lose face, and he only needed to get these people away, then the other party would have no chance to show off. "Sure, I happen to have a cooperation proposal to discuss with Master Lu." The middle-aged man adjusted his glasses on the bridge of his nose and said with a smile. Just like that, Lu Lei took the few people who had been attracted over and left. "Mr. Wei, won't you join us for a drink?" Seeing that Wei Changming didn't follow, Lu Lei frowned, looked back at him coldly, and said in a tone full of threat, implying that he should follow quickly. "Mr. Huang, please excuse me." Wei Changming glanced at Huang Xiaolong awkwardly, then turned and left. He wasn't a fool, he naturally understood the implied meaning in Lu Lei's words, which was to stay away from Huang Xiaolong. Although he didn't understand why Lu Lei was targeting a young man, he obviously had no choice. Lu Lei was the head of the Lu family, one of the 4 major families in Linjiang City, not someone an old man like him could contend with. Besides, he had just met Huang Xiaolong, and the other party was clearly not worth such a risk. Watching the group leave with smiles on their faces, Huang Xiaolong was so angry that his face turned blue, his facial muscles twitching uncontrollably, and his eyes filled with anger. Chapter 204, The Girl Who Doesn't Speak. Ding, the host's design has severed Huang Xiaolong's opportunity, changing the plot. Reward, 2,000 villain points. Ding, Huang Xiaolong's luck 2,000, reward, 4,000 villain points. Sitting on the sofa chatting with Shen Qingqiu, Jiang Che suddenly heard the system prompt in his ear. Hearing the system prompt, Jiang Che was stunned for a moment. He glanced in Huang Xiaolong's direction, but there was no sign of Wei Changming and others, only Huang Xiaolong standing there alone. He didn't expect Lu Lei to be somewhat useful. Jiang Che did not have high hopes for this matter, but Lu Lei directly gave him a surprise. Since Lu Lei had driven everyone away, this banquet was destined to be unrelated to Huang Xiaolong. Shortly, Old Master Bai Chunfeng descended the stairs. He walked to the center of the living room, looked around at the guests, and cupped his hands, his face full of smiles. Welcome everyone to my birthday celebration. Old Bai, you're too kind. It's our honor to attend your birthday. Old Bai, although you are nearly 70, your elegance remains. As soon as Bai Chunfeng finished speaking, a chorus of voices rose, each praising him. Seeing the guests' reactions, Bai Chunfeng nodded in satisfaction, his mood very pleasant. It was worth his lifelong effort in Linjiang City. This was what he deserved. Everyone, please be seated and relaxed. As Bai Chunfeng's voice fell, a group of chefs carrying dishes entered from outside the living room and began serving each table. Jiang Che's table had only Jiang Che, Shen Qingqiu, and Li Chengfeng. Jiang Che, feeling somewhat bored, drank sullenly with Li Chengfeng. This was why he didn't like attending such birthday banquets. It was too dull. If not for Huang Xiaolong coming today, he wouldn't have been interested in coming to such a place to mingle with a bunch of people. Wouldn't it be better to spend time at home playing house with Ah Cheng? By the time the dinner ended, it was almost midnight. During the dinner, many guests came to toast Jiang Che. Naturally, Jiang Che didn't refuse anyone. He had an excellent alcohol tolerance and wasn't afraid of getting drunk. Even if he did get drunk, he could dissolve the alcohol with his inner strength. Stop drinking, let's go. Seeing Jiang Che, who was flushed and still trying to toast others, Shen Qingqiu frowned, snatched the wine glass from his hand. She couldn't understand Jiang Che's behavior. Drinking so much alcohol, wouldn't he suffer the next day? After bidding farewell to Li Chengfeng, she directly helped Jiang Che up from the chair and walked out of the villa. After a great effort, she finally got Jiang Che into the passenger seat of her sports car. Shen Qingqiu looked at him somewhat irritably. She reached out her white jade hand and pinched Jiang Che's face twice, but without much force, more like a kitten scratching an itch. Jiang Che pushed Shen Qingqiu's hand away from his face, mumbling something unclear. Come on, keep drinking. Shen Qingqiu glanced at Jiang Che helplessly, fastened his seatbelt, got into the driver's seat, and left the Bai family's estate. Not long after she left, Huang Xiaolong appeared at the entrance of the Bai family's villa. Seeing the Maserati driving away, Huang Xiaolong's face was gloomy, his fists clenched tightly. During the birthday banquet, he noticed that Lu Lei kept toasting Jiang Che, trying to curry favor. Now he understood why Lu Lei falsely accused him. He must have been instructed by Jiang Che. After figuring this out, Huang Xiaolong was so angry that he ground his teeth. He had finally learned that the Bai family was hosting a birthday banquet tonight and wanted to use the opportunity to show off his medical skills and earn his first pot of gold. Now, thanks to Jiang Che's interference, it was all ruined. He couldn't understand why Jiang Che kept targeting him. Although he had spoken disrespectfully to Jiang Che last time, Jiang Che had already slapped him numerous times in public. Wasn't that enough? You ruined my plans, I will never let you go. Should I take you home or to my place to rest at a certain traffic light? Waiting for the red light, Shen Qingqiu turned to look at Jiang Che in the passenger seat and asked. Not home, to your place. Hearing Shen Qingqiu's words, Jiang Che shuddered, his drunkenness clearing up halfway instantly, and he blurted out without thinking. If Shen Qingqiu went to his place and found Ji Menglin at his villa, it would be chaos. Okay, Then let's go to my place. Although she was a bit puzzled by Jiang Che's strong reaction, Shen Qingqiu didn't think much of it. She stepped on the gas pedal and headed straight to her beehive flower villa. Jiang Che thought to himself, that was close. Almost got caught. Fortunately, he sobered up in time. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to explain tonight. After all, he had some relationship with all of Shen Qingqiu's junior sisters except Ji Qingwan. The car drove smoothly on the road, and after more than half an hour, they arrived outside Shen Qingqiu's villa. After honking twice, the security guard at the gate saw that it was their young lady and let them in. After parking the Maserati, Shen Qingqiu helped the swaying Jiang Che into the villa's living room. In the living room, Ji Qingwan was leisurely watching TV on the sofa. Seeing Shen Qingqiu helping Jiang Che in from outside, a look of curiosity flashed in her eyes. She knew Jiang Che, her senior sister's fiancé. After all, it was thanks to the great restoration pill he provided that she had successfully broken through to the transformation realm. However, Shen Qingqiu had never brought him home for the night before, so she was a bit curious. Why are you still up? Waiting for me? Seeing Ji Qingwan on the sofa, Shen Qingqiu said somewhat helplessly. Her junior sister had a peculiar habit of checking if she was home before going to bed every night, as if to confirm that she wouldn't secretly leave her behind. Ji Qingwan obediently nodded without saying a word, her expression unchanged. Go to bed, I'm going to sleep too. Shen Qingqiu spoke softly, like coaxing a child. She knew her junior sister's personality well. After all these years, she had never heard her speak a single word. If she hadn't confirmed that Ji Qingwan's vocal cords were undamaged, she would have thought her junior sister was mute. Ji Qingwan nodded again, glanced at Shen Qingqiu, and then turned to go upstairs. Since Shen Qingqiu was back, she could go to bed with peace of mind. Chapter 205, Why Reward Jiang Che? On the second floor, in Shen Qingqiu's room. Shen Qingqiu threw the dead-drunk Jiang Che onto the bed. Seeing his drunken red face, she felt a burst of anger. This guy enjoyed drinking to his heart's content, but she had to exhaust herself helping him back home. Looking at Jiang Che, Shen Qingqiu wanted to shove her size feet into his face. To make him remember not to drink so much next time. If you drink this much again next time, I won't let you off. Shen Qingqiu muttered viciously to herself, sat on the edge of the bed, lowered her head, and blinked her pretty eyelashes while looking at Jiang Che. You seem to get more handsome every time your cultivation improves. Shen Qingqiu mumbled. She felt that Jiang Che was more handsome than before, but she couldn't pinpoint exactly why. His aura had become more ethereal, losing that scholarly and calm demeanor and gaining a more transcendent and immortal-like quality. Shen Qingqiu couldn't resist gently kissing Jiang Che on the side of his face. She looked at him once more before leaving the bedroom. After Shen Qingqiu left, Jiang Che groggily opened his eyes. Savoring the lingering fragrance on his face, he felt a sense of satisfaction, turned over, and fell into a deep sleep. He had drunk quite a bit tonight and hadn't used much inner strength to dissolve the alcohol, so he was very tired. The next day, Jiang Che groggily opened his eyes. As he got up from the bed, he saw new toiletries placed on the bedside table. This little minx is quite thoughtful. He chuckled softly, picked up the toiletries, and went to the bathroom to freshen up. After washing up, Jiang Che went downstairs and saw Shen Qingqiu sitting at the dining table in the living room. You're awake. I was just about to call you for breakfast. Does your head hurt? Will you still drink so much next time? Shen Qingqiu asked irritably, remembering Jiang Che's drunken state from last night, which made her angry. No, it doesn't hurt, and of course I got a drink. Jiang Che replied with a smile, showing no remorse at all. Hearing Jiang Che's words, Shen Qingqiu was momentarily stunned. Then she saw the playful expression on his face and realized he was joking with her. All right, I'll stop playing around, let's eat first. Jiang Che said as he sat beside Shen Qingqiu, picked up a bowl of porridge, and began to drink it in large gulps. He had drunk a lot last night and hadn't eaten much, so he was very hungry now. Eat slowly, no one is competing with you, don't choke. Seeing Jiang Che gobbling down his food, Shen Qingqiu scolded him with irritation. She didn't expect him to eat so unrestrainedly at her place. I won't choke. Otherwise, wouldn't you become a widow? Jiang Che wiped his mouth and said with a grin. When he is with Shen Qingqiu, he didn't need to pretend. He could say whatever he wanted and enjoyed this feeling very much. You're so glib, no proper behavior at all. Shen Qingqiu rolled her eyes at Jiang Che. As she spent more time with him, she seemed to discover another side of him. This man was increasingly less proper. Today is the weekend, you don't have to go to work. How about I take you to the mall? Putting down his bowl and chopsticks, Jiang Che burped with satisfaction and said. Dealing with Huang Xiaolong didn't need to be rushed. Besides, if he went out more, he might encounter other protagonists. Okay, wait for me. Shen Qingqiu agreed and asked the maids to clear the table, and went upstairs to change clothes. After the maids took away the dishes, the large living room was left with only Jiang Che and Ji Qingwan. Ji Qingwan looking at the slim and beautiful girl in front of him, Jiang Che asked with a smile. This woman's cold aura surpassed even Shen Qingqiu's. After Jiang Che's persistent efforts, at least Shen Qingqiu wasn't as cold anymore. But Ji Qingwan was truly cold, with a cold face, a cold expression, and a cold aura. She was even reluctant to say a word or glance at you. Having read the original plot, Jiang Che knew this was due to Ji Qingwan's personality. In the plot of The Divine Doctor Descends the Mountain, My 7 Stunning Senior Sisters, Ji Qingwan's family background was described like this. Ji Qingwan was born in a martial arts family in Chuzhou, next to Jiangzhou. When Ji Qingwan was 5 years old, her family was wiped out by enemies, and only her mother escaped with her. During their escape, their enemies never gave up on hunting them down. After a year of hiding, when Ji Qingwan was 6, she witnessed her mother's death. It was a stormy night when they had just arrived in Linjiang City, hiding in a rural village. But their enemies found them. Ji Qingwan's mother, sensing danger, knocked Ji Qingwan unconscious and hid her under the bed, barely escaping. When Ji Qingwan woke up, her mother had already been killed by those people. Ji Qingwan cried bitterly while holding her mother's body and swore to kill all her enemies. After secretly burying her mother, Ji Qingwan left the village under the cover of night. Although only 7 years old at the time, she was far more mature than her peers. Those people didn't find Ji Qingwan immediately and didn't leave the village. They thought the villagers had hidden her and massacred the entire village. Ji Qingwan hid in Linjiang City for another 6 years, sleeping under bridges, going to orphanages, eating leftovers. She experienced more than most adults, seeing the world's warmth and coldness, thus developing an extremely cold and arrogant personality. At 13, she was finally caught by those people. Just when she thought she was going to die, her master descended the mountain and saved her. Ji Qingwan's master rescued her from those people, took her as a disciple, and brought her back to Fengming Mountain. In 5 years, Ji Qingwan transformed from an ordinary person who couldn't even catch a chicken into an early-stage transformation expert. Before descending the mountain, she asked her master about her enemies, but he refused to tell her. He only said that when she reached the peak of transformation, he would tell her the truth. Only then would she have the strength to truly contend with her enemies. So even after descending the mountain with Shen Qingqiu to Linjiang City, Ji Qingwan never slacked off, training diligently every day. Chapter 206, The Shameless Jiang Che, Truly Satisfying. Turning her sadness into motivation, Ji Qingwan became a transformation stage expert in 5 years. Her talent and comprehension were no less than Shen Qingqiu's. Jiang Che had also heard a bit about Ji Qingwan's enemy. The Tianji Pavilion. Tianji Pavilion was a martial arts power with deep roots throughout Chuzhou. For Tianji Pavilion to stand tall in Chuzhou for decades without falling, the relationships behind it were unimaginably terrifying. There were quite a few old monsters at the Unity of Man and Heaven stage. When the original story ended abruptly, even Ye Chen hadn't helped Ji Qingwan avenge her family. Ji Qingwan was someone who severely lacked a sense of security, sealing off her heart to prevent anyone from touching it. That's why she would check if Shen Qingqiu was home every night before going to sleep, fearing that Shen Qingqiu would leave her silently. She was a pitiful girl, only 18 yet having seen all the cold and warmth of the world. Ji Qingwan nodded in response to Jiang Che's question. She was quite grateful to the man in front of her. Without his great restoration pill, she wouldn't have broken through to the transformation stage so quickly, at least a month later. Jiang Che didn't say much more, sitting on the sofa quietly waiting for Shen Qingqiu. Ji Qingwan's personality was like this, saying more wouldn't help, and he didn't want to ask for trouble. A few minutes later, Shen Qingqiu descended from the 2nd floor in a light green long dress. Let's go. Shen Qingqiu walked up to Jiang Che with a radiant smile, her mood seeming very good. She was happy to spend more time with Jiang Che. Is your junior sister coming with us? Jiang Che glanced at Ji Qingwan and asked. She's not coming. She's a homebody who stays at home all the time. Shen Qingqiu shrugged helplessly. Since coming down the mountain, she has not seen her junior sister go out, only staying home to practice martial arts. Then let's go. Jiang Che didn't say anything more and left the villa with Shen Qingqiu. After they left, Ji Qingwan returned to her practice room and started a day of training. Jiang Che drove the Maserati and took Shen Qingqiu on a tour around the city. By evening, he had taken her home and returned to Crouching Dragon Villa himself. Young master, why didn't you come home last night? In the living room, Ah Ching, with panda eyes, looked at Jiang Che with a resentful gaze. She had waited all night but didn't see Jiang Che come back, feeling quite aggrieved. There was something last night, so I didn't come back. Jiang Che's expression didn't change, speaking calmly. He could guess most of this little girl's thoughts. Recently, she has become increasingly clingy. Did you go out to mess around with some other woman again? Ji Menglin walked over and coldly looked at Jiang Che, her tone somewhat sarcastic. Jiang Che didn't return all night, making her instinctively think this scoundrel had gone to mess with some girl again. What, are you jealous? Jiang Che raised an eyebrow, speaking playfully. This woman might as well have "I'm unhappy" written on her face. It seemed his recent treatment was effective. Me, jealous of you. What a joke! Ji Menglin's tone was disdainful, her expression proud. Even if she had a slight crush on Jiang Che, she wouldn't admit it. Otherwise, how would others see her? A master at the innate stage, falling for Jiang Che due to forced treatment. I think you're itching for a beating, Jiang Che said with a smile, walking up to Ji Menglin and lifting her smooth chin. What are you doing? Ji Menglin's tone stuttered, her gaze panicked, her expression very nervous. She was afraid Jiang Che would act recklessly here. After all, he had done so before, having no scruples. I'm not doing anything, just teaching you a lesson. Know what to say and what not to say. Jiang Che raised an eyebrow, then slapped her. Ji Menglin's face turned red with shame, looking at Jiang Che angrily. This guy never hesitated to use force, even with Ah Ching watching. Did he really have no scruples? What? If you make a mistake, admit it. If you get hit, stand straight. Do you realize your mistake? Jiang Che looked at Ji Menglin seriously, delivering another slap. Ah Ching, watching from the side, blushed, feeling shy. Young master is such a big bad guy. But she wasn't surprised by this scene. At home, Jiang Che acted without scruples. She had seen this many times. Sometimes, whenever Ji Menglin slips away, she becomes the victim. Do you have any shame left? Ji Menglin glared at Jiang Che angrily, her face red with both anger and shame. She had changed her view of Jiang Che a bit recently, but it was all for nothing. He was a complete scoundrel. I have no shame, Jiang Che responded without thinking. What use did a villain have for shame? Villains should act without scruples, doing whatever they wanted. Ji Menglin was stunned, choked by Jiang Che's answer. She realized this guy had no bottom line. Even with the maids looking at them with strange eyes, he remained unfazed. Jiang Che didn't care about face, but she did. She had lived with these maids for a while and didn't want them to see her embarrassed. Ji Menglin bit her lip, lowered her head, and murmured softly, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have spoken sarcastically. Louder, I can't hear you. Jiang Che looked at Ji Menglin playfully, his face full of mockery. I'm sorry. I was wrong. I shouldn't have contradicted you, young master. Ji Menglin raised her head and shouted loudly, her tone sincere, her eyes full of pleading. She feared that if this continued, Jiang Che would notice her strangeness. After all, the difference between tropical rainforest and temperate continental climates was something Jiang Che couldn't possibly not know. If he noticed, she'd have no face left. I'll let you off this time. Seeing Ji Menglin finally submit, Jiang Che nodded in satisfaction, reluctantly withdrawing his hand. That feeling, truly firm and satisfying. Chapter 207, Corrupt Life, Plot Correction. Young master, dinner is ready. Do you need to eat now? Ah Ching walked to Jiang Che's side and asked, her face blushing like an apple, looking extremely cute, making one want to take a bite. Let's eat first. Jiang Che sat down at the dining table and started eating. Ah Ching and Ji Menglin sat on either side of him, continuously putting food into his bowl. Jiang Che enjoyed the delicious meal. Having both a mature woman and a young girl to accompany him every day, this kind of life was priceless. After dinner, Jiang Che went straight to his bedroom. System, open the attribute panel. Host, Jiang Che. Identity: eldest young master of the Jiang family. Cultivation: mid-stage unity of man and heaven. Villain points: 30,000. Cultivation methods: limitless pure yang technique, mysterious heavenly scripture, star devouring, heavenly insight technique. Martial skills: 9 heavens sword art. Possessions: substitution talisman, human infant burp bag times 2000, marrow cleansing pill times 9, good luck charm times 3, nourishing essence pill times 9, sky poison pill times 10, 10,000 year ice mountain snow lotus. Skills: God level disguise, ghost gate 13 needles, God level culinary skills. Looking at the remaining 30,000 villain points, Jiang Che felt a bit regretful. He originally wanted to level up again, breaking through to the late stage of the unity of man and heaven, but now it seemed unrealistic. It looked like he still needed to keep targeting Huang Xiaolong. After all, Huang Xiaolong still had 15,000 luck points. If he could drain them all, that would translate to 30,000 villain points. That would be enough for him to elevate his cultivation to the late stage of the unity of man and heaven. With this in mind, Jiang Che took a bath and laid on the bed, soon falling into a deep sleep. The next day, after washing up, Jiang Che drove out of Crouching Dragon Villa. According to the plot development, after attending Bai Chunfeng's birthday banquet, Huang Xiaolong would win his favor and temporarily stay at the Bai family. Then he would solve the Bai family's feng shui problem, ultimately earning old man Bai's trust, who would then eagerly marry his granddaughter to Huang Xiaolong. Jiang Che found this kind of brainless plot very ridiculous. Normally, even if Huang Xiaolong had done you a favor, it wouldn't warrant such a response, right? It could only be said that the protagonist's plot armor was too terrifying. After witnessing Huang Xiaolong's abilities, old man Bai instinctively believed that Huang Xiaolong was the only master in the world and started to fawn over him. Although Jiang Che had disrupted Huang Xiaolong's plans at the Bai family the day before, he wasn't sure if Huang Xiaolong would still end up at the Bai family due to some stroke of luck. After all, plots had an uncontrollable ability to restore themselves unless Jiang Che acted faster in every situation or completely exhausted Huang Xiaolong's luck. Otherwise, his opportunities would never cease. Thinking of this, Jiang Che took out his phone and dialed his bodyguard. He had always had people monitoring Huang Xiaolong, so he decided to ask about the latest situation. Young master. The call was quickly answered by a respectful middle-aged man. Where is Huang Xiaolong now? Jiang Che asked directly, without any preamble. Huang Xiaolong met Bai Chunfeng at an auction yesterday. He is now at the Bai family. As expected, hearing the bodyguard's answer, Jiang Che understood. He had forgotten about the auction. As the male protagonist of a typical urban novel, how could Huang Xiaolong not attend an auction? Moreover, he probably found some treasures at the auction, earning his first pot of gold. But it's not too late now. Jiang Che just needed to go to the Bai family and disrupt Huang Xiaolong's plans. And even if Huang Xiaolong didn't get anything good at the auction, early-stage plots didn't usually provide him with anything substantial. Otherwise, how would the author drag out the story? In such novels that span 5 to 10 million words, the protagonist's progress was extremely slow, often taking hundreds of chapters to level up once. Got it. Keep monitoring him and report any updates to me. After hanging up, Jiang Che drove towards the Bai family villa. Inside the Bai family villa, in the living room, Bai Chunfeng had a servant pour tea for Huang Xiaolong, who was sitting opposite him. He then asked curiously, "My young friend, you say my Bai family's feng shui has issues?" After meeting Huang Xiaolong at the auction yesterday, Bai Chunfeng was shocked by his extraordinary medical skills and immediately invited him to his home, intending to win him over. But upon returning home, Huang Xiaolong claimed that the Bai family's feng shui had problems, which made Bai Chunfeng feel a bit strange. Although he always believed in these mystical things, he didn't think Huang Xiaolong would know about feng shui. After all, Huang Xiaolong's medical skills were already astonishing. It was unlikely he would have deep knowledge in feng shui as well. If someone could master one field to the extreme, they could be considered a genius. It was very rare for someone to achieve success in multiple fields simultaneously, almost impossible. But he overlooked Huang Xiaolong's status as the protagonist. For the protagonist, anything was possible. After all, protagonists were always protected by destiny. Even a pig could soar to the skies with enough fortune, let alone a human. That's right, your Bai family's feng shui has problems. Huang Xiaolong nodded decisively. He had noticed something unusual about the Bai family's feng shui during the birthday banquet, but hadn't had the chance to tell Bai Chunfeng. What kind of problem? Seeing Huang Xiaolong's serious expression, Bai Chunfeng's face became even more puzzled. He had some knowledge about these things. Generally, feng shui issues would cause misfortunes, business losses, or unexplained deaths in the family. But none of these had happened to the Bai family. In fact, the Bai family had been thriving under his leadership. I need to see your family's ancestral tomb to find out. Huang Xiaolong hesitated for a moment before speaking. It wasn't possible to determine anything from here. But the faint aura of malice lingering in the Bai family villa didn't lie. He was certain there was a problem. Hearing Huang Xiaolong's words, Bai Chunfeng gave him a deep look. To be honest, he didn't believe him, but he didn't want to reject Huang Xiaolong's good intentions either. It was just feng shui, nothing too serious. With this thought, Bai Chunfeng stood up from his chair, intending to take Huang Xiaolong to their ancestral tomb. Chapter 208. Selling you for 25,000 per square meter, very reasonable. At this moment, a butler walked up to Bai Chunfeng and respectfully said, "Master, the young master of the Jiang family is here." "Are you talking about Jiang Che? Why is he here?" Hearing the butler's words, Bai Chunfeng was a bit puzzled. Why would Jiang Che come over at this time? Could it be that he was blaming him for not personally toasting him that day? Bai Chunfeng shook his head, thinking that this idea was too ridiculous. He didn't think Jiang Che was that petty. Coming from Linjiang City's #1 family, Jiang Che couldn't possibly be that narrow-minded, and he genuinely couldn't toast that day as he couldn't get away from other guests. Although the Bai family was one of the 4 major families in Linjiang City along with the Jiang family, there was no comparison between the two. Outsiders might not know, but Bai Chunfeng was well aware of the gap between the two families. Jiang Che's grandfather, Jiang Jingshan, was a person of great influence from that era, with substantial power and voice in the imperial capital. Jiang Che's father, Jiang Dao, was supported by Jiang Jingshan and had developed well in Jiangzhou. As for Jiang Che's mother, her background was even more terrifying. She was the only daughter of the current head of the Su family in the imperial capital. Such a terrifying background was not something he could provoke. Even though he was 2 generations older, he didn't dare to act superior. Without hesitation, Bai Chunfeng immediately got up from his chair and walked towards the door. Huang Xiaolong watched Bai Chunfeng's departing figure, his face turning pale, and his fists clenched tightly. With his peak transformation stage cultivation and enhanced senses, he could hear everything the butler said to Bai Chunfeng, even though it was whispered. He couldn't understand why he kept running into Jiang Che wherever he went. This guy was like a lingering ghost. Huang Xiaolong didn't need to guess to know that nothing good was coming next. "Young Master Jiang, your visit truly graces my humble abode." Bai Chunfeng came out of the living room, smiling warmly at Jiang Che, saying polite words, his old face full of wrinkles, giving an odd impression. "Master Bai, you're too kind. I'm just a junior." Jiang Che also responded with a smile. As they say, you don't hit a smiling face. He wasn't arrogant, unlike the protagonist who looked down on everyone, at least he didn't show his emotions on his face. After some polite exchanges, Bai Chunfeng invited Jiang Che into the living room, had a servant brew a pot of tea, and then asked straightforwardly. "I wonder what brings young Master Jiang here today?" Bai Chunfeng asked with some confusion. The Jiang family and the Bai family had no business cooperation, and the families didn't interact much, always minding their own business. He couldn't understand why Jiang Che had come today. "I have a cooperation project to discuss with the Bai family," Jiang Che said with a smile, taking out a document and handing it to Bai Chunfeng. This was a project recently approved by higher authorities and handed to the Jiang family. It was a real estate development project in the western part of the city. Although the Jiang family dabbled in real estate, they mostly profited by selling properties developed by others. With the Jiang family's reputation, they had been doing well over the years. But they had no outstanding achievements in building real estate themselves, so it was better to hand it over to the Bai family, which had a good track record in this area. Jiang Che had discussed this with his mother, and they decided to let the Bai family handle this project. Once it was completed, the Jiang family would sell it. This I wonder how much the total project cost is. After reading the document, Bai Chunfeng frowned and asked. Although he was very interested in the project, he still needed to know the details. He understood that Jiang Che wanted the Bai family to build the real estate and then the Jiang family would sell it, giving the Bai family a share of the profit. 20 billion, Jiang Che said with a slight smile after taking a sip of tea. This was also the result of his discussion with his mother. Trying to make the Bai family work for free was unrealistic, and 20 billion was nothing for the trillion-dollar Jiang family. Once the project was completed, its unique location would make it highly valuable. By setting up some schools nearby and hiring a few top-performing students and teachers, it would become a prime school district. People would rush to buy it without much effort from the Jiang family, and the profits would be far more than just tens of billions. After all, they can sell it to people for 25,000 per square meter. All right, I agree. The Bai family will take on this project. Bai Chunfeng gritted his teeth and, after confirming the details, signed the contract. He understood that building the project would cost at least 60 to 70 billion. The Jiang family was banking on his interest. And Bai Chunfeng indeed couldn't resist such a temptation. Once the project was completed and all the houses were sold, even if the Jiang family only gave him a small share, he would be well fed. Master Bai, I look forward to our cooperation. Seeing Bai Chunfeng sign the contract, Jiang Che extended his hand with a smile. Likewise, I look forward to our cooperation. Bai Chunfeng also smiled, looking very pleased. Jiang Che then turned his gaze to Huang Xiaolong, who was sitting silently with a pale face, as if he had just noticed him, and asked with a cold smile. What are you doing here? Before Huang Xiaolong could answer, Bai Chunfeng spoke first. Young Master Jiang, do you know this young friend? Bai Chunfeng looked at Jiang Che in surprise. He didn't expect Jiang Che to know Huang Xiaolong. He had intended to introduce them. Of course I know him. After all, it's rare to meet someone more arrogant than me. Jiang Che glanced at Huang Xiaolong and said. Disrupting Huang Xiaolong's opportunity was simple. All he had to do was say a few things to mislead Bai Chunfeng. Bai Chunfeng might be old, but he wasn't stupid. He knew whether to trust Jiang Che or Huang Xiaolong. This hearing Jiang Che's words, Bai Chunfeng's face became more puzzled, his gaze shifting between the two. He might be old, but he wasn't blind. He could see there was past animosity between Jiang Che and Huang Xiaolong. This isn't your home. Why can't I be here? Huang Xiaolong was infuriated by Jiang Che's questioning tone and said angrily. He still hadn't settled the score with Jiang Che for what happened with Lu Lei, and now this guy had the nerve to question him. Master Bai, may I hit him? Jiang Che turned to Bai Chunfeng and asked. It would be impolite to start a fight in someone else's home, so it was better to ask first. This hearing Jiang Che's request, Bai Chunfeng was a bit stunned. But he had just accepted a favor from Jiang Che, so he couldn't refuse such a small request without appearing ungrateful. Bai Chunfeng nodded and said, Young Master Jiang, please go ahead. This statement also made his position clear. He wasn't foolish enough to offend Jiang Che for someone he had just met. With Bai Chunfeng's approval, Jiang Che stood up from the sofa and slapped Huang Xiaolong, sending him flying. Chapter 209, Just a Peasant Who Got Lucky. Caught off guard, Huang Xiaolong was directly sent flying out of the living room, crashing heavily onto the ground in the yard. Jiang Che didn't hold back at all with that slap, making Huang Xiaolong's somewhat handsome face swell and distort. Huang Xiaolong covered his red and swollen face as he got up from the ground, glaring angrily at Jiang Che, the killing intent in his eyes almost tangible. Damn it, this guy didn't say a word and just slapped him. Did he think he was some kind of pushover? Jiang Che. Huang Xiaolong wanted to say a few words and then look for an opportunity to slip away, seeing that Jiang Che's cultivation level was likely higher than his. But before he could finish speaking, Jiang Che slapped him again from a distance, sending him flying once more. How noisy. Why aren't you getting lost yet? Jiang Che retracted his hand from midair, his face cold as he looked at Huang Xiaolong. If this guy weren't somewhat useful, Jiang Che would have killed him by now. You arg, this is infuriating. Huang Xiaolong got up again, his face red with anger, almost going crazy. His other cheek was fine, but now Jiang Che's slap had deformed it too. He lunged at Jiang Che, aiming a kick at his abdomen. Unfortunately, before his kick could land, Jiang Che caught his leg in a reverse hold. If this is all you've got, I suggest you go home and practice for a couple more years. With a cold laugh, Jiang Che gathered inner strength in his hand and struck Huang Xiaolong's shoulder. No, Huang Xiaolong's eyes widened. He tried to summon his inner strength to block the attack, but his body was under Jiang Che's control, making it impossible to gather any strength. Slash. With the sound of inner strength tearing through flesh, a bloody, terrifying wound appeared on Huang Xiaolong's shoulder. His face turned as pale as a sheet, large beads of sweat dripping from his forehead, his teeth chattering as if enduring immense pain. Useless. Jiang Che casually tossed Huang Xiaolong to the ground, looking at him with disdain and clapping his hands dismissively. Seeing Jiang Che's mocking face, Huang Xiaolong felt a surge of rage in his chest with no way to vent it. He couldn't catch his breath and fainted on the spot. Ding! The host disrupted Huang Xiaolong's opportunity, altering the plot. Reward: 2,000 villain points. Ding! Huang Xiaolong was brutally beaten by the host, damaging his Dao heart, resulting in a kill on sight determination against the host. Fortune 2,000, reward: 4,000 villain points. Listening to the system prompts and looking at the unconscious Huang Xiaolong, Jiang Che felt a bit speechless. Really? How did heaven arrange this, having such a fragile person as a protagonist? Take the Northern Throne Chen Feng, for instance. Even after being cuckolded by Jiang Che, he could still calmly investigate the Chen family massacre the next day, completely unaffected. This guy couldn't even handle a few taunts. Why was there such a huge gap between protagonists? But on second thought, Jiang Che understood. Although Huang Xiaolong's golden finger was stronger than Chen Feng's and his future achievements were higher, he was just a country bumpkin who had never seen the world. Chen Feng had fought in the Northern Territory for 6 years, the two were incomparable. Chen Feng's mindset had been tempered in the Northern Territory, becoming unshakable, with the composure to remain calm in the face of anything. Huang Xiaolong was just a peasant who got lucky. Young Master Jiang, what should we do with Huang Xiaolong? Bai Chunfeng approached Jiang Che, swallowing nervously and asking with a forced smile. He never expected that the reputed gentlemanly Jiang Che would be so ruthless, leaving Huang Xiaolong no room for escape. He wasn't surprised that Jiang Che knew martial arts. It would be absurd if the top young master in Linjiang didn't have any cultivation. As for why Jiang Che kept it secret, he could guess it was to hide his strength. Jiang Jingshan had led the Jiang family to new heights over the years but had also made countless enemies. Many eyes were watching the Jiang family, waiting for any mishap to exploit. Understanding this, Bai Chunfeng felt lucky that he did not refuse Jiang Che's proposal earlier, otherwise, he might have ended up like Huang Xiaolong. Do whatever you want, just don't kill him. I have other matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave. Regarding our cooperation, someone will come to discuss the details with you later. Jiang Che said with a smile and left the Bai family. Having disrupted Huang Xiaolong's opportunity and given him a good beating, Jiang Che had no interest in chatting with Bai Chunfeng. He'd rather go home and deal with Ji Menglan. As for the Bai family's ancestral tomb issue, he couldn't care less. Bai Chunfeng wasn't his relative, and Jiang Che had no obligation to help. Unlike the protagonist, he didn't have a penchant for meddling. Bai Chunfeng would have to deal with his problems on his own. If he could get through it, the Bai family would flourish. If not, they would be ruined. Young Master Jiang, take care. Bai Chunfeng accompanied Jiang Che to the villa entrance, only returning inside after watching him drive away. Standing over the unconscious Huang Xiaolong, Bai Chunfeng's face was complex. He had initially thought highly of Huang Xiaolong, considering him a worthy person to befriend, but the guy made the grave mistake of offending Jiang Che. This meant Huang Xiaolong had no future in Linjiang City. Even without Jiang Che's direct intervention, countless people would come after him to curry favor with the Jiang family. A standout tree in the forest is sure to be destroyed by the wind. Although he didn't know why Huang Xiaolong had offended Jiang Che, it wasn't his concern. Someone, throw him out. Bai Chunfeng ordered a few security guards to lift Huang Xiaolong and toss him out of the villa, then turned back to the living room. Clearly, having too much association with Huang Xiaolong now wasn't a wise choice, it would only drag him down. As for Huang Xiaolong's talk about feng shui issues, Bai Chunfeng dismissed it as nonsense. The guards obeyed, lifting the sprawled Huang Xiaolong and tossing him into the roadside bushes. Chapter 210, Ji Menglan's hesitation, going all out. Returning to Crouching Dragon Villa, Jiang Che felt bored again. He realized that his daily routine involved either beating up the protagonist or being on his way to beat up the protagonist. Such a life seemed too monotonous. He thought he should set a goal for himself to avoid living so aimlessly. After some contemplation, Jiang Che quickly abandoned the idea. People live for two things, power and pleasure. But he lacked neither. As the eldest young master of the Jiang family in Linjiang City and the #1 young master in Linjiang, he had many women. Although he had no power in his hands, his father had significant influence throughout Jiangzhou. Jiang Che considered himself a mundane person without grand ambitions. Having beautiful women to accompany him, endless money to spend, and respect wherever he went without any worries, such a life was pretty good. Apart from beating up the protagonist, he seemed to have nothing else to do. After all, he had already reached the unity of man and heaven stage in cultivation. His mindset had also changed. Now, besides becoming stronger, he had no other pursuits. Young master, I've broken through to the mid-stage innate. While Jiang Che was thinking, Qing walked over, her legs wrapped in white silk, her face full of excitement. Very good, impressive. Jiang Che smiled and praised. After taking the marrow cleansing pill, Qing's cultivation speed had visibly increased. Although it couldn't compare to his, it was far better than that of ordinary martial artists. It had been less than a month since she broke through to the innate stage, and now Qing had advanced again. Hee, it's all thanks to you, young master, Qing said with a smile, looking at Jiang Che with admiration. She knew her achievements were all because of him, otherwise, she would still be a powerless ordinary person. You broke through to the mid-stage innate. Ji Menglin walked in from the living room door, looking at Qing with shocked eyes. She was puzzled, not understanding why Qing's cultivation had progressed so quickly. She had been stuck at the mid-stage innate for 2 years. Although she had slacked off in her cultivation after Jiang Che sealed her power, she had been diligently practicing before that without any sign of breaking through. How did Qing advance so quickly? Yes. Qing nodded with a radiant smile, looking very pleased. How did you break through so quickly? Did you practice some special martial arts technique? Ji Menglin asked, her large eyes filled with curiosity and a strong desire for knowledge. No, the young master gave me a pill called marrow cleansing pill, which changed my constitution. Then my cultivation speed increased. Marrow cleansing pill. Hearing Qing's words, Ji Menglin turned to look at Jiang Che, her expression strange and eyes full of shock. She had heard her master mention the existence of such a pill, but she never thought Jiang Che would have it. The marrow cleansing pill could change a martial artist's aptitude, allowing even a pig to cultivate after cleansing the meridians. Its preciousness was self-evident. Even one pill would cause a bloodbath among major martial arts families if it appeared on the market. But Ji Menglin never expected Jiang Che to give such a precious pill to Qing. Wasn't he supposed to be a cold-blooded animal? If she knew that this incredibly precious pill was nothing more than trash in Jiang Che's eyes, she wouldn't know how to react. Ji Menglin's expression turned awkward, looking hesitant and embarrassed, unable to say a word despite her desire. She wanted to ask Jiang Che if he had more of such pills. She wanted one too. But due to their complicated relationship, she couldn't bring herself to ask, fearing that Jiang Che might look down on her. Do you want a marrow cleansing pill too? Seeing Ji Menglin's shy demeanor, Jiang Che raised an eyebrow, his tone playful. He had just checked his attribute panel yesterday and saw that he still had 9 marrow cleansing pills left. They weren't particularly precious to him, but it depended on her performance. Ji Menglin responded in a voice as soft as a mosquito's, her face turning slightly red, looking embarrassed. After all, she had never asked Jiang Che for anything before. This was her first time. I have plenty of these. It's not impossible if you want one. But I don't have a habit of giving things for free. If you want it, earn it yourself. Jiang Che glanced at Ji Menglin and then sat on the sofa. His meaning was clear, and there was no way Ji Menglin wouldn't understand. As long as she pleased him, everything was negotiable. Otherwise, don't even think about it. Ji Menglin's face showed a struggle. She understood what Jiang Che meant. But Qing was still there, and she couldn't bring herself to act. Young master, Sister Menglin, I'll go water the flowers in the garden. Qing also noticed Ji Menglin's embarrassment. She giggled, covered her mouth, and left the living room to water the flowers, taking all the maids with her. She instructed them not to return for an hour because she knew Jiang Che well. Whenever he treated her cold condition, it usually took at least an hour. After Qing and the maids left, Ji Menglin sat down opposite Jiang Che. Her face was bright red, feeling shy. Although Jiang Che had suggested this several times before, she had always refused. She found it too embarrassing. Jiang Che's preferences were really peculiar. But this time, for the marrow cleansing pill, she decided to go all out. The pill's allure was too great for her, no martial artist could resist it. Once she takes the marrow cleansing pill, breaking through to the transformation stage within 3 years wasn't impossible. Besides, Jiang Che wasn't a beast. He wouldn't actually eat her, right? After some hesitation, Ji Menglin placed her bare, white silk-clad foot on Jiang Che's leg. Chapter 211, The Talented Ji Menglin, Worthy of Great Use. This is the marrow cleansing pill. Jiang Che lit a cigarette and took out a marrow cleansing pill from the system space, handing it to Ji Menglin with a satisfied expression. Ji Menglin took the marrow cleansing pill from Jiang Che, her face flushing red as she lowered her head, not daring to meet his eyes. She didn't expect that after all this time, she would still fall into his hands. However, having obtained the marrow cleansing pill as she wished, Ji Menglin didn't find it entirely unacceptable. You should take the marrow cleansing pill in the bathroom. Jiang Che kindly reminded her, explaining that after taking the marrow cleansing pill, its effects would help cleanse her meridians and expel impurities through her skin. Ji Menglin responded softly, and then walked away barefoot. But after only a few steps, she frowned, feeling an unusual sensation under her feet. She gave Jiang Che a reproachful look, blaming him for the discomfort. Jiang Che pretended not to notice, maintaining an innocent demeanor. Seeing Jiang Che's expression, Ji Menglin couldn't help but twitch her lips in exasperation. However, she didn't say anything further and headed directly to her room. Having obtained the marrow cleansing pill, her priority now was to improve her constitution. Watching Ji Menglin leave, Jiang Che nodded in satisfaction. This woman is indeed talented and worth utilizing. Young master, whereas Sister Menglin Ching walked in from outside, her face adorned with a mischievous smile, as if she understood everything. Ahem, she went to the bathroom. You know, the marrow cleansing pill will help expel impurities from her body. Jiang Che coughed twice, trying to maintain a serious tone. Young master, there's no need to pretend with me. Ching looked at Jiang Che with a look of disdain. The marrow cleansing pill was one thing, but Sister Menglin was also going to wash up. What, are you growing wings now, daring to defy me? Jiang Che frowned, feeling slightly annoyed. As the eldest young master of the Jiang family, didn't he deserve some respect? It seemed that after her breakthrough, this little girl was becoming bolder, even daring to tease him. Come here, Jiang Che said sternly, beckoning Ching to come closer. What is it, young master? I promise I talk back to you again. Ching sat down beside Jiang Che, smiling sweetly and shaking his arm, starting to act coquettishly. She knew that Jiang Che wasn't really angry. This was just a little fun in their daily life. If you dare to tease me again, you'll be punished, Jiang Che said coldly, threatening his little maid. You're so bad, young master. Ching blushed, gently hitting Jiang Che's chest with her small fists, clearly understanding what kind of punishment he meant. Young master is such a bad guy, always teasing me. By evening, on the roadside near the Bai family villa, Huang Xiaolong slowly opened his eyes and got up from the ground, feeling the sharp pain on his face, making him gasp in pain. Jiang Che. Thinking about what Jiang Che did to him during the day, Huang Xiaolong clenched his fists tightly, his eyes filled with murderous intent and his expression becoming extremely gloomy. That B***** really had no mercy. He was almost crippled by him. Counting this time, it was already the second time Jiang Che slapped him without warning. Did he really think he had no temper at all? His face was now swollen, looking ghostly, and it hurt terribly. His face was now swollen, looking ghostly, and it hurt terribly. Jiang Che, I will definitely kill you. Huang Xiaolong's hand emitted a sword light, and with a